The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 4th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jake LaTurner to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hardworking entrepreneurs of Pennsylvania in celebration of Small Business Saturday. Small businesses across our nation are the backbone of our economy and the heart of our communities. Now more than ever, they need our support. For small business owners, their shops are more than just a business, it's an extension of who they are. When you think about the places that give our neighborhoods their unique character, we think about the coffee shop on the corner, the boutique where you find the perfect gift, or the family-owned diner that feels like home. Small Business Saturday is about recognizing the value of our small businesses and showing them the support that they deeply deserve. Since its inception in 2010, the total reported U.S. spending on small businesses during Small Business Saturday is an estimated $201 billion. According to data from the Small Business Administration. SBA's data for 2023 shows the reported projected spending in the United States from those who shopped at small businesses on Small Business Saturday fell to around $17 billion. This support is crucial to small businesses across the nation and in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Small businesses play a vital role in Pennsylvania's economy. Pennsylvania is home to 1.1 million small businesses that employ 2.5 million individuals, about half of the state's private workforce. Behind every small business is a story. It's a story of risk and resilience, of people who took a leap of faith to turn their dreams into reality, and of neighbors who refuse to give up even when the times are tough. But Small Business Saturday isn't just about shopping. It's about appreciation. It's about recognizing that when we support small businesses, we invest in the people who invest in the United States and invest in us. It's about thanking those who contribute to us so much, that contribute so much to our communities. Our entrepreneurs are leaders. They support our schools, sponsor sports teams, and give us spaces to gather, connect, and grow. As we progress in this season of gratitude and giving, let's pause and choose small. Whether it's picking up a holiday gift from a local shop, dining at a family-owned restaurant, or simply spreading the word about a business you love, every action counts. Mr. Speaker, supporting the local businesses within our communities not only keeps those businesses alive, but also keeps the communities they serve thriving for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the legacy of an American hero, Mrs. Rosa Parks, who, as we observe the 69th anniversary of her historic arrest in Montgomery, Alabama. On December 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks took a bold stand against segregation by refusing to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus. Her quiet, dignified courage sparked the beginning of the Montgomery bus boycott and galvanized a movement that changed the very fabric of this nation. Beginning on December 5th and continuing for the next 13 months, African Americans in Montgomery, Alabama brought the city's bus system to a screeching halt. Their efforts were successful, resulting in the November 1956 Supreme Court decision outlawing racial segregation on public buses. The change makers who staged the Montgomery bus boycott are a testament to the will of a disenfranchised people to take control of their own destiny, and their success quickly became the global model for nonviolent human rights advocacy. 69 years later, as the benefactors of their sacrifices, we remain indebted to them for laying the foundation of the continued struggle for liberty and justice for all. That's why today I am proud to be leading the effort in Congress to designate December 1st as Rosa Parks Day to commemorate her historic arrest. H.R. 308, the Rosa Parks Day Act, was the very first bill that I introduced in the 118th Congress, along with my colleagues, Chairman of the CBC, Stephen Horsford of Nevada, and Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio. It will help ensure that Rosa Parks' brave sacrifice is never forgotten, and it will remind us of the power of ordinary Americans to achieve extraordinary social change. Moreover, it will become the first federal holiday in our nation's history to honor a Black woman. Rosa Parks is a true American hero. She was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1996, the Congressional Gold Medal in 1999, and even became the first woman to ever lie in state at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Her lifelong work in the fight for equality and justice still resonates today. There is no more befitting figure in our nation's history to honor with a new federal holiday. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 308, the Rosa Parks Day Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a lifelong West Tennessean, a dedicated public servant, and frankly, just a good friend, Collierville Mayor Stan Joyner. Stan Joyner, after 25 years of exemplary public service, has decided to retire from public service and pass the torch. Stan Joyner's roots run wide and deep in Shelby County. Born and raised in Collierville, Tennessee, Stan attended and played football at Collierville High School. And still to this day, you can find him in the stands cheering on his alma mater. Stan Joyner was elected as a Collierville alderman in 1999, and then in 2008, Stan Joyner was elected as the town's mayor. One of Stan Joyner's most significant achievements as mayor was establishing a municipal school system for Collierville. Stan led his community through the formation and the development of the Collierville school system, the election of the first Collierville school board, and the hiring of a Collierville school superintendent. In my opinion, the creation of the Collierville school system is one of the primary reasons that Collierville is such a desirable place to live in Tennessee. Without a doubt, Stan has worked diligently to ensure that every child in Collierville has access to an education that prepares them for success. Stan Joyner has also long understood that people choose to live based on the quality of life that they're going to experience. Now, obviously, this depends on the strength of the local schools, which I just talked about, the vibrancy of the community, and the opportunities for economic growth. Under the mayor's leadership, Collierville has seen a boom in local business development as well as economic expansion. Stan's deep knowledge of Collierville's past, his commitment to the future, and his ability to listen and advise his colleagues make him a trusted leader. While I was working on these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I called my good friend Wright Cox, who's also the chairman of the Collierville School Board, about how he would sum up Stan Joyner's tenure in Collierville. This is what Wright Cox told me. He said, Stan led from the front. He always advocated for Collierville. Most importantly, he always fought for the needs of Collierville. In my opinion, Stan filled the job description flawlessly as mayor of Collierville. I think that Wright Cox summed it up perfectly. Beyond his work in the public sphere, Mayor Joyner is a man of deep faith and personal integrity. His strong spirit has guided him as a Sunday school teacher in his community. Stan's dedication to his family is equally strong. He and his wife, Linda, have been married for over 48 years, and together they have 3 children and are the grandparents of 8 grandchildren. As he steps down after a distinguished public service career on December 18th in about 2 weeks, Collierville is certainly a better place to live because of Stan Joyner's service. Stan and Linda, from Roberta and me, congratulations on a job well done. We all wish you the very best in the next chapter of your lives. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a lifelong community leader, a relentless advocate, an effective elected official, a mentor, and a genuine good friend. I rise to honor and celebrate the contributions of Robert Bob Miles Hertzberg. Bob Hertzberg has dedicated decades of service to the good people of the San Fernando Valley, the city of Los Angeles, and the great state of California. For those who know him best, they would describe Bob as a force of nature, a fearless champion for good. One of Harrison Hertzberg's 5 sons, Bob was born in the city of Los Angeles and grew up in the Benedict Canyon on the city's west side. His family would later move eastward to California's desert town of Palm Springs, where Bob graduated from Palm Springs High School. Bob Hertzberg got a taste of the political bug very early on in life. His first job in politics was at the age of 19, when he served as a driver for then State Senator Mervyn Dimely, who would later become California's lieutenant governor in 1974. The young Bob Hertzberg forged relationships and supported many of the up-and-coming Latino leaders on the east side of Los Angeles, people like Gloria Molina, Javier Becerra, Lucille Roybal Allard, Antonio Viragosa, and many other Latino leaders. In 1976, Bob graduated magna cum laude from the University of Redlands with a Bachelor's of Arts degree in History and English. Choosing to follow his father's career path, Bob earned his Juris Doctorate from the University of California Hastings School of Law in 1979. After graduating law school, he spent some formidable years working as an associate at a prestigious law firm and later would join in his father Harrison to form the Hertzberg and Hertzberg Law Firm. In 1976, Bob Hertzberg ran for the state assembly and won that election in the 40th district in the San Fernando Valley. Bob and I were elected in 1996 and became colleagues. Bob and I represented neighboring districts and had worked together on common regional goals. Bob and I ran for Assembly Speaker, and Bob won that election, handily, by the way. And on April 30th, 2000, he was unanimously elected by a voice vote as the 64th Speaker of the California State Assembly. In the aftermath of the Speaker election, instead of holding a grudge towards me, I witnessed firsthand the character of Bob Hertzberg. Much to my surprise at the time, Speaker Hertzberg insisted that I serve on the powerful and coveted position as chairman of the Budget Committee. Who does that? That's the character of Bob Hertzberg. Bob was able to be an effective speaker. He modernized the institution. He made sure the budget of California reflected our values. He prioritized health care for children and seniors. He allocated resources for the modernization of California's public education systems. And he delivered on transportation projects and increased parks and recreation spaces across the state, essentially transforming and improving the lives of millions of Californians for generations to come. Bob Hertzberg served the full time of 3 terms in the California State Assembly. After his tenure as Speaker, Hertzberg set out to be a clean energy entrepreneur. Bob helped create one of the first solar manufacturing companies in Los Angeles and co-launched a company that produced inexpensive, lightweight solar panels for use around the world. In recognition of his clean energy efforts, in Rwanda, he received the World Bank Award for Lighting Africa, and the United Kingdom's-based Guardian magazine named him one of the 50 people who could save the planet. In 2014, Bob returned to elected office when he was again elected to represent nearly 1 million people in the San Fernando Valley in the California State Senate. Throughout Bob's 14 years in the state legislature, Bob Hertzberg has always been a champion for the communities he represented in the San Fernando Valley, and he was named one of the most influential people in Southern California by our hometown paper, the Los Angeles Times. Bob was always committed to delivering results for the San Fernando Valley and beyond. During his tenure in the California State Senate, Bob Hertzberg served as Majority Leader from January 19th to January 22nd. Bob Hertzberg, you are a one-of-a-kind, exceptional person, and on behalf of my constituents, the great people of the California 29th Congressional District, I want to thank you for your many years of public service and for delivering time and time again for the people of Los Angeles, the people of California, and by touching the world in the most positive way. Once again, thank you, my friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Michael Nudo, for his dedication and service to the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Michael Nudo is a U.S. Army veteran who served for 8 years and attained the rank of specialist. He joined my staff first as a caseworker in my district office before coming to Washington, D.C. to serve as a legislative assistant. Throughout his time in my office, Michael has shown his dedication to the constituents of our district and to me. First, by expertly navigating their issues with federal agencies, and now by finding legislative solutions to pressing problems in our community. His commitment and strong work ethic were on display throughout his tenure, and I have no doubt he will bring the same to all of his future endeavors. I would like to thank you, Michael, for your leadership and service to me and the 8th Congressional District. His dedication and determination were critical to the success of our office and improved the lives of those living in our district. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Tim O'Neill, for his dedication and service to me and the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. A native of Maine, Tim joined my staff as a legislative assistant and has been a key member of our team handling important issues like immigration, COVID, healthcare, throughout the 118th Congress. Tim is a steadfast conservative who is always ready to join the fight for the values that make our nation great. His hard work and commitment to serving our district and nation were assets as we navigated complicated challenges. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Tim will go on to do great things as he continues his public service. I wish Tim nothing but the best in all of your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a member of my staff, Ashton Rowland, for her dedication and service to me and the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Ashton joined my staff as my press assistant. In this role, she ensured that our constituents were up to date with all that was happening in our offices, both in Arizona and Washington, D.C., through our weekly newsletter and frequent social media posts. As a member of Congress, we know the importance of communicating our work to our constituents, and communication staffers are essential to this endeavor. I thank Ashton for her work and dedication to our team. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Ashton will go on to do great things. I wish her nothing but the best in all of her future endeavors. I appreciate my staff greatly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the photographer Tanya Barraclough on her retirement from our local hometown newspaper, the newspaper I read growing up as a child, the Daily Freeman, where her truly breathtaking work brought the pages to life for 25 years. Tanya has a wondrous ability to distill the essence of the Hudson Valley into every frame. In a single image, she captures entire motions and emotions that transport viewers back to the original scene itself. Through her work, she has immortalized moments big and small, from documenting high-profile events that will go down in our community's history books to preserving the game-winning shot for the local high school athlete to hold dear for the rest of their lives. Tanya is a staple in our community, an unwavering and reliable presence. She and her photographs will be forever intertwined with Kingston and Ulster County's history. And I thank her personally and on behalf of our entire community for her invaluable contributions to the lives of Kingston, past, present, and future. I wish her the absolute best in her retirement and hope to see her very, very soon on the streets of our great community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank a true pillar of the Hudson Valley community, John Lipscomb, for his decades of fierce advocacy for our environment and cherished Hudson River, as he retires from his role as Riverkeeper's Vice President of Advocacy and Chief Patrol Boat Captain. John has been sailing the Hudson River since his childhood, and his dedication to its care and rehabilitation runs deeper than the depths of the river itself. Throughout his career, John has sailed infinite miles on that river, taken thousands of water samples to inform and advance cleanup efforts, and through his work on documentaries has introduced thousands of others near and far to what we know in the Hudson Valley about our river. It is of vital importance, and we have an obligation to its keeping and preservation for future generations. I want to wish John the absolute best. He is more than deserving of a restful retirement, but I don't expect to see him sitting back anytime soon, and I'm heartened knowing that his passion will not fade and the Hudson River will continue to see him going up and down its shores. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor New York State's longest-serving teacher, the inspiring Martha Strever, now in her 64th year, teaching math to middle school students in the Hudson Valley. Martha is the teacher every parent wants for their child. She is rooted solely in uplifting the lives of students and empowering them through limitless learning. Born and raised in Hyde Park, she brought her zeal for teaching to the Red Hook School District in 1961 and hasn't slowed down for a minute since. Her impact knows no bounds. She has molded thousands of students, in some cases 3 generations of students from the same family, into high-achieving academics and exemplary Hudson Valley citizens, who have in turn passed the lessons from their beloved Miss Strever on to countless others. In fact, 30 years ago, she taught a young woman in her math class who is now the principal of that school and actually her boss. Martha Strever is a true treasure of the Hudson Valley, and I want to thank her for her profound service to our community for 63 years past and for more to come. She says she has no plans to leave the classroom anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Kiwanis Club of Waynesboro as they celebrate their centennial. For 100 years, the Waynesboro Kiwanians have shown a deep commitment to children in our community. In the 1930s, they sponsored a clinic for children in need, and during the 1950s, they acquired a campsite that hosted many summer activities for local youth, including scouting and 4-H clubs. Today, with 53 members, the Kiwanis Club actively promotes childhood literacy by providing books to public schools, hosting 8 Little Free libraries, and building a library at the Boys and Girls Club. They also host an annual Halloween event that brings together over 3,000 families for a safe celebration. In addition, the Kiwanis Club of Waynesboro invests approximately $45,000 each year into our community through grants, scholarships, and donations to nonprofits. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the Kiwanis Club of Waynesboro on this remarkable 100-year milestone. Their dedication truly makes our community a better place. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Signal Knob Middle School Future Farmers of America chapter for winning the National Middle School Model of Excellence Award at the 97th National FFA Convention and Expo in Indianapolis. The National Middle School Model of Excellence Award is given to a chapter that displays the ability to grow leaders, build communities, and strengthen agriculture. The chapter is led by Signal Knob teacher and FFA advisor Dakota Stroud, who said he is, quote, ecstatic to have the chapter recognized for the members' hard work through the school year in creating and executing events and activities that benefit the students, school, and community. Students Piper Dellinger and Emily Hamrick, who are now freshmen at Strasburg High School, represented Signal Knob's FFA chapter and led the presentation. They spoke on the many activities and events that the Signal Knob FFA chapter participated in during the 23-24 school year. Congratulations again to the Signal Knob Middle School FFA chapter for excelling in the areas of agriculture and leadership and making the Shenandoah Valley proud. I wish the entire chapter the best of luck in future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the Rotary Club of Waynesboro as they approach their centennial. Chartered in December 1924, the Waynesboro Rotary Club has dedicated nearly 100 years to service. They've consistently met over lunch on Tuesdays and have fostered a commitment to the community through the four-way test, ensuring their initiatives are fair, beneficial, and rooted in truth. The club has evolved since the first project of beautifying the grounds of the local library. They've helped individuals without homes, supported environmental efforts, and provided school supplies, often partnering with local organizations to maximize their impact. To mark its 100th anniversary, the Rotary Club has teamed up with the Central Shenandoah Valley Office on Youth and Waynesboro Parks and Recreation to create a traffic playground for children to practice bike riding and learn about traffic safety. Many of these children may also have the opportunity to receive scholarships from the club, which have totaled over $350,000. I have no doubt the Rotary Club of Waynesboro will continue their vital service. Mr. Speaker, I commend them for their past century and wish them continued success in their efforts to prioritize service to others. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a critical moment in our nation's history. The Biden-Harris administration's policies have severely weakened our country, putting the American people at risk. From the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan resulting in the loss of 13 service members and arming the Taliban with our equipment, to compromising our allies' energy security by waiving sanctions on Nord Stream 2, this administration has consistently failed the American people. Allowing $6 billion to flow to Iran, a state sponsor of terrorism, is both reckless and dangerous. Simultaneously, we see China continuing its human rights abuses while our nation grows increasingly dependent on its supply chains. At home, we've seen a Chinese spy balloon surveil sensitive military sites, a border crisis that continues to spiral out of control, and a fentanyl epidemic devastating our communities. Working with the incoming Trump administration, House Republicans are ready to lead. We will secure our borders, restore energy independence, and prioritize America in foreign policy. We will protect American jobs and combat the inflation that is squeezing hardworking families. As we enter the 119th Congress, I look forward to working with my colleagues to reverse the damage done by the Biden-Harris administration and get our country back on track for the American people and their future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the late Cole William Schmidnicht. Born in 2001 in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Cole was a 22-year-old who According to his parents, Bill and Shannon did life on his own terms. Cole was known to them as Mr. Independent. As a toddler, he walked himself into kindergarten. Bill and Shannon said that Cole always stood up for the little guy. Growing up, Cole had a love for gaming and enjoyed playing in video game tournaments. He had gained a following online on Twitch that he shared with many of his gaming friends. His mother, Shannon, said he had a lifelong curiosity and a hunger for knowledge. Cole had an affinity for elephants due to their wisdom and kindness and had wanted a tattoo of one on his arm. Cole had recently moved back to Appleton, Wisconsin to live with his best friend. In January of 2024, Cole went to the pharmacy to refill his steroid medication for his asthma, a medication he had taken for years. A Big 3 pharmacy benefit manager had increased the price of Cole's daily asthma medication from around $35 to over $500. He was told that no generic drug would be covered by his insurance, and Cole was forced to choose between his medication and his rent. He chose to pay his rent. 5 days later, Cole suffered a severe asthma attack that led to cardiac arrest. On January 21st, 2024, Cole passed away. These pharmacy benefit managers are the middlemen of drug pricing, owned by Fortune 20 health insurance companies and working for profit, not for patients. PBMs claim to negotiate on behalf of employers and patients to lower drug costs, but the Federal Trade Commission's July investigation into PBM price gouging abuses showed the facts. PBMs mark up the cost of drugs by thousands of percent above their acquisition costs and have captured $300 billion from the U.S. healthcare system and invest none of that into research and development for new drugs. They influence what prescription drugs are available and what they cost by mandating patients receive expensive brand name drugs when cheaper generic drugs are prescribed and readily available. And now their greed is on full display. At the July House Oversight Committee hearing, I questioned Big 3 PBM executives about these markups. I asked CVS Caremark President David Joyner, now CEO of CVS Health, why he was charging $6,229 for a $16 multiple sclerosis drug. This is a 38,000% markup for life-saving medication, and he had no real answer to my questions. It doesn't stop there. These exorbitant markups extend to drugs for leukemia, prostate cancer, kidney disease, and more. At this hearing, I unveiled H.R. 9096, the bipartisan Pharmacists Fight Back Act, with Representative Diana Harshbarger, a pharmacist herself. Pharmacists Fight Back will stop the most nefarious of PBM price gouging abuses. Pharmacists Fight Back is the most muscular reform ever introduced at the federal level. It will implement a transparent pharmacy reimbursement model using market-based pricing benchmarked to the national average drug acquisition cost. It will end patient exploitation in federal health care plans and impose criminal violations for such behavior. No family should suffer the loss of a child from PBM greed. Ahead of Thanksgiving, we reached our goal of 50 co-sponsors to Pharmacists Fight Back, 25 Republicans and 25 Democrats. This is not a partisan issue. Cole had his whole life ahead of him. Because Cole was forced to choose between paying his rent or shelling out hundreds of dollars to cover his medication out of pocket for a drug that did not need to be that expensive, his family is without their loved one. There's no justification for a family facing Thanksgiving without their child. Cole's death was preventable. Since Cole's passing, Bill and Shannon, who are here today, have fought tirelessly for PBM reform. I am grateful for their presence today and that they have chosen to tell their story so no other parents experience this pain. Cole's parents said that Cole walked his own path in life. He was known by his loved ones to have deep care and compassion for those he encountered. I encourage my fellow members to protect patients like Cole and his family and to sponsor H.R. 9096, the Pharmacists Fight Back Act. In honor of Cole Schmidnick, we will carry forward the fight to end the price gouging abuses of pharmacy benefit managers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible strength and resilience of Janelle Jones, a grieving mother who has turned her profound loss into a mission to protect others. After the tragic loss of her beloved son, McKaylee Mack James Evans, to a distracted driver, Janelle has shown extraordinary determination in advocating for pedestrian safety. Her courage is a testament to her strength and a meaningful way of honoring Mack's memory. Janelle's advocacy has brought much needed attention to the importance of protecting our children by making our roads safer. Her efforts have led to enhanced pedestrian safety measures. Her work serves as both a tribute to her son and a call to action for all of us. As we remember Mac and others who have lost their lives on our roads, let us commit to honoring their memory by taking meaningful steps to prevent tragedies like this as we draw inspiration from mothers like Janelle. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in the world of sport, my favorite discipline has always been women's Olympic figure skating. But I have to share, I still remember way back in the 1990s and was crestfallen and felt betrayed to see the sport reduced in stature after U.S. figure skating champion Nancy Kerrigan had physical harm perpetrated against her by an opponent on the U.S. team. As a young woman, I was perplexed and shocked, and frankly, have never fully accommodated that horrific incident that tarnished the reputation and standing of the Olympics itself. As a lifelong citizen of Ohio and dean of Ohio's congressional delegation, and a grateful graduate of the University of Michigan, today as well, I feel a deep sense of responsibility to speak out on a recent degradation of worth in Big Ten football. I shuddered this past Saturday at the Michigan-Ohio State football game when, after the game itself, a fracas developed on the field with the largest viewing audience of the year, and it should have been a moment of sterling sportsmanship and national pride. Instead, it devolved into adolescent chaos. Ohio and Michigan's traditional rivalry, and it's strong, should have elevated our nation to its best. In past decades and generations, it has. The best among us in sport often rose to higher purpose in life. Gerald Ford, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, served as captain of the University of Michigan football team. He later became president of the United States. Even earlier, during the difficult decades of World War II, Jesse Owens of Cleveland, Ohio, who had been the finest runner ever on the Ohio State track team, led America's Olympic team to Berlin, Germany. When he entered that stadium carrying our flag, fascist dictator Adolf Hitler, who was sitting in the stands, turned his back on Jesse Owens, the greatest runner, male runner in American history. It appears last weekend's lack of sportsmanship was not just an occurrence in the Ohio State-Michigan game. There also have been brawls between Florida and Florida State, North Carolina State and the University of North Carolina, and Arizona State and the University of Arizona. Is this sport? America is watching. Our children are watching. The Big Ten Conference quickly and justly fined both teams $100,000. That's not much in that world. That was a useful but small gesture. The universities and athletic organizations must investigate and disclose those who initiated these violations of sportsmanship and set standards of play. They must stop these abuses and must issue full formal apologies to the people of our nation for disgracing America's finest traditions. This moment must become a turning point and recommitment to the values that good sportsmanship should teach us: respect, cooperation and team spirit, physical and mental discipline, and yes, good times too. This is about more than football games or storied rivalries. Sport is about setting an American standard on the field, in the classroom. Winning isn't everything, but as we know, living a life with honor, integrity, and respect for others is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to address. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we get close to the end of the 118th Congress, my first term representing the greatly diverse Illinois 3rd Congressional District, I rise in full gratitude for all of those who have supported me and held me during these not so easy 2 years in what we call the People's House. And we've heard that it takes a village to represent, to fight, and to deliver for our communities. But recently, 219 members of this body opted to persecute the village, passing a bill that puts all of civil society at risk. They took that action at the precise moment we should be uplifting and celebrating society as the first and most resilient line of defense for many vulnerable communities. Without a robust civil society, countries can descend into instability, their governments becoming more prone to authoritarian, I can't say the word at this moment, human rights abuses, and the erosion of democratic freedoms. So while some of my colleagues come to the floor to do harm to civil society, I have come to the floor to commend the countless nonprofit organizations, the faith communities, the schools and the universities, the advocacy groups, and the cultural institutions that compose the powerful civil society of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. And since my time as the executive director of a nonprofit in Chicago, I have seen community organizations nurture and sustain a healthy democracy by providing life-saving services, including housing and warm meals, while holding those in power accountable. It is clear that strengthening, repairing, and defending our democracy is not solely the work of the government. It requires the fabric of our communities. It requires civil organizations who are weaving their work together on the front lines to protect, to defend, and to enrich our communities and our neighborhoods. So today, I am grateful for faith communities like the member institutions of Logan Square Ecumenical Alliance and DuPage United, for community organizations like Onward House and La Casa Norte and Habitat for Humanity DuPage, for schools and universities like Northeastern University's El Centro and North Park University, for early childhood centers like Educare DuPage and Chicago Commons, for human rights advocates like Palenque Alasane and AFIRE, for cultural organizations like the National Veterans Art Museum and the Mexican Culture Center of DuPage. Look, there are too many strong civil society organizations to name. So to the many, many civil service organizations across Illinois 3, thank you. Gracias. I appreciate the opportunities and possibilities you create for our neighbors, independent of their zip code, independent of their citizenship status or past actions, and the way you keep me rooted in a community ready to fight like hell for our neighbors. And as I celebrate the work of civil society, I also want to uplift the team that puts the long hours, that makes so many sacrifices for the people of Illinois 3 and who are seldomly mentioned, seldomly seen in public. And that's my staff. My staff who, despite the challenges of this Congress, my staff, despite a Congress that oftentimes negates the humanity of their own family, has used their professional and lived experiences to introduce and champion transformational and progressive legislation, who have pushed the government to work for our constituents and deliver resources back to Illinois 3, and ensure our neighbors receive the life-saving services that they deserve. To my entire team, Ellen, Luis, Claudia, Carson, Deepa, Noemi, Joan, Marina, Daniela, Valeria, Kat, Jennifer, Natalie, Vianney, Micaela, Magda, Levi, and Rogelio, as well as the countless interns, fellows, and past staffers who have supported our work. Thank you. You are seen, you are appreciated, and I am so proud to have worked with you in this first term and as we prepare ourselves for the next. Through gratitude, I find hope. Because both the community at home and the team I have here in Congress have reminded me that in uncertain times, one thing is certain. Our communities are prepared to organize, to protect each other, and to unite no matter what the next 4 years bring us. I am forever grateful, and I am ready. I yield back, Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lee Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the legacy of outstanding Black media in the 18th Congressional District and the great city of Houston. Houston is one of America's most diverse cities, and it has a large, vibrant African American community. Black media has always been a critical component in keeping us informed, speaking truth to power, honoring unsung heroes, and shedding light on racial injustice. Associate Justice Felix Frankfurter once said, "Without a free press, there can be no free society." I recognize the important contributions of those who have blazed a path for us. In May 2nd, 1919, Clifton Frederick Richardson Sr. founded and became publisher and editor of the African American newspaper, the Houston Informer, which published its first issue a few weeks later. It ran for 20 years and covered so many critical moments in Houston's history, and it continues today through a foundation. In 1930, the Houston Defender was founded by Clifton F. Richardson Sr., and he was born after the vestiges of slavery in 1897 in Marshall, Texas. He learned the basics of journalism and printing during his studies at Bishop College. Today, the proud tradition carries on through CEO Sonny Messiah Giles, who publishes weekly and manages a vibrant online community. The Houston Forward Times was founded in 1960 under the leadership of the late founder and publisher Julius P. Carter. Mr. Carter, no relation, founded the Forward Times as a means of uniting Black Houston to overcome the obstacles that were holding Blacks in the shackles of second-class citizenry. Now their daughter, Karen Carter Richards, carries the torch as CEO and publisher. The Houston Sun, founded in 1983 and was published by Doris Ellis, who still is at the helm today. This community newspaper focuses on education and historical events in the African American community. Our legacy also continues with the more recently established journals, Houston Style Magazine and DMARS Magazine. As Houston's Black community continued to grow, our media has grown with it, and Black radio became an undeniable influence. I celebrate notable institutions, including KTSU, which is now 52 years old, having been established June 23, 1972, following approval from the FCC. 90.9 emerged as an educational FM radio station at Texas Southern University's campus. It's known for its Gospel Sundays that uplifts us all. Former general manager of KTSU 90.9 FM for 18 years, George Wilson Thomas, became a launching platform for the Tavis Smiley Show and other HBCU public radio stations that were soon to follow. It is now led by Ernest Walker as he takes it into the next generation of radio. KMJQ 102.1, known as Magic 102, is a commercial radio station owned and operated by Urban One. Originally founded in 1961, it has had many disc jockeys that are now in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. It also partners and co-owned with our urban station, 97.9, KBXX, The Box. I salute the legendary radio DJs, Uncle Funky Larry Jones, who's had a 50-year career and is in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, as well as Candy Eastman, who's the only candy your mother may let you eat, who is a 43-year radio veteran. In addition to those, I salute the legendary Don Patrick Samuels Sr., affectionately known as Don Sam, or the original DS. He began his professional career at KYOK Radio in Houston in 1973 and spent 32 years at KCOH Radio as director and a radio personality. He was inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame in 2018. And last but not least, an important name and influence in my growing up in Black media is Benjamin Thompson. For over 2 decades, he has been a voice known as the Mad Hatter, a voice of inspiration, entertainment, and empowerment. He started in Houston in 1993 and ascended to new heights, taking over the morning show on 97.9, the Mad Hatter Morning Show. He is a mentor and an advocate and a community leader who in 2014 was inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. He continues to be on many stations, and you will often see him out and about throughout Houston. So it is my honor today to salute Houston's rich legacy of Black media. I commend those who continue to use their voice to express the pains, passion, needs, and wants of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today excuse me, to honor and celebrate the remarkable career of my dear friend, Marion Edwards, as he prepares to retire from Jefferson Parish Council. A proud Louisiana native, born in Monroe, Marion Edwards has dedicated his life to serving our state with integrity, passion, and a commitment to justice. From his role as Assistant District Attorney of Jefferson Parish to serving as Judge of Division O of the 24th Judicial District Court and Chief Judge of the 5th District Circuit Court of Appeals, he has worked tirelessly to uphold the principles of fairness and equity for the people of Louisiana. Marion's service for our state extends to every part of our community. He was on the boards of several nonprofit organizations: Army, Grace House of Louisiana, Responsibility House, G-Ready, and the Jefferson Parish Community Foundation. He has also supported those suffering with substance abuse in our state, founding one of the first treatment-based district courts in Louisiana, and receiving awards including the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse Pioneer in Recovery Award of the Office of Addictive Disorders Professional Services Award. The compassion he has shown to his neighbors in their most difficult moments is a testament to his character and serves as a shining example for all of us to follow. Through his leadership, compassion, and vision, Councilman Marion Edwards has left a lasting mark on Jefferson Parish and our great state. His contributions will resonate for generations to come. Marion, as you enter this new chapter of your life, know that your legacy of service, leadership, and love for community will continue to inspire all of us for many, many years to come. My dear friend, you are in fact a gentleman, a scholar, and a statesman. Congratulations on an extraordinary career, and thank you for your unwavering dedication to the people of Louisiana, to our country, and thank you for allowing me to call you my friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and mourn the loss of Ohio State Senator Kirk Scheuring, a true advocate and champion for the people of Stark County, Ohio. Senator Scheuring was a dedicated public servant who took great pride in serving Stark County for over 3 decades in the Ohio General Assembly as both a member of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Senator Scheuring held multiple leadership positions during his time in the General Assembly, including as Senate President Pro Tem and acting as Speaker of the House. Among his advocacy, his tireless work led with the freedom for communities to create their own joint economic development districts and the creation of the Akron-Canton Metroplex to generate additional job opportunities and economic growth in the region. I had the honor of working alongside Senator Scheuring in the Ohio House of Representatives, where I witnessed firsthand his commitment to the people of Northeast Ohio. Serving with Senator Scheuring was a pleasure, and he was known as a reliable leader who found a way to work across the aisle and in support of his constituents every day. As a first-term legislator, Kirk took me under his wing, a Democrat, because he was so deeply concerned about the work and did not allow partisan politics to get in the way of protecting our communities. Notably, Senator Scheuring was monumental in helping me pass House Bill 1, a bill to protect victims of dating violence. And surely without his leadership, this bill would not have become law. Without a doubt, Senator Scheuring left a mark on Stark County and the state of Ohio. For his outstanding devotion to our community, he earned the respect and esteem of many, and in the wake of his passing, his numerous contributions will not be forgotten. Though his presence will be truly missed, his memory will live on through those he advocated for and his family, including his wife Darlene, their son Jay Derek, and daughter-in-law Allison, daughter Kristen, and their 6 grandchildren, Preston, Parker, Quinn, Owen, Everett, and Lucy, whom he loved deeply. Thus, with the deepest sympathy, I pay tribute to a truly phenomenal individual, Senator Kirk Scheuring. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the career of a truly dedicated and true public servant, Ohio State Senator Vernon Sykes, the ultimate statesman who is retiring from the Ohio General Assembly. As a member of Congress representing Ohio's 13th Congressional District, but most importantly, as his daughter, it is my privilege to congratulate Senator Sykes on a distinguished career and extend my sincere gratitude for all that he has done for the people of Akron, the state of Ohio, for his nearly 50 years in public service. Senator Sykes' career as a legislator began in 1980 when he was appointed as the Ward 3 council member in the city of Akron. In 1983, he was then appointed to the Ohio State House, becoming the first black person to represent Summit County in the Ohio General Assembly. He would eventually serve as the chair of the Ohio House Finance Committee in the Ohio State Senate as the co-chair of the Ohio Redistricting Commission, and is a professor emeritus of political science and a former director of the Columbus Program in State Issues at Kent State University. Go Flashes. In the legislature, he became a champion for early education, criminal justice reform, economic development, and so much more. Notably, Senator Sykes passed the toughest fair housing law in the country, the state of Ohio's first legislation to compensate the wrongfully imprisoned, and was the lead sponsor of 2 constitutional amendments to end the scourge of gerrymandering in Ohio that was approved by over 70% of the voters. During his time in public office, Senator Sykes championed the people of our community, and he is the example of true, selfless public service. He has always put the people of our community first, and his deep desire to serve his community is an inspiration to all who have had the opportunity to experience his passion for people and for public service. For his advocacy, Senator Sykes has earned numerous awards and accolades, including the Public Elected Official of the Year Award, the Champion for Working Families from Ohio AFL-CIO, alumni awards from his alma maters, the University of Akron, as well as Ohio University. My father is one of the main reasons I am standing here on the House floor today. He and my mother, who is also a public servant, taught me the value of hard work from a young age and equipped me with constant support and encouragement. Mr. Speaker, today Senator Sykes is giving his farewell speech in the Ohio Senate, and I can't be there because you schedule votes today. So I'm doing the next best thing and giving him his flowers on the floor of the United States House of Representatives as a symbol of his legacy to the city of Akron, Summit and Portage counties, the state of Ohio, the United States of America, and the entire global community. It is not often that elected leaders can brag about such impactful and prominent careers, and Senator Sykes can, but he won't because he is simply too humble to do so. Thus, I am doing it for him. So on behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I would like to congratulate and thank Senator Vernon Sykes, my dad, on his storied career as a legislator at the state and local level for over 40 years of outstanding service and devotion to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kurt Vonnegut, Toni Morrison, Stephen King. These are just a few of the authors whose books have been banned from Florida public school libraries because of the censorship laws passed by extreme Republican politicians. President Eisenhower once warned, quote, "Don't join the book burners. Don't be afraid to go in the library and read every book." But according to the Florida Department of Education, more than 700 books were banned from libraries in public school districts last year after Governor Ron DeSantis signed Florida's extreme book ban law. There is nothing Americans hate more than politicians who want to take away their freedoms. Yet Republican politicians want to take away the freedom of women to get an abortion. They want to take away the freedom of gay and lesbian Americans to marry their partners. And now they want to take away freedom at the library. But banning books is not just an attack on personal freedom, it's an attack on American values that we all believe in. People of all ages ought to be able to access the world of knowledge that comes from reading, including from those books that some may find controversial. Reading controversial books is part of how we challenge ourselves and each other to grow and strive and create. Book banners will claim that their goal is to protect people, but what they really want is to control people. That is not America. Having the freedom to read and the freedom to choose what to read is one of the best gifts my parents gave me, said children's author Judy Blume, another author whose name appears on the Florida book ban list. We must reclaim the freedom to read from the extreme politicians trying to turn back the clock for our kids, our country, and our future. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in February of 1967, the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. wrote his famous book, Where Do We Go From Here? And in that book, he pondered upon the question of whether or not America was prepared to choose community over chaos, and whether this nation, so long protected by the crosswinds of two oceans, was finally prepared to rid itself of the impediments of bitterness and hatred, or whether the malignant sicknesses of racism and sexism were so intrinsic and interwoven into the American fabric that we would never be able to rid ourselves of it. And today, Mr. Speaker, I submit to all of my colleagues that this question is still before us. That is to say, some 60 years later, we are still trying to decide who we are as a country. 60 years after the historic Civil Rights Voting Rights Act, we are still trying to figure out if everyone still should have a vote that counts, and still trying to determine if we will choose progress over regression, tomorrow over yesterday, truth over falsehood. And in spite of the gains of the civil rights movement, the answer to these questions remain profoundly unclear. In the words of Charles Dickens, we are living in the best of times and the worst of times, the age of wisdom and the age of foolishness. And after the last presidential election in November, there are millions of Americans wondering if this country will ever come to know the things that make for peace. And I rise today because I fear that this nation is on the precipice of the greatest rollback of civil rights since the end of Reconstruction in 1890. I rise today because there are too many of my colleagues, in addition to too many people in America, who have no problem with rolling back the rights of the weakest and most vulnerable among us. Given the long and meandering history of this republic, there ought to be unanimous consent when it comes to ensuring that the people who have been systematically excluded from the American dream are continually included in the future of American progress and prosperity. But sadly, that is not the case. Whole segments of this society have arbitrarily decided that they have the omnipotent right to determine when there are too many black people in boardrooms, as we saw in June of 29 and 2023 with the elimination of the affirmative action programs. As a consequence, there are fewer African Americans in dental school, there are fewer African Americans in law school, fewer African Americans attending some of the most prestigious universities. Some people have determined arbitrarily that African Americans enrolled in these selective universities is too much, as determined by the actions of the Students for Fair Admission authored by Mr. Bloom, or too many black businesses finally being included in the procurement of government contracts and managing opportunities is too much. And it pains me to have to remind the leaders of this country that a nation suffering from the sickness of racism for 250 years cannot stop taking its medicine it needs to make sure that the cancer does not return. 50 years of progress cannot erase 250 years of suffering. And the suffering of which I speak is not limited to the African American community, but is rather located in the very soul of America. I'm talking about those that are without jobs in Appalachia. I'm talking about the life expectancy of Caucasian women in rural America. We need to enforce and strengthen civil rights. Civilian rights is key to the growth of America. But let us never forget that hatred destroys the host more than it devastates the object of the belligerent contempt. And I say to all of my colleagues today, America needs diversity, equity, and inclusion more than black people do. And I say that because even in the prognosticators are right, that the last election was about economics, then that simply means that millions of people in this country were willing to sublimate the moral authority of their conscience because of the price of chicken. And Mr. Speaker, is just as much a terrifying reality as it is the prospect of racism and sexism as being driven from the cause. I think sometimes we forget that the policies we enshrine have real effects on the lives of people. I know in my district, the 1st Congressional District of Illinois, the incoming administration's promised attack on affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion will mean that thousands of people on the south side of Chicago, the inner cities of America, and the suburban and rural parts of our country will not be able to provide for their families. It won't matter to them what the price of chicken is, because no matter the price, everything is too expensive when your income disappears and your income is stagnant. In spite of the differences between the two parties, let us never forget that there are still millions of people in this country who cannot afford to pay their rent, who cannot afford hospitalization, who cannot afford to pay their mortgages, who find rents out of control, whose wages have not changed, and who are struggling to give their children a better life, a better country, and a better future. And by better, I mean a more ethical society in which to grow old. So let us do whatever we must to build up what others are determined to tear down.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Let us do whatever we can to hold up the light. Let us keep the dream alive. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gracious and generous God, prepare our hearts and minds to receive all that you provide, both seen and unseen, in the day that lies ahead of us. You have opened wide doors of opportunities for us to make a difference in this place, our communities, and in our world. May we walk through those doors with confidence and with firm conviction, and may we glorify you in our work today. And when those moments prove challenging, when adversaries attempt to thwart our efforts to serve as vessels for the goodness, hope, love, and peace you have poured into us, may we stand firm in our faith. May our lives in the face of all trials serve as a testament to your mercy and grace. We entrust this day, our deliberations, and our discussions into your care, sure of your steadfast love and emboldened by your abiding presence. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Henson.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Which state? Oh. For what purpose do gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Sit upside down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm proud to recognize and honor the retirement of Walton County Sheriff Joe Chapman. Starting out as a beat cop, spending every day on the front lines keeping our community safe, to serving as Walton County Sheriff, Joe Chapman has dedicated the last 40 years of his life to bringing no excuses, common sense law enforcement to Walton County. There's a sign above Sheriff Chapman's door that reads, "I hate excuses," and that is exactly how he operates. He is a true servant leader, a pillar to the community, and a mentor to the next generation of Georgia law enforcement. In addition to being one of the most respected and admired lawmen in Georgia, Sheriff Chapman is a Marine Corps and Georgia Army National Guard veteran and a commissioner for the Sheriff's Retirement Fund of Georgia. Sheriff Chapman's legacy and impact on Walton County will not be soon forgotten. I want to express my gratitude to Sheriff Chapman for his selfless work over these last 20 years, and on behalf of Georgia's 10th Congressional District, thank you for your service. I'm wishing you a happy, healthy, and safe retirement, because you've certainly earned it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts seeks recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Food and Nutrition Services Director Kirsten Nelson, Acton-Boxborough Public Schools approving that school meals can be local, nutritious, and delicious. Last month, I joined school leaders, state and local officials, and Food Hub staff at Acton-Boxborough High School in my home state of Massachusetts to learn more about the nutritious meals being prepared for students using local produce. With the support of federal funding through the Farm to School program, the district is utilizing nearby food hubs to purchase fruits and vegetables from local farmers. Our state's universal meal program has been key to improving school meal offerings and expanding access to local produce for all students. I tried the curry cauliflower, and it was delicious. I talked with some of the students who told me they have taught their parents recipes from school lunches. This partnership should serve as inspiration for all of us to continue our work to improve school food, strengthen food systems, and end hunger now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mr. Ernest Topnes for his distinguished and impactful career serving both our nation and the people of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Mr. Topnes, known by many as Ernie, first joined the United States Postal Service in 1959 after serving in the U.S. Army during the Korean War. Ernie delivered mail in Cedar Rapids for 65 years, making connections and building friendships with those on his route. Ernie's dedication is unmatched. When others would sit out on a snow day or call in sick, he was always known to actually show up. At the age of 91, Ernie recently retired as the second longest serving mail carrier in the United States. Mr. Topnes, your legacy is one of unwavering dedication and of inspiring service. We wish you all the best in your well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose? Gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for a minute of bias and amendments.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life and legacy of a trailblazer Olympic fencer, Peter J. Westbrook, who unfortunately passed away this weekend. To keep her son off the tumultuous streets of 1967 Newark, Peter Westbrook's mother, Mariko, enrolled him in fencing class where his natural talents were fully realized. In 1984, he became the first black American to win an Olympic bronze medal in fencing. Throughout his career, he won countless competitions and is recognized by many athletic halls. But one of his greatest achievements, Mr. Speaker, was the opening of the Peter Westbrook Foundation, which allowed him to introduce this sport to black and Latino youth in the fencing world. Including my own family was touched by him. The foundation provides fencing lessons, academic assistance, and opportunities for marginalized youth. The foundation has produced 7 Olympians, and just this year, Lawrence Grubb, a foundation alum, made history by becoming the first black woman to win a gold medal in the Olympics. Peter Westbrook left an incredible legacy in the fencing world. He was an icon and trailblazer and changed the life of countless youth. He will always be remembered in my household, New York City, and the country.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? Gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in remembrance of Stanley Klein, a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and entrepreneur. Stanley leaves behind a legacy of love, integrity, and innovation. Born on July 20th, 1942, Stanley graduated from Alderdice High School in 1960 and joined the Army. After the Army, Stanley attended Youngstown State College in Ohio and thereafter met his late first wife, Terry. Stanley and his father-in-law, Irving Stern, went into business together and founded Multi-Flow Dispensers of Ohio. Stanley grew Multi-Flow into the dominant soft drink and beverage dispensing business for bars, restaurants, and taverns throughout North and Central Ohio. Stanley was married to his wife, Laura, for more than 44 years. He cherished every moment spent with his family, especially his grandchildren, who were the light of his life. Mr. Klein will be dearly missed, but his spirit will live on in the hearts of all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? The gentleman from California seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my good friend, Orange County Supervisor, Mr. Bill Steiner. Bill was a valued member, constituent, and a leader in Orange County whose work directly impacted the lives of so many in our community. As an Orange County City Council member and Orange County Supervisor, he dedicated his life to serving others. Out of the many issues Bill championed, his passion was child welfare advocacy, and his work was the driving force behind the creation of the Orange County Orangewood Children's Home. Today, Bill's 5 children, 16 grandchildren, keep his memory alive. Bill, we thank you for a lifetime of work to our community and for your leadership, and you will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose? The gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
Farmers across North Carolina have had extreme difficulty, especially over the past 2 years, due to increased input costs and lower prices for their crops and products, from drought that withered tobacco, corn, and other crops across eastern North Carolina, to Hurricane Helene. If that's not enough, our farmers have fed the American people for Thanksgiving, and in return, they receive the new adverse effect wage rate for 2025. In North Carolina, we're talking about an increase of 2.17%. Mr. Speaker, too many are hurting to try to find out how to keep their family farms operating. Agriculture is North Carolina's leading industry. We must help our farmers. I urge Congress to address the immediate need for disaster assistance for our agriculture community in North Carolina and to hit pause on the adverse effect wage rate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, California voters have made it very clear. They're tired of the unchecked crime and soft-on-crime policies that have plagued our state for years. With over 68% voting to strengthen penalties through Proposition 36 just recently passed, the message couldn't be louder. Enough is enough. But what are California Democrats doing? Instead of focusing on this overwhelming mandate to restore public safety, they're pouring their energy into Trump-proofing California, an obsession with political theater while crime continues to rise, neighborhoods feel less safe. Their so-called legislative solutions are more about optics than outcomes. The voters wanted more action, but Democrats are too busy spinning excuses about pendulums and alternatives to incarceration to deliver real actual results. Californians aren't asking for extreme swings, they're asking for accountability. People voted to reverse the disastrous criminal justice policies of the past. They want true action. Sacramento Democrats need to stop ignoring that and wasting money on other things like trying to stop an agenda here that will make their prices of food and energy go down and help their own citizens. So enough with the distractions, enough with the games. Let's get serious. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1602 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 97, House Resolution 1602. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 5349, to develop and disseminate a civic education curriculum and oral history resources regarding certain political ideologies and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7198, to amend Title V United States Code to require greater transparency for federal regulatory decisions that impact small businesses and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question, and 3, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the House Committee on Rules met to report H.Res. 1602, providing for consideration of 2 pieces of legislation. First, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5349, the crucial Communism Teaching Act, under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. It also provides for 1 motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act, under a structured rule, 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. It also provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, a report recently found that nearly half of Gen Z students are unaware that the Chinese Communist Party is responsible for more deaths than Nazi Germany. A quarter of Gen Z students hold a favorable opinion of communism, and nearly 20% think that communism is a better system of government than capitalism. Furthermore, roughly 500 million copies of the Communist Manifesto have been sold since 1848, more than 3 times as many as The Lord of the Rings, more than twice as many as A Tale of Two Cities. The ignorance is stunning, given that 1/5 of the world's population, over 1 billion people, live under communist control. Our youngest generation's view of communism is a failure of our educational system. The crucial Communism Teaching Act bolsters the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's ability to educate high school students on facts, history, and dangers of a communist ideology. According to the foundation, communist governments have caused the deaths of over 100 million people and oppressed hundreds of millions more since the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. I hope this body continues to show strong bipartisan support for this important piece of legislation. The second bill under consideration is the Prove It Act, which continues the House Republicans' effort to right-size the federal government and eliminates unnecessary burdens on our job creators. For too long, federal regulators have ignored or underestimated the cost that they impose on small businesses. The result is a regulatory state that is simply crushing small business. Some estimates put the regulatory toll as high as $14,000 per employee annually. This is on top of the cost of inflation, supply chain issues, energy affordability, and other burdens that the Biden-Harris administration has inflicted on our communities and our livelihoods. Today, small businesses spend over 7 times as much per employee as medium-sized businesses on regulatory compliance. When we disadvantage our small businesses, communist governments like China fill the void with their own. The Prove It Act will empower small businesses to hold regulators accountable and force them to consider the impact of the regulatory red tape that they impose. This common sense legislation makes certain that agencies are complying with their statutory obligations and accurately account for the costs of their rulemaking. I urge colleagues to support the rule and the underlying bills, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we are debating two bills that perfectly show who Republicans in Congress really work for. And spoiler alert, it's not the American people. We're here today doing nothing to help regular people and families. Republicans just have us debating a bill to undercut our constituents' safety and a useless bill on communism. One of these bills I call the Corporate Giveaway Act. It would give massive trade associations the power to gut the very protections that keep workers safe, prevent kids from being poisoned by polluted air and water, and ensure that corporations don't cut corners on safety. Republicans say this is all about freedom. But the only people who get more freedom under this bill are CEOs flying on private jets. The rest of us are stuck dealing with higher prices and unsafe products. If you're a billionaire, this bill works for you. If you're a mom or dad in Worcester, Massachusetts, where I'm from, working 2 jobs to pay for rent and childcare, this bill doesn't do anything for you. It sells you out. And then there is H.R. 5349. Now, I guess the Republicans want us to spend time debating whether high school students should be taught that communism is bad. The last time I checked, most schools already do that. And I say that as the brother of 2 teachers, by the way. But I actually read the bill. And I want to let everyone in on a little secret. Their bill, a bill which claims to be about teaching kids about bad political ideologies, guess what? They left out a really, really, really bad one. And here's a hint. It's what Adolf Hitler implemented in Germany, and what Americans fought and died for to defeat in World War II. An ideology that idolizes racial purity and uses violence to suppress those who disagree. It's called fascism. And for some reason, Republicans did not want to include it in their bill. And I would love an answer to why. Can any of them tell me why they don't want to teach kids that fascism is bad? Anyone at all? Well, the silence is deafening right now, Mr. Speaker. So let me help them out. Communism is bad. Totalitarianism is bad. And fascism is bad. See how easy that is? All they had to do was put it in their bill. But they didn't, and they won't, because they feel they can't. It's no oversight, by the way. I personally offered an amendment by Ranking Member Scott to include fascism as one of the ideologies we condemn, and they rejected it. Every single one of the Republicans on the Rules Committee, every single one voted no. I can't think of a reason that they would do that unless they don't agree, unless they don't think that fascism is a bad thing. I mean, you guys literally take my breath away. Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to say this again, Americans voted with their wallets in mind, and I don't blame them. But I do blame Republican leaders for bringing up this nonsense. I go out in my district and I listen to people. And you know what? They don't want to be talked down to by Republican leaders lecturing them about communism or telling us how to teach our kids. They want leaders who understand problems, leaders who understand we're sent here to talk. We're not sent here to talk at people. We are sent here to work with them to make this country a better place. So on our side of the aisle, we are listening to the struggles of working families, and we're going to fight alongside of them. Washington hasn't always worked the way it should, but we are committed to doing better because people in this country deserve better. And that means lower costs, bigger paychecks, and building an economy that rewards hard work, not wealth. And that's a fight that my colleagues and I will never, ever stop showing up for. I urge my colleagues and I plead with Republicans, please, let's focus on the real challenges facing all of us as Americans. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the words of Yogi Berra, this is like deja vu all over again. It was just last year that I was here in this very spot debating the ranking member over the evils of socialism, and now we have graduated to communism. So I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in strong support of my colleague Congresswoman Salazar's bill, H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act. Communism has a dark and dangerous history of political violence, oppression, and abuse that continues to be swept under the rug by foreign actor infiltrating American education system. From the Soviet Union, Cuba, China, and beyond, communist regimes constantly demonstrate a callous disregard for human life and dignity. The Chinese Communist Party is actively trying to dismantle American classrooms and cover up the atrocities of past regimes in K-12 schools and college campuses. More than 500 K-12 schools across our nation have allowed the CCP to creep into school hallways, making it into our children's curriculums under the disguise of Confucius classrooms. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this is not education, this is indoctrination. Nearly 1/5 of the world's population is still under this oppressive system of government, yet our youth is being manipulated to blindly follow this corrosive influence of communism. It should be alarming to our friend from Massachusetts and to every person in America, especially parents, that 28% of Gen Z hold a favorable view of the term communism. 19% of Gen Zs favoring dictatorship as the best political system. It's no surprise that communism's modern-day manifestation, TikTok, with communist-backed owners, holds influence over Gen Z. We cannot allow our schools to become breeding grounds for communist, Marxist ideologies and anti-American sentiment, Mr. Speaker. As President Reagan once said, freedom is only one generation away from extinction. I urge my colleagues to defend our nation's values, reject the forces of oppression, and protect our children by supporting H.R. 5349. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, right before the gentleman spoke, I asked the question, can anybody explain to me why fascism wasn't included in this bill as one of the ideologies that we should teach our young people is a bad thing? The gentleman who just spoke went on for 4 minutes and never once answered that question. The reality is that, yeah, communism is bad, totalitarianism is bad, and so is fascism. And we see fascist movements growing up, springing up all over the world, including in this country. And my friends on the other side of the aisle can't bring themselves to condemn it. I don't understand this. I mean, does anyone remember World War II? It seems that for whatever reason that's something that my friends can't seem to recall. So that's the point here. Is it's what you omit, it's what you choose to protect and not include in this bill that is so disturbing in my mind. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12. A bill that would ensure that every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. In this country, the United States of America, we now have states with almost complete bans on abortions, like the state of Idaho. Just this week, a circuit court upheld a, quote, abortion trafficking law, end quote, ensuring that anyone in Idaho who accompanies a young woman to receive abortion care in another state gets a prison sentence. Thank God the judge will allow people in Idaho to simply talk with pregnant minors about abortion health care, which the original law prohibited. This is where women in this country now find themselves, Mr. Speaker. But that's why House Democrats are fighting to protect women and doctors who simply want access and provide needed care. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, will keep fundamental health care services available across this country. What is happening in some states in this country is offensive. It is dangerous. Women are dying because of these overly oppressive Republican-led laws that are being put into place. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, one of our newest members of the House, Ms. Lee Carter.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the best ways to protect children is to protect their mothers. And so I rise to speak on H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, a critical piece of legislation that we should be considering during these increasingly dangerous and tumultuous times for women and their reproductive health care. There's never been a more appropriate time to discuss a woman's right to choose than today. Simply, but most impactfully for our generation, the Women's Health Protection Act will reestablish a nationwide right to abortion in the United States. The WHPA would create a statutory right for healthcare providers to provide abortion care and a right for their patients to receive the care free from bans and restrictions that single out abortion and impede access. It will save lives. Reproductive rights have been constantly at risk since Roe v. Wade became the law of the land almost 50 years ago, but never have they been in jeopardy as much as they are in these current times. In the wake of the decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, state restrictions and new limits or bans on abortion fractured women's health care access and dramatically affected the ability of providers to treat pregnancy complications. With the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court has taken away the constitutional right to abortion, leaving millions without access to care due to restrictive and deadly state abortion bans. In my home state of Texas, we have seen horrific cases of women being denied access to care. In fact, Texas is now ranked the second worst state in the nation for women with health issues, according to research conducted by the Commonwealth Fund. The Common Fund developed the first ever state scorecard to track trends in women's health over time and documents how policy choices and judicial decisions may impact women's access to timely health care. The data source includes the Center for Disease Control and evaluated states on 32 metrics, 3 areas: health outcomes, healthcare quality and prevention, and coverage, access, and affordability. Texas ranked last in the country on healthcare coverage, access, and affordability for women, according to the fund. And the number of Texans seeking an abortion out of state more than quadrupled from between 2021 and 2023, after a state law went into effect that bans the procedure in almost all cases. Data from our own Texas Health and Human Services Commission shows at least 7,844 Texas residents received an abortion in a different state in 2023. And up from 4,718 in 2022 and over 1,700 in 2021. Still, the total abortions for Texas residents dropped by 85% compared to 2021. In 2023, just 62 abortions were reported in Texas, all due to medical emergency and or to preserve the health of the mother. Between January of this year and June of 2024, 38 abortions were performed in the state. Every day without congressional action means more people are being denied their human right to abortion. We need federal legislation, and the solution, WHPA, is the solution. We must all continue to work together toward a future where all of us are free to make the personal decisions that shape our lives, our futures, and our families without political interference. And as we know and have seen, those hurt the most by abortion restrictions are those who already face discriminatory barriers to accessing health care, particularly Black, Indigenous, Hispanic, Asian American, and Pacific Islander, and other people of color, women, and those working to make ends meet, especially those in my district. Ensuring access to abortion care is central to the pursuit of reproductive justice and the human rights to maintain bodily autonomy and live in a safe and sustainable communities. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up this important legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Republican Party, one of the bills that is being brought before us, H.R. 7198, is a Republican partisan bill, but it violates their own cut-go budgetary rule. And yesterday in committee, when we pointed that inconvenient fact out to our colleagues across the aisle, you know what they did? Rather than say that we're going to try to find a way to pay for the bill, they spent like 40 minutes railing against the CBO director that they themselves, by the way, helped appoint. And I ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article that reinforces what I just said. And I also ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert into the record the CBO score for H.R. 7198.
Without objection.
We also, in the Rules Committee last night, tried to have an amendment to basically not protect this bill from a point of order. I mean, if Republicans believe that this bill costs nothing, then surely the chair would rule in such a way. But clearly, they don't even believe their own rhetoric. The bottom line is this bill, among many of the bad things it's going to do, will add to our deficit. And there was a time when I thought Republicans cared about the deficit and debt, but apparently those days are gone forever. Because I've never met a group of people who are more interested in passing legislation without pay-fors, tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and well-connected people and well-off people at the expense of the middle class. And then they bring bills like this that will add millions and millions of dollars to our deficit. And I reserve my time.
Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague has talked a lot about the Victims of Communism Foundation and the bill that has been introduced to support their efforts. But unfortunately, he misses the point of the bill. Congress specifically chartered the Victims of Communism Foundation to study the abuses of communism. This was actually signed into law in 1993 by President Bill Clinton. We have no doubt that harmful political ideologies besides communism exist. But the point of this bill is to educate students specifically about communism. There's an acute need to educate students on the topic, given how many students are ignorant of communism's abuses, and this is the work that the Victims of Communism Foundation is best equipped to conduct. If they wish to expand, they're free to introduce their own bill covering other topics. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, so I'm having trouble following this debate, Mr. Speaker. I just raised an issue about the fact that one of the bills, H.R. 7198, is not paid for, that it's a violation of Republicans' own cut-go rules, that this bill, as passed, will add to the deficit. And then the gentleman just started talking about communism. I mean, the reality is, again, I'll repeat, that one of the bills here, H.R. 7198, needs a special waiver to protect it from a point of order, a Republican point of order, the cut-go point, on cut-go, because this bill adds to the deficit. Now, Republicans could have paid for it, they could have found an offset, but they chose not to. They chose to protect it from a point of order. So that was my question. I don't know what communism has to do with the CBO estimate that this bill will add millions of dollars to the deficit. But anyway, I just wanted to make that clear in case people who are watching this are confused about the gentleman's response to the point I raised, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire whether the gentleman wants to answer the CBO question or whether he wants me to close?
Prepared for you to close.
All right.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, let us talk about priorities. My Republican colleagues have theirs all screwed up, and I'm being really kind here. They're lecturing us about communism instead of talking about real struggles facing American families. One of the speakers got up and complained that this is like deja vu all over again. I mean, they, the Republicans, are in charge and they set the agenda around here. And these are their priority bills. This is what we're wasting time doing, their bills. We're talking about studies to inform kids about communism in schools rather than talking about things that are going to lower health care costs or lower food prices or help small businesses or do anything that's going to make any difference in the lives of average people in this country. I mean, they're talking about what bathrooms people should use instead of talking about grocery prices. I think one of them tweeted 326 times about bathrooms in a 72-hour period. I mean, these people are just strange. It is weird what's going on around here. And if you go out and actually listen to people in this country, Mr. Speaker, they will tell you what they want. And it ain't what my friends on the other side have us here debating today. They want politicians to stop catering to those at the top. Yet look at who Donald Trump is empowering in his new administration. This is not what people wanted. I mean, it looks like the requirements to be in the Trump White House are that you either abuse women or you're an out-of-touch billionaire. What's next? Are they going to replace FBI background checks with a Fox News screen test? I mean, forget about a White House cabinet. Donald Trump is making it into a junk drawer. His Commerce Secretary, a billionaire. Big surprise. I don't think this guy is capable of understanding what average people in my district deal with. His Education Secretary, yet another billionaire. What's her qualification? She ran WWE. I guess some schools have wrestling programs. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. His new Attorney General pick, an election denier. The person he tapped to lead Health and Human Services, he thinks tap water turns kids gay. His Defense Secretary, I mean, this guy is probably dropping out momentarily. Apparently, he drinks on the job and paid to cover up his sexual assault allegations. Even his mom doesn't like him. I mean, these people don't shop at grocery stores. Do you think that they pump their own gas or cook their own food? Of course not. These are people who hop on helicopters to avoid traffic, poster children for the out-of-touch elites, and the Republicans are bending over backwards for them. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's not just bad governance, Mr. Speaker. These fights matter because they are fundamentally about who we want working for us. These people are going to make important decisions that are going to impact all of us, all of us. Now, do we want people who understand our struggles? People who will fight for regular folks? Or do we want billionaire trust fund weirdos who just prop up the same broken, rigged system that helps themselves and screws over the rest of us? Now I can anticipate what my good friend, the chairman of the Rules Committee, is going to say when he closes. He's going to accuse me of Trump derangement syndrome, which he usually always does. But what's deranged here is what is happening right before our very eyes. These crazy picks that have no interest in what average people in this country care about. I'll say it again. People in this country voted for lower food prices and cheaper rent, not whatever the hell this is. And guess what? Democrats are listening. We're not lecturing. And we are going to fight for what matters: lowering costs, building an economic system that works for everyone, and taking power from corporations and those at the top and returning it back to the American people where it belongs. We're going to fight for young people who can't afford a down payment on a house, for parents taking items out of the cart at the grocery store in order to make ends meet, for workers who come home after a long shift and get in the shower and wonder how the hell they're ever going to retire if Republicans cut Social Security and Medicare. Because guess what? We believe everybody, no matter where they come from or who they vote for, should live with dignity and have hope for a better future. Mr. Speaker, I do not believe any of what my Republican friends are talking about on the floor today is in line with what the American people voted for. All this stuff that we're talking about here today, that is not what people voted for. And people are probably scratching their heads saying, what the hell is happening in the United States House of Representatives? And come January, Republicans will have the slimmest majority of any party in almost a century. And I want to make the American people a promise. Democrats will show up. We're not going to let them get away with taking away people's health care. We're not going to let them get away with rolling back the clock and taking this country backwards. We will show up. We are going to work with the American people. We're going to listen to the American people. We pledge to work with my Republican friends where we can. But I'm going to tell you this, we're going to fight like hell for an economic system where all of us can succeed and nobody gets left behind. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote on this rule, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president-elect, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that admonition. I'll try to be careful to keep that in mind during my closing remarks. I do want to yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
And the gentleman from Massachusetts is correct. He has provided me ample opportunity to study the clinical material, the psychological material for Trump derangement syndrome, and I do feel that I've got an advanced degree in that after spending these years on the Rules Committee with him. But let me bring us back to the focus of the bills before us and the Prove It Act, H.R. 7198. The gentleman bemoans the fact that the American people sent us here for lower prices at the grocery store, pay more attention to how their lives have been affected by this out-of-control government that we've seen for the last 4 years. I don't know where the gentleman has been for the last 4 years, but I've had trouble getting a phone call answered by a cabinet secretary for 4 years. I, unfortunately, am not going to be serving here any longer after this Congress, but I'm actually excited about a time when Congress can interact with the heads of federal agencies and get their calls returned. That'll be a novel approach. But as regards to the Prove It Act, I mean, let's focus for a minute on what this bill does. This requires federal agencies to provide transparency regarding the impact of federal regulatory decisions on small businesses. Well, that's so simple. If you're worried about prices, might you also not want to consider the cost that the regulatory regime of this administration has imposed upon businesses, and what happens to those costs? They're not just absorbed by the business, they're passed along to the consumer. That's the way it all works. So providing regulatory relief for our small businesses will prevent small businesses from having to pass those costs on to their consumers. The Regulatory Flexibility Act was enacted. This is not a new phenomenon. This was enacted back in 1980 and requires federal agencies to consider the effects their regulations on small businesses and other small entities. The RFA's goal is to reduce the economic impact of agency regulation on small businesses. That sounds like a good thing to me. If you're trying to consider opportunities to lower costs to the consumer, it seems like that's just exactly the type of thing you would want to do. In 1996, long before Donald Trump became president, in 1996, Congress amended the Regulatory Flexibility Act to add judicial review relative to some of its provisions, to require some agencies to hold small business advocacy review panels and mandate that federal agencies produce regulatory compliance guidelines. Congress has not amended the RFA since 2010, when it made technical corrections and it mandated that the newly formed Consumer Financial Protection Bureau convene small business review panels when promulgating rules. Again, all of that seems like good government and a good idea, especially in an environment where you want to control cost. After Congress enacted the Regulatory Flexibility Act, some evidence suggests that federal agencies seriously undertook the policy of reducing the regulatory burden on small businesses, but evidence shows that the burden on small businesses continues to increase. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we're here. That burden continues to increase. What happens then is the cost of goods and services increase, and those are passed on to customers who are our constituents who sent us here to do something about the high prices that they pay. And Mr. Speaker, I urge this body to support the rule, the underlying pieces of legislation. These bills solve critical issues facing our country today. They are thoughtfully drafted and worthy of bipartisan support. I want to thank the Committee on Education and Workforce. I want to thank the Committee on Judiciary for their work on these bills, and again urge a strong showing of support in this body. Now, just to comment briefly on the ranking member's issue with the waiver provided in the rule, before I yield back, I understand his role is to find shortcomings in what the Rules Committee produces. He's good at that. He does a fine job of that. But he also tends to have a very short memory of when he held the gavel. So I will remind the ranking member that when he had the gavel, his committee waived pay-go 25 times, which is more than the majority by several factors. I'm proud of the work we've done on the committee, even with the challenges that the ranking member can appreciate. Again, I urge this body to support this rule, support the underlying legislation. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the ordering of the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. What purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts State recognized? The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of voting for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 4th, 2024 at 11:23 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 1956, Senate 2514, Senate 3277, Senate 4107, Senate 4243, Senate 4569, Senate 5355, that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 5536, H.R. 7764, appointment co-chairperson of the Commission on the Future of the Navy. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone for further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9360.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9360, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 300 Macedonia Lane in Knoxville, Tennessee, as the Reverend Harold Middlebrook Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a post office that I'd like to name in honor of Reverend Harold Middlebrook. He is he's a well-known figure in our community. He's a civil rights leader. He was a close friend of Dr. Martin Luther King. As a matter of fact, he was part of the Memphis sanitation workers strike in Memphis, Tennessee. He was arrested multiple times for alleged violations, but as we know, those weren't real violations. He was exhibiting his constitutional right. He was at the Lorraine Motel when King was assassinated. And in 1986, he founded the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commemoration Commission in Knoxville. And for the record, every year they have that march. It is the coldest day in Knoxville. I always remember that because it is always cold. And Dr. Middlebrook has been a dear friend. And I will say for the record that he has never voted for me, and he probably never will vote for me, but he's still my dear friend. And I had him, when I was mayor, I had him come speak to the kids in my office. We took him to lunch and just describe, because I wanted them to know what they endured during the civil rights movement and what this country endured. I think it's more important than seeing it in black and white on TV or reading it in a magazine, to see it and hear it from his eyes. He spent his whole life befriending and mentoring folks in our community. He has been a dear friend to me in our Knoxville community, and he is a pretty dignified guy. And I just would hope that we could pass this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in very strong support of H.R. 9360 for 2 reasons. One is the reason of process, which is that I understand is the unanimous support of the Tennessee congressional delegation, which has always been the process threshold for these bills. And secondly, because of the substance. Harold Middlebrook was born in Memphis, as my distinguished colleague, Mr. Burchett, tells us. He went to Morehouse, and he became involved as a college student in the civil rights movement, and he was active both with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. At SNCC, he participated with Bob Moses and Ivanhoe Donaldson and a number of the other activists in SNCC, which was the organization which went door to door registering to people to vote at great risk to life and limb. And they coined the expression, one person, one vote, later assimilated into the Supreme Court's one person, one vote, equal protection discourse in Reynolds versus Sims and Westbury versus Sanders. But it started as a slogan of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Reverend Middlebrook came to pastor churches in Memphis, in Bolivar, and in Knoxville. He founded the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commemoration Commission of Knoxville in honor of his late friend. So it's an honor to be able to rise in support of this legislation to create a post office that will be named in honor of Harold Middlebrook. And I urge passage of the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We urge passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support this bill to honor Reverend Harold Middlebrook, and I should have said in my notes earlier that there was an Urban League dinner, and Dr. Middlebrook, I thought, kind of had carried a heavy load his whole life, and I remembered he was sitting off to the side, and I was mayor of the county, and they asked me to come sit at the head table with all the leaders, and Dr. Middlebrook was not at that table, and my wife and I, we sat over to the side with Harold Middlebrook, and because I told him, I said, "You run with the ones that brung you, preacher," and he laughed and smiled, and he told us great stories all night, and I meant to say that, and I apologize, and I'm proud to support this bill to honor my dear friend, Reverend Harold Middlebrook, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9360? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-709 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 709, an act to improve performance and accountability in the federal government and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, the Federal Agency Performance Act, which provides additional transparency, accountability, and priorities for the federal government. Federal agencies have many different missions. To meet these missions, they are required to develop goals and objectives. Developing the goal is an important first step towards progress. However, we know that more must be done to ensure that these goals and objectives are being achieved. The Government Performance and Results Act of 1993, as later modernized in 2010 by a Reform Act known as GPRAMA, GIPRAMA, as it is noted in my notes here, phonetically. It collectively established a solid foundation of reforms to improve the overall performance and outcomes of federal agencies. GIPRAMA addressed a number of issues such as focusing attention on cross-cutting management issues, enhancing the usefulness of performance information, increasing transparency, and ensuring leadership, commitment, and attention to improving the performance of federal agencies. S-709 builds upon existing law to codify the performance management practices that have shown the most positive results. This bill requires agencies to proactively assess their progress towards achieving their strategic goals and objectives. It ensures that merely developing the goal is not enough. Agencies will be required to track their progress and develop plans to address identified risks to not achieving their stated goals. This bill also requires agencies to determine whether they need more evidence to better assess their progress. Agencies would also be required to assign senior leadership attention to completing these efforts, a common sense reform that ensures that the work gets done, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Oversight Committee members William Timmons and Ro Khanna for leading the House companion to this bill. I urge all my colleagues to support this important, sensible, and bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of the Federal Agency Performance Act. I also want to thank our colleagues, Mr. Timmons and Mr. Khanna, for leading this bill to modernize the Government Performance and Results Act of 1993, which we refer to as GIPRA, I believe. I'm pleased to support this bipartisan legislation. I want to thank Senator Peters, the chair of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, for his leadership of the bill. On the Senate side, GIPRA established a performance management framework in 1993 for federal government agencies. It was last modernized in 2010, so we're overdue serious attention to make sure the framework is operating as effectively, as smoothly as it can. This bill would promote both accountability and transparency. It would codify OMB's practice of conducting regular strategic reviews of federal agency performance goals, and it would also set new requirements to improve publicly available data on performance.gov, allowing the public greater transparency into agency progress towards the goals that have been set forth. The bill makes common sense updates to ensure agencies are providing services to the people as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And that's why we have a government, to serve the people. I encourage all my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my dear friend from South Carolina, the gentleman, Mr. Timmons.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of S709, the Federal Agency Performance Act. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Mr. Khanna, for partnering with me on the House companion version of this important bill, and Chairman Comer for his support. The Federal Agency Performance Act will help the incoming Trump administration root out waste, fraud, and abuse within many federal agencies. The Government Performance and Results Modernization Act of 2010 already made important strides in improving agency performance. This bill builds on those reforms by introducing new, proven practices that will reduce frivolous spending of taxpayer dollars. Specifically, the bill requires agencies to develop clear strategic plans for how taxpayer money is allocated. But just as importantly, it holds agency employees accountable by requiring them to report their progress towards achieving those goals. By establishing a more rigorous strategic review process, improving access to publicly available data, and incorporating evidence-based practices into planning, we create a stronger framework for how taxpayer money is spent. This leads to greater transparency and accountability, not just for individual agencies, but across the government as a whole. To increase government efficiency and demand accountability, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I don't see anybody else.
Oh, sorry. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Yeah, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
No further speakers, Mr. Speaker, so we would just urge everybody to pass this, and I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Do what? Do this first. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back for the balance of my time, and I call for the yeas and nays. And I apologize for my inability to grasp
the gentleman yields.
Movement here.
The chair accepts his apology. It is. Will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 709 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I call for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Is that a new script? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8976.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8976, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 20 West White Street in Millstadt, Illinois, as the Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
It's the first time I've been called the gentleman from Tennessee that many times, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Illinois for Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt. Wyatt joined the United States Marine Corps shortly after graduating high school in June of 2001. On December 3, 2004, Corporal Wyatt was killed while stopping a suicide bomber's truck at the gates of his forward operating base in Iraq. And I support naming a post office in memory of Corporal Wyatt, and I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill. And as a Historical note, my father was a corporal in the United States Marine Corps, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I'm rising in support of H.R. 8976, which has bipartisan support. Again, it's an honor to be able to support legislation named after Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt, who is a proud member of a military family who joined the Marine Corps after graduating from high school in June of 2001. He was assigned to the 5th Battalion, 10th Marine Regiment, 2nd Marine Division in Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Marine Corporal Matthew Wyatt was deployed to the Iraqi-Jordanian border, where tragically he was killed in action at the age of 21. We urge passage of this legislation, which would honor his legacy by naming him a post office in his hometown of Millstadt, Illinois, after him. We urge passage of the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Marine, Mr. Bost.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8976, to rename the post office in Millstadt, Illinois, in honor of fallen hero Corporal Matthew Wyatt. Matt was a Marine serving in Iraq, Al-Anbar province, and when a suicide bomber approached his base in a truck loaded with explosives, Matt and another Marine quickly took action to attempt to block the breach, but the explosion killed both the servicemen instantly. Yesterday marked the 20th anniversary of their passing. Now, despite the passage of time, it's a mile marker that I'm sure gets no easier for his loved ones left behind. It's a pain many of us could not imagine. You see, Matt had something special. He had something he couldn't learn by watching television or even being taught in a classroom. He was instilled with a commitment to his country that is really tough to find today. You know, I spoke to Matt's background, and I introduced this legislation in the spring, but it's important for me to share it again. Military service was in Matt's blood. He came from his father, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Alan Wyatt, and 2 grandfathers, 1 Army and 1 Navy. When his mother, Verlene, asked if he was willing to go to war without hesitation, Matt said yes. His bravery in battle earned him the Purple Heart and the Bronze Star. His commanding officer personally traveled to Millstadt to present the family with his medals. Though we mourn a precious life cut short, we honor a legacy that runs long. This is a small and meaningful tribute to a small town Southern Illinoisan who made a big difference for his country. And I'm proud today that the People's House is taking the opportunity to honor him. And I encourage all of my colleagues here to support this bill and the pass H.R. 8976, Corporal Matthew Wyatt of Millstadt, Illinois, Semper Fi Marine, hoorah. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Bosty.
The gentleman from Maryland.
I reserve the balance of my time.
It's my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Sorry, Dad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the naming of a post office after Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt. My mama lost her oldest brother in the Second World War, and to the day she died, she talked about him, and I could identify with what Marine Bost was just saying. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8976? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8841.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8841, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 114 Center Street East in Roseau, Minnesota, as the Floyd B. Olson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office located in Minnesota to honor Floyd Olson. Floyd B. Olson was born in Roseau, Minnesota, and served in the U.S. Army for 2 years following his high school graduation. He began working at the Roseau Post Office as a clerk in 1963 and was appointed postmaster in 1966. Floyd passed away on December 26, 2017 at the age of 86. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
The legislation would honor the life and legacy of the great Floyd B. Olson, Minnesota native and a community postmaster for 25 years, in addition to his important work making sure that the mail would be delivered through snow and sleet and rain. He was an Army veteran, an active member of a number of community groups, active in politics, and he belonged to the Roseau County Historical Society Board and the Postmasters Association. So we commend this legislation. We urge passage, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here to stand in support of my bill, H.R. 8841, to rename the post office in Roseau, Minnesota, in honor of Mr. Floyd B. Olson, who faithfully served as postmaster for the community for 25 years. Floyd was a staple in his community. Born in Roseau on November 9th, 1931, to a proud Swedish family, Floyd was named after Minnesota's Scandinavian governor. He went on to serve 2 years in the U.S. Army and married Marjorie in 1954. The two would go on to have 3 children together, Jeff, Sarah Jane, and Lisa. In addition to serving in the post office for nearly 30 years, he was a member of the Rose Free Lutheran Church, where he was an active participant in the board and charter member of the Rose Church Men's Club. He served as vice president of the Roseau County History Board for several years, and he served on the Roseau County Fair Board for 25 years. He looked forward to his Thursday morning coffee crew, loved the great outdoors, and any time he could get out into nature, and took a special pride in his 6 grandchildren and 3 great-granddaughters. Sadly, Mr. Olson passed away on December 26, 2017. He is remembered so fondly by his family and the Roseau community. A man of faith, a family man, a true public servant. I can think of no better person to dedicate this post office to. I am proud to have introduced this legislation in his honor and look forward to voting on it on the floor. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate the gentlelady on this legislation. My grandfather, who actually was in politics in Minnesota, was good friends with Floyd Olson, who also was in politics, and he was a 3-term governor, member, an active member of the Democratic Farm Labor Party, the 22nd governor of Minnesota. Under his leadership, Minnesota instituted a progressive income tax, created a social security program for older people, expanded the state's environmental conservation programs, guaranteed equal pay for women, and fought for the right to collective bargaining and a minimum wage. So he was quite a great figure, and it's hard to think of a more deserving figure in Minnesota than that of Floyd Olson. So we're delighted to endorse passage of this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Happy to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring Floyd B. Olson. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8841? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Oh, I gave you back my script. Or you took back my script. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1695 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1695, a bill to improve the visibility, accountability, and oversight of agency software asset management practices and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, the Strengthening Agency Management and Oversight of Software Asset Act. Federal agencies spend billions of dollars a year on software licenses without a full understanding of what they are purchasing and how it compares to what they are already paying for. The result is wasteful spending on duplicative and unnecessary software licenses. This legislation will provide Congress better insight into how our federal agencies purchase and use software and will improve government software purchasing without unduly limiting the procurement options of federal agencies. H.R. 1695 requires an agency to better manage its software and develop a plan for addressing any costly, unnecessary licenses. This will reduce wasteful spending and improve government efficiency. I want to thank Representative Cartwright, Fallon, and Mace for working to ensure that this legislation appropriately achieves its goals. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1695, the Samosa Act. I want to thank my friend and distinguished, eminent, erudite, and eloquent colleague, Mr. Cartwright of Pennsylvania, for his vigorous leadership on this bipartisan bill that will achieve big cost savings for the American people. The government's going to spend tens of billions of dollars this year on software purchases and maintenance, which is a big chunk of the estimated $100 billion that we'll spend on IT annually. Previous efforts to increase oversight and transparency of expenditures on software, including the Megabyte Act of 2016, have helped the agency save hundreds of millions of dollars over just 3 years, but serious challenges remain. For example, a recent audit by GAO found that software license data reported by the agencies was inconsistent due to wide variation in how agencies track and maintain their computer inventories and contracts. Current software contract and asset management practices fall short of achieving enough transparency to allow the agencies to purchase software products and services that actually will meet their needs and priorities. H.R. 1695, the Samosa Act, would require federal agency chief information officers to conduct comprehensive assessments of the software paid for by government or in use in government or being deployed there. These assessments would update and expand the software inventories required by the Megabyte Act. The bill would require agencies to submit these comprehensive assessments to GSA, OMB, GAO, and Congress to facilitate more effective oversight of federal software contracts. Agencies would be required to use these assessments to develop a plan to better manage software procurement and management, which would be required to include remediation of deficiencies, automation of management processes, and workforce training. The Senate Committee on Homeland Security says the bill could save taxpayers up to $5 billion a year. This bipartisan legislation will enable the federal government to operate more effectively, more efficiently, and more transparently. I'm happy to support its passage and am happy to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Congressman Cartwright, for 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about my bill, H.R. 1695, the Somoza Act, strengthening agency management and oversight of software assets Act. It is a signal mission, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Comer, Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Raskin. It's a signal mission of the Oversight Committee to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, and to take measures to correct such waste of money in the American taxpayers. This is legislation that will require all federal agencies to conduct a comprehensive assessment of their current software assets and restructure their operations to reduce unnecessary costs. The U.S. government is the largest single software customer in the world. Our federal government spends billions of taxpayer dollars every year on software licenses alone. Now, most of these software license purchases are purposeful, but some are redundant, duplicative, simply unnecessary. GAO reports have called out duplicative IT purchases and concluded that better tracking and inventory systems are necessary to avoid unnecessary purchases. But current software procurement processes lack transparency about what software assets are purchased and which ones are deployed by federal agencies. In fact, many of the government's software audits are done by the software vendors themselves. That's a stunning oversight. Additionally, rigid software licensing agreements restrict vendor competition, prevent federal agencies from accessing more cost-effective options. Congress took a step to improve oversight of the federal government software assets purchase when my bill, the Megabyte Act that Ranking Member Raskin just mentioned, passed the House and was signed into law in 2016. And I had the help of Republican Congressman Steve Russell from Oklahoma City, a fellow Oversight Committee member on that. The Megabyte Act directed agencies to maintain an inventory of software licenses and has saved American taxpayers over $450 million. H.R. 1695, Somoza, builds on the Megabyte Act's success by requiring independent assessment of software license management practices and contracts. This bill would also require the chief information officers to develop plans to improve negotiating power against software vendors. By requiring all federal agencies better to track their software purchases, this common sense bill will reduce waste, strengthen cybersecurity, and modernize government operations. The Strengthening Agency Management and Oversight of Software Assets Act, Somoza, symbolizes good governance, and it is a common-sense bipartisan solution. Again, I thank Oversight Chair Comer and Ranking Member Raskin for their support of my bill, and I thank Senators Peters and Cassidy, both former House members, for leading this measure in the United States Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and encourage swift passage of Somoza through the Senate. Thank you, and I yield back to Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman yields.
And we have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, so we're happy to yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields.
I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1695 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9598 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9598, a bill to amend the Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act to reauthorize such office and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, the Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act. We have a drug overdose crisis in this country. It's unacceptable and intolerable. In 2019, roughly 70,000 people in the United States died of an overdose. In 2021, that number rose to over 106,000, and in 2022 to over 111,000 deaths. In 2023, overdose deaths remained over 100,000, with over 107,000 Americans dying of an overdose. Overdose deaths remain near record highs. This is an ongoing, deadly national emergency that affects every community in our nation. The Office of National Drug Control Policy, or ONDCP, was established in the Executive Office of the President with the specific mission to coordinate the government-wide resources to combat the loss of life and human misery caused by illicit narcotics and overdoses. This bill, the Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act of 2024, will reauthorize ONDCP in two critical grant programs the office administers at current spending levels for the next 7 years. Specifically, the bill will reauthorize the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, which helps local law enforcement coordinate efforts to take down drug traffickers, and the Drug-Free Communities Program, which works in communities across the country to prevent young people from ever trying drugs in the first place. I commend the great Americans who work hard to get results through the Drug-Free Communities coalitions. We listened to these coalitions and ensured that the grant limitation for local communities was increased from $125,000 to $150,000 and gave the ONDCP director the ability to award up to 2 additional grants to eligible coalitions rather than the previous limit of 1. I want to thank Congressman John Duarte of California and Elisa Slocum of Michigan for their efforts to reauthorize HIDA. Key elements of this bipartisan bill, H.R. 7185, have been incorporated into this reauthorization bill to ensure that HIDA resources are used to combat fentanyl, including granting the Attorney General the authority to temporarily reassign U.S. attorneys to prioritize fentanyl trafficking. I'm sure that every single member of this committee in this Congress knows constituents and their families who have been tragically impacted by illicit narcotics, especially synthetic opioids like fentanyl. No drug has affected our communities more in recent years than fentanyl. The DEA has assessed that virtually all of the deadly fentanyl found in the United States is mass-produced by transnational criminal organizations in Mexico using precursor chemicals sourced from China and then smuggled into the United States across the southwest border. This bill requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to assess how an increase in encounters at the southwest border affects DHS's ability to prevent the unlawful entry of fentanyl and other illicit drugs into the United States. It also directs the ONDCP director to coordinate with the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, and State to ensure that the appropriate agencies are properly resourced to ensure that traffickers of illicit drugs are held accountable under Title VIII immigration authorities. I also want to thank Congresswoman Gonzalez of Puerto Rico and Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands for their work on H.R. 920 and ensuring that the Caribbean counter-narcotics strategy is codified in this reauthorization package, ensuring that ONDCP will properly assess the threat of drug trafficking into the United States through the Caribbean. Ranking Member Raskins, I want to thank you for your staff for working with us to make this important bill a reality over the past year. H.R. 9598 represents an important reauthorization effort in the House Oversight Committee's legislative jurisdiction. I also want to thank the chairs and ranking members of the Energy and Commerce and House Judiciary Committee and their professional staff for closely coordinating on our shared jurisdiction within this bill. I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill so we can keep the U.S. government's collective resources focused on addressing the national drug crisis in our great country. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the majority for working together with us to bring this bipartisan legislation to reauthorize the Office of National Drug Control Policy, or ONDCP, to the floor. The office has the critical responsibility to coordinate the whole of government response to the nation's continuing brutal addiction and substance abuse crisis, which affects every community in the land. In the face of this crisis, new data shows that opioid overdose deaths have decreased 14.5% over the 12-month period ending on June 30th, 2024, due in no small part to the strong actions of the Office of National Drug Control Policy. To understand the addiction and overdose crisis, the Biden-Harris administration sees the need to address the problem at both the levels of supply and demand. ONDCP has taken decisive action to intercept the flow of fentanyl and other illicit substances into the country. This reauthorization will further bolster our efforts to block the supply of drugs, including by funding the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, providing more than $275 million in grant-making to law enforcement entities that will help keep illicit and harmful drugs off of our streets. But the reauthorization also confronts the problem by countering the demand for illegal drugs. The Drug-Free Communities Program, for example, brings together approximately 35,000 people across the country to help prevent and combat youth substance abuse. I am proud this authorization would make sure that this successful grant program continues. Research shows also that harm reduction strategies, programs that meet people where they are, work. Under the Biden-Harris administration, ONDCP has adopted harm reduction strategies as part of the national campaign to address the addiction crisis and save lives. The office has supported community access to naloxone, syringe service programs, and fentanyl test strip distribution. The legislation will allow the office to continue these harm reduction programs and will direct an evidence-based examination of opioid reversal medications like naloxone. During last year's hearing examining reauthorization, we discussed the importance of empowering ONDCP to identify and respond to new and emerging illegal drug threats, including xylazine, a street drug that's used by veterinarians as a tranquilizer for large animals. This legislation will enable the office continue this work as new threats come to market and begin to besiege our communities. I thank the chairman and his staff for working with us on this bipartisan legislation in a bipartisan way, and I'm happy to support reauthorization through 2031. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Comer, for allowing us to do this. I rise in strong support of H.R. 9598, the Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act, of which I'm an original co-sponsor. And I'm pleased this legislation includes my bill, H.R. 920, the Caribbean Border Counter-Narcotics Strategy Act, to combat drug trafficking from the Caribbean region into the United States, with a particular focus on Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The smuggling of illicit drugs across our nation borders poses a major threat to our communities, fueling both the overdose epidemic and the drug-related violent crime. To tackle this, Congress has tasked the Office of National Drug Control Policy, or ONDCP, with overseeing and coordinating the federal government's counter-drug efforts. This includes the development and implementation of the National Drug Control Strategy every 2 years. By law, this strategy must also include supplemental strategies to prevent drug trafficking across the southwest and the northern border. In response to congressional directives placed in appropriations reports, ONDCP has also previously released strategies to combat the flow of illegal drugs coming through our third border in the Caribbean. However, unlike the existing statutory requirement to issue the southwest border and the northern border counter-narcotics strategies, there is currently no requirement in statute to develop this Caribbean border counter-narcotics strategy, despite the ongoing threats we face from drug traffickers operating in the region. For instance, according to data shared by the U.S. Coast Guard with my office, the known maritime cocaine flow in the U.S. moving throughout the Caribbean grew from 652 metric tons in fiscal year 2020 to 950 metric tons in fiscal year 2023, an almost 46% increase in this 4-year period. This proves that transnational criminal organizations continue to rely on Caribbean smuggling routes to transport illegal drugs and endanger communities across the nation. Nowhere is this risk more apparent than in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, home to 3.3 million Americans, and where the illicit activities of drug traffickers contribute to violence, and higher than average homicide rates. Just in fiscal year 2023 alone, federal law enforcement authorities seized over 80,000 kilograms of drugs in and around the two territories. Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands are also used as transshipment points to smuggle drugs into the mainland. Law enforcement agencies estimate that anywhere between 70 and 80% of the drugs that enters Puerto Rico are then transported to the continental U.S. This underscores that the threats posed by Caribbean-based drug traffickers are national in scope and require that the federal government has the necessary strategy in place to strengthen interdiction operations in the region. That's why we introduced H.R. 920, the Caribbean Borders Counter-Narcotics Strategy Act, which will codify the requirement for ONDCP to include Caribbean Border Counter-Narcotics Strategy in the National Drug Control Strategy, just as it is required by law to include a southwest border and a northern border counter-narcotics strategy. Additionally, to crack down on the financing schemes and money laundering operations that support this illicit narcotics trade, H.R. 920 will amend the definition of supply reduction in ONDCP's authorization to ensure the National Drug Control Strategy and its supplemental border strategies explicitly include activities to track and disrupt the financial networks of drug trafficking organizations. I want to especially thank Chairman Comer and his staff for working with us to incorporate my bill within H.R. 9598, the Bipartisan Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act. I also want to recognize Ranking Member Raskin for his support. And I want to thank Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, who was my co-lead in the Caribbean Border Counter-Narcotics, as well as Senator Reed Scott and Alex Padilla, who introduced the Senate companion to our bill. I urge our colleagues to support H.R. 9598, and I yield back.
I yield. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from Puerto Rico for her kind words. We have no further speakers, and I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
My colleagues, or Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for yielding, Chairman Comer. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the common sense, bipartisan Office of National Drug Control Policy Reauthorization Act of 2024. And I want to thank Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin for including provisions from legislation I introduced, the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Reauthorization Act. In this package, to help combat the fentanyl and drug epidemic in California's Central Valley and across the United States. The Federal High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, the HIDTA program, allows federal, state, and local law enforcement officials to share intelligence and pool resources to help get these dangerous drugs off of our streets and out of our schools. They do this through 33 individual HIDTAs that have been designated around the country, including throughout my district. In 2022, the Central Valley, California HIDTA seized over 1.4 million dosages of fentanyl, 3,000 kilograms of methamphetamine, 355 kilograms of cocaine, and 101 kilograms of heroin. And these seizures of illegal drugs are exponentially higher for the United States. However, the HIDTA program expired in 2023. The version of my HIDTA bill included by this larger package would authorize $298.5 million in funding for the HIDTA program, a $18.5 million increase. Renew this program through fiscal year 2031 and make $5 million available to individual HIDTAs across the country to further enhance their fentanyl seizure and interdiction activities. And in addition, I commend the local prosecutors and district attorneys in my community who work hard every day to put drug traffickers behind bars. But resources can be limited in California, and California's soft on crime and lenient bail policies don't help. These partnerships between federal and local prosecutors are critical to put these high-volume drug traffickers in prison for decades, not months. And that's what federal prosecution can do. Included in this package are additional provisions from my bill that would empower the U.S. Attorney General to assign federal prosecutors, known as assistant U.S. attorneys, to individual HIDTAs to investigate and prosecute organizations and individuals who are trafficking fentanyl in the United States to the fullest extent of federal law. Decades, not months. I am proud to have worked with local sheriffs and DAs in the Valley to develop my HIDTA, a bill my HIDTA bill, and appreciate their support for this important legislation that will help our communities become safer. I want to again thank Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Raskin for working with me on my HIDTA bill and including provisions in this program on the ONDCP package we are considering now. It is critical to ensure that law enforcement has the necessary tools and resources to continue to fight against fentanyl and the drug crisis across the United States. Protecting our communities and families from illegal drugs is not a partisan issue. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9598, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. You have the only time. Gentleman has the only time remaining for this debate. Do you yield?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this very important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9598 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kentucky?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested for. The yeas and nays are requested, and for those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. For having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceeding on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8717.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8717, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 20 West Main Street in Santaquin, Utah, as the Sergeant Bill Hoosier Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office located in Utah to honor Sergeant Hoosier. Sergeant Hoosier served as a law enforcement officer in Utah, where he was promoted up the ranks and proudly served as corporal, detective, and sergeant. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in proud support of H.R. 8717, Sergeant Bill Hoosier, as I understand it, Hooser, who's not from Indiana, but rather from Utah, launched his career in law enforcement when he joined the Santaquin City Police Department in 2017. In February of 2024, this year, he was promoted to sergeant for his strong commitment to keeping communities safe. He was tragically killed on duty May 5 of this year. We extend our very sincere condolences to his family and his friends and the whole community that was traumatized by his death. This legislation would honor Mr. Hooser, Sergeant Hooser's legacy by naming the post office in Santaquin after him. I want to thank the gentleman for introducing the legislation. We urge passage. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in honor of a true hero, Sergeant Bill Hooser, whose life was tragically taken on May 5th, 2024 in line of duty. Sergeant Hooser dedicated himself to protecting our communities, serving first in San Juan County Sheriff's Office in New Mexico, and later joined the Santaquin City Police Department in Utah in 2017. Just this last February, he was promoted to sergeant, a testament of his dedication and leadership. Sergeant Hooser gave 29 years of his life to his family, a devoted husband, a loving father to 2 daughters, and a proud grandfather. He also gave himself fully to his community, sacrificing everything to keep others safe. On May 5th, 2024, he was struck and killed by a tractor trailer during a high-speed chase on Interstate 15. His courage and selflessness are the very embodiment of what we ask for in our law enforcement officers each day. Utah has not faced a line of duty death since 2020, but this loss is a stark and sobering reminder of the risks our officers take every time they put on a uniform. Sergeant Hooser's passing is a wound in the heart of our state and a call for all of us to reflect on the costs of safety and security we often take for granted. Today, we have an opportunity to honor Sergeant Hooser's legacy in a lasting and meaningful way. My legislation, co-sponsored by the entire Utah House delegation, will rename the Santaquin Post Office to Sergeant Bill Hooser's Post Office Building. This act ensures that Sergeant Hooser's sacrifice is remembered by future generations. It's a small gesture in the face of an immense loss, but it carries a profound message. Utah will not forget its heroes. Sergeant Hooser's family, your loss is immeasurable, and your grief is shared by our grateful state. May God comfort you and give you strength. And to our law enforcement officers across the country, know that we see you, we value you, and we stand with you. Let us come together today to pass this legislation and honor Sergeant Bill Hooser's courage, his sacrifice, and enduring legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman is
reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring Sergeant Hooser, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8717? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule is suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8919.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8919, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 151 Highway 74 South in Peachtree City, Georgia, as a Sergeant First Class Sean McCloskey Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Georgia for Sergeant First Class Sean P. McCloskey. In response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, McCloskey enlisted in the Army after his graduation from North Cobb High School. On September 16, 2009, McCloskey was conducting a mounted patrol in Afghanistan when his vehicle was fatally struck by an improvised explosive device, an IED. I support naming a post office in memory of Sergeant First Class McCloskey, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of H.R. 8919. Sean McCloskey was a member of the 3rd Battalion, 7th Special Forces Group as an engineer sergeant in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. While serving as an intelligence sergeant, Army Sergeant First Class Sergeant McCloskey gave the ultimate sacrifice on September 16, 2009, when he was killed by enemy forces on his 3rd deployment to Afghanistan. We urge passage of legislation which would honor his legacy and the sacrifice of Sergeant McCloskey and his family by naming a post office after him. If I could add, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say something about the process by which we adopt post office namings, because I'm not sure that the whole Congress, much less the public, understands what we do. But this has been, for decades, a bipartisan process where a member who is seeking to get a post office named after someone in his or her district will go and get the support of every member of that delegation, whether it's the Kentucky delegation, as in the case of the distinguished chairman, the Maryland delegation, in my case, and so on. And then once all of the members of that delegation, on a bipartisan basis, if it's bipartisan, have signed off, then it comes to our committee. We package them together and we bring them to the floor, precisely because we don't want it to be a matter of controversy. It should be a unifying thing for us when the beautiful thing occurs of naming a post office after someone. Now, alas, we've got a problem, and I'm hoping that our experienced and talented chairman will help us resolve it. Apparently, in the Texas delegation, there are people who are refusing to sign on to bills on a bipartisan basis, and that's causing a lot of rancor, it's causing a lot of division, and we don't want this whole thing to blow up. We don't want it to be said that this is the first Congress in decades that can't even name a post office after someone. So I would just urge the chairman to work with us to help our colleagues in Texas get to yes and to return to what has been protocol, policy, and custom in the Oversight Committee for the last several decades. And with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield, I might add to what Mr. Raskin said. There was also a bill that the minority party had that didn't get all the delegation in his home state of Maryland, but we passed that bill through the committee as well. So I understand what his argument is, but again, both post offices were, I think, of the utmost importance to the sponsors and the majority of each state's delegation. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentleman, my dear friend from Georgia, who will be greatly missed upon his retirement in this great body. I yield to Mr. Ferguson from Georgia, 4 minutes.
The distinguished gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8918, which designates the United States Post Office in Peachtree City, Georgia, as the Sergeant First Class Sean McCloskey Post Office. After working in construction since graduating in North Cobb High School, Sergeant First Class McCloskey enlisted in the Army in response to 9/11. Sergeant First Class McCloskey was killed in action on September the 16th, 2009. It was during his 3rd deployment in Afghanistan when an IED struck his vehicle, and he was conducting a mounted patrol in the Afghan city of Gurguri. And that was in support of operations while serving with Company B, 3rd Battalion, 7th Special Forces Group. Mr. Speaker, Sergeant First Class McCloskey earned the title of Green Beret as Special Forces Engineer Sergeant and was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, the Purple Heart Medal, Army Commendation Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, Non-Commissioned Officer Professional Deployment Ribbon, a NATO Medal, Combat Infantry Badge, Senior Parachutist Badge, Special Operations Diver Supervisor Badge, and the Special Forces tab. Sergeant First Class McCloskey left behind his wife Jessica, his 2 children, Katie and Colin, as well as his parents, Patrick and Catherine, and many other friends and family. Although this nation can never fully repay Sergeant First Class McCluskey for making the ultimate sacrifice, renaming this post office is a solemn tribute to his courageous service and ultimate sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We restate our strong support for the post office being named after Mr. McCluskey in honor of his service and his sacrifice, and in recognition of the sacrifice of his whole family. And I'm sorry to intrude on Mr. McCluskey's time here by just returning to the general problem we're having. I thank the chairman for his remarks, and I thank him also for helping us to pair together a post office favored by a member of the minority with a post office favored by a member of the majority, both of whom did not get the complete support of their delegations. And so we paired them together, and we've decided to proceed in a bipartisan way to make that happen. But I'm just addressing the general problem that this seems to be spinning out of control a little bit, where there are members who are deliberately blocking unanimous consensus within their state. And that's going to create real problems, and we don't want it to be a tit-for-tat situation where we have legislative sharpshooters trying to bring down post office namings in someone else's district or someone else's state. And I hope we could sit together and have a meeting and brainstorm about this for the next session, because this is obviously at the very lowest level of the Maslow hierarchy of legislative need. But if we can't even get together to do the postal namings, as we've done for decades, it doesn't hold a lot of promise for bigger things like the budget and climate change and so on. So I do hope the chairman would work with us in trying to address both the specific state eruptions that have occurred, and let's hope that we can keep them from spilling outward. And that's not any kind of finger pointing. We've had the problem on both sides, as the chairman knows, and let's just see what we can do to restore what I think has been a very good tradition and custom and policy for several decades. With that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring Sergeant First Class Sean McCluskey, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky. The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The gentleman from Maryland still has time.
But we have no further speakers, and we're prepared to close.
All right. The gentleman has the only time remaining. Gentleman yields.
I yield back the balance of my time.
All right. So the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8919? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9600.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9600, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 119 Main Street in Plains, Georgia, as a Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Plains, Georgia, for Jimmy and Rosalind Carter. Jimmy Carter married Rosalind Carter in 1946. Jimmy Carter served as the governor of Georgia until 1974, before serving as president of the United States from 1977 to 1981. During their time in the White House, Ms. Carter worked tirelessly to assist refugees escaping Cambodia's genocide and was a strong proponent for mental health. And I might add, Mr. Speaker, I may not have agreed with all of President Carter's policies. From a historical standpoint, I was a very young boy when he was president. I've always been a fan of the Carter family. Their great Christianity, their great support for Habitat for Humanity, and I believe that President Carter will go down in history as one of the greatest former presidents in the United States of America. So I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in very strong support of H.R. 9600. President Carter was a great patriot, a great humanitarian, a great citizen. He, of course, was a member of the Georgia State Senate. He wrote a beautiful book about his rise in politics. He was the governor of Georgia, and he was, at 100 years old, I think our longest lived president that we ever had. He did remarkable things in office, and he did remarkable things when leaving office. His wife, Rosalind Carter, was an extraordinary First Lady, beloved by our whole country. So we're going to urge passage of this legislation, and I will yield now for 6 minutes time to my good friend from Georgia, Congressman Bishop, for any remarks he may have on this occasion.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from yielding, and I rise as the sponsor of H.R. 9600, a legislation to designate the United States Postal Facility in Plains, Georgia, as the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Post Office. President Jimmy Carter and the late First Lady Rosalind Carter dedicated their lives in service to their community, their country, and the world. Together they rose to the greatest heights, supporting and cherishing one another along the way as they helped people across Georgia, America, and across the globe. Yet, no matter where they went, they remained grounded and humble, and Plains always remained home in their hearts. Jimmy and Rosalind Carter both grew up in Plains and attended Plains High School. They married in 1946 and would go on to spend 77 cherished years together until Mrs. Carter's passing in November of 2023. President Carter graduated from the United States Naval Academy in 1946 and was an active duty service member for 7 years. Following the death of his father, Jimmy took over the family's struggling peanut farm, quickly turning its fortunes around with Rosalind's help and support every step of the way. Wanting to be more involved in the local Plains community, Jimmy began advocating for racial integration at his church. He ran and won a seat on the Sumter County School Board and served as its chairman for 2 years. In 1962, Carter decided to run for the Georgia State Senate, where he would go on to serve 2 terms. In 1970, Senator Jimmy Carter launched his campaign for governor, and Rosalind took a leading role on the campaign trail. Following Jimmy Carter's election as governor, Mrs. Carter served as Georgia's First Lady from 1971 to 1975, where she would take on the role of her husband's most trusted advisor and confidant. In his inaugural address as governor, Carter famously declared that the time for racial discrimination is over. Mrs. Carter made her own mark in public policy, serving on the governor's commission to improve services for the mentally and emotionally handicapped. Governor Jimmy Carter completed his term in January of 1975. Prior to moving back to Plains from Atlanta, Governor Carter had already announced his intention to make what would become his successful run for the presidency of the United States in the 1976 election. As president, Jimmy Carter showed great success in international affairs, delivering the Camp David Accords, Panama Canal Treaties, SALT II Treaty, and the establishment of diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China. He also delivered on his domestic agenda, signing legislation to establish the United States Department of Education, expanding the Head Start program, successfully making America less dependent on foreign energy, and protecting millions of acres of public lands for future generations. As an equal partner to her husband, Rosalind Carter attended many cabinet members and attended weekly business meetings with President Carter, where she would draw his attention to the policy issues of the day. In 1977, President Carter appointed Rosalind the honorary chair of the President's Commission on Mental Health. And thanks to her advocacy and testimony before the United States Senate, Congress passed the Mental Health Systems Act, and it was signed into law by President Carter on October 7, 1980. Following the Carter's loss in the 1980 presidential election, Jimmy and Rosalind continued their ministry of service after their time in the White House with the same vigor and urgency, becoming heavily involved in Habitat for Humanity. In 1982, they founded the Carter Center, a nonprofit human rights organization, which has since become famous for its work to eradicate disease, strengthen democracies, and alleviate human suffering all around the world. In 1999, Jimmy and Rosalind Carter were jointly awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor, by President Bill Clinton. And in 2002, President Carter received the Nobel Peace Prize for his decades of untiring effort to find peaceful solutions to international conflicts, to advance democracy and human rights, and to promote economic and social development. On a personal note, it has been a privilege to call Jimmy and Rosalind Carter my friends and fellow Southwest Georgians for over 5 decades. I'll always cherish their friendship as well as their sage counsel and advice, which has been invaluable to me as I've served in Congress. Mr. Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to support H.R. 9600, legislation to designate the U.S. Postal Facility in Plains, Georgia, as the Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Post Office. This is a small but meaningful gesture we can make to honor 2 dedicated servant leaders who spent their lives working in behalf of others. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bishop, for those beautiful and eloquent words. I'm not sure in the extraordinary encyclopedia of President Carter's accomplishments if you had a chance to mention his work with Habitat for Humanity, but I got to work on a Habitat for Humanity project once with President Carter, and that is an indelible experience in my mind. He's someone who operated with great compassion, as Lincoln said, with malice toward none, with charity for all. So thank you for doing this, and that will be an amazing post office for people to be able to go to, and people will be able to travel there with pride. With that, we have no further speakers, and we will yield back to you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and designate a post office for Jimmy and Rosalind Carter, 2 people that lived a purpose-driven life, that are model Americans, and done a lot for the community of Plains, Georgia, as well as all across America and the world for that matter. I urge support of this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9600? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 be in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose of the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6116.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6116, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 14280 South Military Trail in Delray Beach, Florida, as the Benjamin Beryl Ferencz Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Delray Beach, Florida, for Benjamin Beryl Ferencz. Benjamin Ferencz was an American lawyer and investigator of Nazi war crimes following World War II. He served as the chief prosecutor of the United States Army at and I encourage my colleagues to support naming of a post office. I reserve the balance of my time.
Time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in very strong support and great pride in this legislation, H.R. 6116, and I'm proud to yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Frankel, for any remarks she may have for a period of 5 minutes.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chair and ranking member for your help in bringing this bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise with immense pride to support my bill to name a post office in Delray Beach, Florida, after Benjamin Burrell Ferencz, a Congressional Gold Awardee, a man whose life was a masterclass in courage, justice, and humanity. And I'm deeply honored to say that Mr. Ferencz was my constituent who enjoyed the latter years of his life in a vibrant community of retirees called Kings Point, where he was not only a neighbor, but an inspiration to those who knew him. And the post office is situated in the very community where Mr. Ferencz and his neighbors lived and will stand as a daily reminder of his incredible life and legacy and bring much pride to the community. Mr. Ferencz's story is extraordinary. He was the last living Nuremberg prosecutor when he passed away at the remarkable age of 103. During World War II, Mr. Ferencz served as an anti-aircraft military unit in the U.S. Army before being assigned to gather evidence of Nazi crimes. That assignment led him to witness firsthand the horrors of the concentration camp where millions of Jews and others were systematically murdered. He later described that experience as having peered into hell. And at just 27 years old, with remarkable courage and resolve, Ben served as the chief prosecutor in one of the Nuremberg trials, what scholars have called the biggest murder trial in history. It was his first case as a lawyer, and he successfully prosecuted 22 high-ranking Nazi officials responsible for the deaths of over 1 million people. His work set a global standard for justice and accountability and made clear that even the most powerful prosecutors or perpetrators of evil would face consequences. And his fight for justice did not end in the courtroom. For the rest of his life, he was a tireless advocate for global peace, for human rights, and the rule of law. He believed in building a better and more compassionate world where atrocities would never happen again. And now, more than ever, Mr. Speaker, his legacy calls to us because anti-Semitism is on the rise, with 2023 marking the highest recorded incidences in U.S. history. The Jewish people, and indeed all who value justice and tolerance, are facing growing threats. Mr. Ferencz warned us that creating a world of tolerance and compassion would be a long and arduous task, and that task remains unfinished. By naming this post office after Mr. Ferencz, we honor not only the man, but we also the principles he dedicated his life to: justice, dignity, and the fight against hatred and division. It is a reminder for all of us to stand against the forces of hate and division and recommit to building a future defined by justice and humanity. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ms. Frankel, the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, for bringing this forward. Mr. Ferencz was indeed a great lawyer, a great humanitarian, and a great defender of freedom and democracy, and we're proud to be able to push this legislation forward. We will reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my friend,
Mr. Raskin for yielding time to me. And I'd like to thank my good friend, Congresswoman Frankel, for her efforts to recognize the hard work and dedication of Benjamin Ferencz by naming a post office in his honor. In the wake of World War II and the Holocaust, Mr. Ferencz bravely prosecuted Nazis during the Nuremberg trials. Mr. Ferencz's family fled Jewish persecution in Romania and immigrated to the United States when he was just a baby. He later studied law, joined the U.S. Army, and through his military service and his tireless pursuit of justice at the Nuremberg trials, he proved himself to be a true American patriot. At a time of rising anti-Semitism, both globally and in this country, it is crucial to honor Mr. Ferencz. He fought to hold accountable those responsible for anti-Semitic actions that led to the unprecedented murder of 6 million innocent Jews. Today, as I mentioned, we are seeing a frightening rise of anti-Semitism all across our country and around the globe. And we are seeing the growth of Holocaust deniers, people who deny that the 6 million Jews were murdered in cold blood, people who blame these deaths on the victims themselves. And we are seeing victim blaming in other instances of anti-Semitism, for example, what just happened in Amsterdam. But Ben Ferencz knew the truth of what happened, and he was willing to hold people accountable. As the first Jewish member of Congress elected from my home state of North Carolina, it is both a privilege and an honor to recognize a fellow Jew who served his country and his people with distinction and honor. Mr. Ferencz was the embodiment of the biblical instruction, justice, justice you shall pursue. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, Ms. Frankel, for her efforts to make sure this gold medal is awarded to such, or this post office is named for such a deserving honoree.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, my colleague, and indeed my cousin, for her thoughtful and eloquent remarks about Mr. Ferencz. We have no further speakers, and we are happy to yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support this legislation and urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6116? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7158.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7158, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 201 East Battles Road in Santa Maria, California, as the Larry Lavinio Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from New York, or Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Santa Maria, Maryland, for Larry Lavino. Larry is a longtime Santa Maria resident as well as a Navy veteran. He served on the Santa Maria City Council as mayor. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7158, and I now yield to the gentleman from California, Congressman Carvajal, for any remarks he may have for 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage every member of this chamber to support my legislation honoring the legacy and service of one of the favorite sons of Santa Maria, California, former mayor and veteran Larry Lavanino. My bill would name the post office in Santa Maria in recognition of Larry Lavanino's steadfast love and service for Santa Maria, including 10 years as its mayor from 2002 to 2012. Larry's story is homegrown. He started as a local kid attending Santa Maria schools, including Santa Maria Union High School and Allen Hancock College. After earning his degree, he served in the United States Navy for 4 years. After the Navy, he returned home and began his service to Santa Maria as a supervisor's staff member in county government. Later, after an extensive career in the private sector, he continued his public service as a city council member, then as mayor. During his time as mayor, Santa Maria saw a new library, transit center, 3 new fire stations, a new police department building, and an expansion of a wastewater treatment plant, and much more. He also secured more than $46 million in federal funding for improvements to the Santa Maria levee, which protects thousands of homes and businesses. Thanks to his service as mayor, his leadership in Santa Maria Valley Beautiful and the Elks Lodge, and his work in many other roles, Santa Maria would not be the same place without him. And his championing of bipartisanship, a Republican working across the aisle with Democrats to get things done, is exactly the kind of spirit we need more of here in Washington. Every community should be lucky, so lucky, to have a Larry Lavanino. So again, I ask my colleagues to join me in this recognition so we can thank Larry, his wife Donna, and his children for this incredible career of service by passing my bill to name the Santa Maria Post Office in his honor. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman has no further speakers, I am also prepared to close.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 7158 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage of this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7158? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7508.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7508, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1285 Emancipation Highway in Fredericksburg, Virginia, as the Gladys P. Todd Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you to ask consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Fredericksburg, Virginia, for Gladys P. Todd. Gladys Todd was a revered school teacher and community organizer who was active in Fredericksburg's civil rights movement. She was known for her work as a voting rights advocate and contributed to Fredericksburg electing its first black mayor. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7508. I now yield to the gentlewoman for Virginia, Congresswoman Spanberger, for any remarks she may have for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary Virginian, Gladys P. Todd,
whose legacy of service, advocacy, and dedication to advancing civil rights has left an indelible mark on the city of Fredericksburg, Virginia, and beyond. I am proud to lead legislation to rename a post office in Fredericksburg to the Gladys P. Todd Post Office in recognition of her pioneering work and her relentless advocacy. Mrs. Todd was a force for justice and a force for good. She was an organizer, an educator, and a lifelong member of the NAACP. She fought for equality and opportunity, and she was active in the local civil rights movement across Fredericksburg and the greater Commonwealth. She was known for her tireless work with the NAACP Youth Division, where she helped Black children and teens learn, grow, and thrive. From establishing a playground to founding the Youth Canteen, a community center for young local students, she worked to make sure that young people across Fredericksburg had a safe place to connect, learn, and grow. Mrs. Todd was a passionate voting rights advocate. Her work played a pivotal role in the election of Fredericksburg's first Black mayor. And she made Fredericksburg a more inclusive and equitable place, and her work continues to inspire the community today. Renaming this post office in her honor is a small but meaningful way to guarantee that her contributions are remembered for generations and that her work is present far into the future. I'd like to thank my colleagues from Virginia for their unanimous support of this legislation. And as we are looking to honor this incredible woman, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I urge the passage of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 7508 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an influential advocate, Gladys P. Todd. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7508? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8868.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8868, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 609 Portsmouth Avenue in Greenland, New Hampshire, as the Chief Michael Maloney Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office located in Greenland, Minnesota, to honor Chief Michael Maloney. After high school, Michael joined the Army Reserve and later became the chief of Greenland Police Department in 2000. Michael was tragically killed in the line of duty on April 12, 2012, only 8 days out from his retirement. I support naming a post office in honor of Chief Michael Maloney, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8868. I now yield to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Congressman Pappas, for any remarks he may have for 2 minutes.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and I thank the chair and ranking member for bringing my bill to the floor. And I rise in support of this legislation to designate the United States Postal Service facility located at 609 Portsmouth Avenue in Greenland, New Hampshire, as the Chief Michael Maloney Post Office Building. Chief Maloney was a dedicated public servant, community leader, and law enforcement professional who served his country in the Army Reserves and served his state as a police officer, rising to the rank of Chief of the Greenland Police Department in the year 2000. Tragically, on April 12, 2012, Chief Maloney was killed in the line of duty just 8 days before his retirement while participating in a drug raid operation with the New Hampshire Attorney General's Drug Task Force. He was just 48 years old. Michael Maloney grew up in Northampton, New Hampshire, was a graduate of Winnicott High School. After graduation, he enlisted in the Army Reserves, graduated from the New Hampshire Police Academy, and began a 26-year career in law enforcement. He is remembered as someone who was bigger than life, who was always quick to crack a joke and would always have a smile on his face, even on the worst of days. And he's remembered as someone who cared deeply about his community and worked with purpose and passion each and every day to make it safer and stronger. When thinking about the impact he left on those he knew and worked with, one story shared on the 10-year anniversary of his death underscores his leadership and dedication carried by all those in law enforcement. After a long day that stretched late into the morning responding to the death of their leader, mentor, and friend, the remaining members of the Greenland Police Department were told to stay home the next day. And it's a credit to their commitment and resolve that by 8 a.m. they all returned to work. 12 years have passed since the death of Chief Maloney, but his legacy lives on, and it's a small token of our thanks and appreciation that we can name this post office in Chief Michael Maloney's honor to remind future generations of that legacy and his tremendous service and the sacrifice that he gave on behalf of a community that he loved. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I urge the passage of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman yields or reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 8868, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my House colleagues to support this bill honoring Chief Michael Maloney, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8868? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 165.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 165, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 802 North Kahuna Street in Corpus Christi, Texas, as the Captain Robert E. Bob Patterson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office located in Texas to honor Captain Robert E. Patterson. Captain Patterson served in the U.S. Navy for 35 years and was stationed at Pearl Harbor during the 1941 attack. In retirement, he spent 26 years as a volunteer at the Pearl Harbor exhibit in the USS Lexington Museum in Corpus Christi. I urge my colleagues to support the naming of a post office in honor of Captain Patterson. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Captain Robert Patterson, better known as Bob, served for more than 3 decades in the U.S. Navy. While stationed at Pearl Harbor, Captain Patterson witnessed a surprise attack on the U.S. naval base on December 7, 1941. This military strike on Pearl Harbor, as then President Franklin Delano Roosevelt stated to the nation, is, quote, a day which will live in infamy. In the years following, Captain Patterson served at the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi, Texas, and later in the Supply Corps. After retiring from the U.S. Navy, Captain Patterson continued volunteer work to educate the public about Pearl Harbor. This legislation will honor the service and legacy of Captain Patterson. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 165 to name a post office in Corpus Christi in memory of Captain Robert Bob Patterson. Captain Batterson's life is a life of service and is a testament to the very best of American character. In 1939, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy, setting sail on his life's journey of dedicated and devoted service to our nation. In 1941, he was stationed at Pearl Harbor and survived the attack that thrust America into World War II. That same resilience carried him to Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, where he earned his wings in 1944 and flew F-6F Hellcats in defense of our nation. Captain Batterson's service continued long after World War II as he transitioned to the Navy Supply Corps, serving faithfully until his retirement in 1974. Over the course of his 35-year military career, he exemplified duty and honor. But Captain Batterson didn't stop serving when he took off the uniform. For 26 years, he volunteered at the USS Lexington Museum in Corpus Christi, where he could often be found at the Pearl Harbor exhibit, sharing his firsthand accounts of the attack on Pearl Harbor and other personal stories of valor from the war. With visitors from around the world, his personal stories preserved a living history, ensuring future generations understood the sacrifices made for freedom. Captain Batterson passed away last year at the age of 102 years young, leaving behind his wife Hilda and an indelible legacy of service and patriotism. His dedication to his community and his country will not be forgotten. In naming this post office in his honor, we commemorate a life of extraordinary service to our country and the Corpus Christi community. Captain Batterson's name will continue to inspire all who pass through its doors, reminding us of the courage and sacrifice that define our greatest generation and should continue to inspire ours and future generations. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill to honor a true American hero. May God bless Captain Batterson's memory, his family, the city of Corpus Christi, and our beloved nation. And as someone who had the opportunity to know him personally, there is no one who could be more worthy of this honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our committee's protocols for considering postal naming measures require the entire state delegation to be co-sponsors. That has been protocol that has been in place for decades. While limited exceptions have been made in the past, this bill currently has only 27 co-sponsors from Texas' 38 members. We are, of course, supportive on the substance of the legislation and are absolutely supportive of honoring the legacy of the representative's constituent, and we would simply urge mindfulness towards the committee rules, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to add, I appreciate and agree with the, hopefully the next ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. And there are two bills we're talking about, even including the one for Mr. Mfume that didn't meet those requirements. Hopefully that will not ever happen again in the future, but just wanted to make that point again to the new speaker on the other side of the aisle. But I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 10065 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
And I might add, they have nowhere to go but up in the ranking member category on that side of the aisle. But I appreciate my friend from New York City. And Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 10065? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. New York, Langworthy, right? For what purpose the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8909.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8909, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 82-6110 Mamaloha, Hawaii Highway and Captain Cook, Hawaii as the Army First Lieutenant John Ku'ulei, Kaho'a'i Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Hawaii for First Lieutenant John Ku'ulei Kauhaihau. Mr. Kauhaihau exhibited exceptional heroism while serving under the 1st Cavalry Division against armed forces in the Republic of Vietnam. I support naming a post office in memory of First Lieutenant Kauhaihau, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8909. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Congresswoman Takuda, for any remarks she may have for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in strong support of H.R. 8909. In January of this year, the Wall That Heals, a replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial on the National Mall, made its inaugural visit to the island of Hawaii. It was there in front of West Panel 18 that I met Shirley Kauhaihau, the widow and high school sweetheart of Army First Lieutenant John Ku'ulei Kauhaihau. She and her daughters are putting flowers and lei in front of line 40 where his name is etched. On September 5, 1969, at the age of 27, Lieutenant Kauhaihau, or Lieutenant K as he was affectionately called, was leading his men on a reconnaissance and force operation in Tainan province when his platoon came under enemy fire. With extraordinary courage, he launched over 30 hand grenades in 15 minutes at enemy bunkers while simultaneously drawing fire on himself so that his men could sight enemy gunners. Eventually, he ordered the withdrawal of his platoon and crawled over 100 meters of fire-swept terrain, dragging vital equipment and helping wounded soldiers to safety. While they moved to rejoin their company, Lieutenant K saw an enemy squad moving up on his platoon and quickly moved to engage. He was mortally wounded that day. It was his son Charles' 4th birthday. For his bravery and sacrifice, Lieutenant K was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, our nation's 2nd highest combat award. His fearless and selfless actions at the cost of his life reflect great honor upon himself, his family, and the Ahapua of Ho'onaunau, where he was born and where he lived. Naming the post office in the community where generations of Lieutenant K's family lived and still live is more than just honoring and celebrating a fallen Kama'aina warrior who gave his life for our nation. It is a tribute to an entire generation of men and women who served in Vietnam and who came back to a country that took far too long to honor their service and that is still trying to make this right. It is a reminder of the incredible sacrifices made by those who serve in uniform and the loved ones waiting at home, past, present, and future, to whom we are forever indebted and who allow us to live in freedom today. That day in Hilo, standing next to Shirley as she pointed out Lieutenant K's name on the wall to me, I couldn't help but feel like he had finally come home. 55 years have passed since Lieutenant K's death, and his widow, children, and generations of their mo'opuna have continued to live in service to their community, the island of Hawaii, and the state of Hawaii. Passing H.R. 8909 to designate the United States Post Office in Captain Cook, Hawaii, as the Army First Lieutenant John Ku'ulei Kauhaihau Post Office is a tribute to him and the legacy of service that lives on through the lives he saved and through his ohana. Every day when Shirley heads into town or goes to volunteer at the Greenwell Botanical Gardens, she passes by that post office. I hope seeing John's name each time she drives by will make her feel like he's a little closer to home and that he will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairs and ranking member of this committee, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 8909 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored and proud to support this legislation to honor a true American hero, First Lieutenant Kai Hauhau. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8909? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9285.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Okay. H.R. 9285, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3913 Leland Avenue Northwest in Comstock Park, Michigan, as the Captain Miguel Justin Nava Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Michigan for Captain Miguel Justin Nava. After graduating from Comstock Park High School in 2013, Nava attended the United States Naval Academy. He was commissioned into the Marine Corps to become a pilot and later promoted to the rank of captain in November of 2021. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9285. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Skolten, for any remarks she may have for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so pleased that my bill to rename the Comstock Park, Michigan Post Office after Captain Miguel Justin Nava is being brought up for consideration today. Captain Nava is an American hero. He represented the best of West Michigan, and it is only right that his legacy is remembered in the community that helped raise him. A true son of West Michigan, Captain Nava was widely admired and respected throughout the community. After graduating from Comstock Park High School, Captain Nava was nominated by former Congressman Justin Amash, who previously represented my district. He attended the United States Naval Academy. He was then commissioned to the Marine Corps to become a pilot, earning his wings in July of 2020, and was promoted to the rank of captain in 2021. Captain Nava earned several decorations for his service, including the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal and the National Defense Service Medal and the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. He was tragically killed while serving his country in a helicopter training exercise in February of this year. He is survived by a loving family whom he cherished, including the love of his life, his wife Ryan, Isabel Andres, and his young son Luca, his parents Lisa and Javier, and his brother Nicholas, along with his grandparents and in-laws and many other family members who keep his legacy alive. Getting to know Captain Nava's family and learning about his incredible legacy has been one of the true privileges of my service and representation to this district. I was proud to lead a moment of silence earlier this year honoring Captain Nava and his 3 fellow Marines who were killed in the training exercise, and later to welcome his body home to Grand Rapids at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. The groundswell of support for this bill that we have received both from Comstock Park community and Captain Nava's fellow Marines has been nothing short of inspiring. Passing this bill is the least we can do for a man who lived his life with honor and integrity in service to our nation. I urge the passage of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 9285, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring Captain Miguel Justin Nava, an American hero, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9285? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9322.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9322, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 675 Wolf Ledges Parkway in Akron, Ohio, as the Judge James R. Williams Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Ohio for Judge James R. Williams. President Jimmy Carter appointed Judge William R. as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio. Judge William R. made history as the first African-American judge on the Summit County Common Pleas Court, appointed in 1989 and was reelected in 1990, 1992, and 1998. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9322. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Congresswoman Sykes, for any remarks she may have for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9322 to designate the United States Post Office located at 675 Wolf Ledges Parkway in Akron, Ohio, as the Judge James R. Williams Post Office Building. This bill has earned unanimous bipartisan support from every member of the Ohio delegation, and I would like to thank my colleagues from the Ohio delegation for lending their names to this bill. Judge James R. Williams lived an impressive and meaningful life that continues to impact Ohio's 13th Congressional District through his life's work as a civil rights leader, city councilman, civic leader, judge, scholar, and veteran. Born in Columbus, Mississippi, Judge Williams moved to Ohio following active duty service in the United States Army. He attended the University of Akron and was one of the first Black students to graduate from the university's School of Law, blazing a trail for a more inclusive and diverse legal field. After law school, Mr. Williams went into private practice until 1978, when he was appointed to the United States as the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio by President Jimmy Carter. 6 years later, he was appointed as judge for the Akron Municipal Court and elected to that court in 1985 and 1987. Then, in 1989, Judge Williams became the first Black judge to serve on the Summit County Court of Common Pleas when he was appointed to the bench in 1989. He was elected 3 more times, serving the people of Summit County, including presiding over several high-profile cases of national importance. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I had the opportunity to work with Judge Williams when I was a summer law clerk at the Akron Municipal Court, and he was a tough but fair jurist. And he reminded me that coming to the court, you will see people who are experiencing perhaps the worst day of their life, and you have to remember that your job is to provide justice and kindness to those before you. Judge Williams' distinguished service continued in his private life as a civil rights activist, leader for many civic organizations, including as secretary of the Akron NAACP and vice president of the Ohio NAACP. Of special note, Judge Williams was elected as the 25th general president of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the oldest intercollegiate fraternity for Black men, where he was the principal founder of the Alpha Phi Alpha Homes Incorporated, a visionary nonprofit response for responsible for building 1,600 housing units in Northeast Ohio, including low-income and senior housing units in 10 Northeast Ohio communities. Today is Alpha Phi Alpha's 118th celebration, and I can't think of a more fitting way to recognize the fraternity and its 25th general president with the naming of this post office. Judge Williams was a legal luminary whose unwavering dedication to justice paved the way for future generations of leaders in Akron and across the country. And I am proud to lead the effort to rename the Wolf Ledges Post Office in Akron to honor his memory and to serve as a reminder of the ongoing impact of his legacy on our community. Judge Williams passed away sadly in 2020, and upon his passing, his wife, Jewel, offered these words from an old hymn that summed up his character, which said, "May the work I have done speak for me. May the service I give speak for me." Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I hope you will join me in honoring Judge James Williams' lifetime of accomplishments and legacy of service by voting in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 9322 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill to acknowledge the great life of Judge Williams and all of the service that he gave his community. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. And the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9322? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9421.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9421, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 108 North Main Street in Bucota, Washington, as the Mayor Rob Gordon Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which honors Mayor Rob Gordon by naming a post office in his memory. Mayor Gordon was a lifelong resident of Southwest Washington. He was elected mayor of Bucota, a town of approximately 580 residents, in May 2021 and served until his passing. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9421. I now yield to the gentleman from Washington, Congresswoman Gluesenkamp-Perez, for any remarks she may have for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mayor Rob Gordon of Bucota, who passed away this June after a 7-month battle with stomach cancer. Rob Gordon was born in Centralia, Washington, and remained a lifelong loyal resident of Southwest Washington. He was elected mayor of Bucota, a town of about 580 people, in May of 2021, and served as its mayor until his passing. Before and during his tenure as mayor, Rob was the assistant chief of the Bucota Fire Department, where he'd been serving as a firefighter since he was under 16 years old. In addition to his decades of public service, Mayor Gordon also worked for his family's company, where he co-owned with his brother and driving dump and log trucks. Outside of work, he enjoyed raising cattle on his family farm, collecting old International tractors, and passed down his love of fixing stuff to his children, Jacob and Anna. It's fitting to rename this post office after Rob, a place where rural neighbors convene. Routine and profound work is done quietly, diligently, honorably. Honor, diligence, community were all qualities that Rob exemplified. On behalf of Gordon's family, Rob's fellow firefighters and friends across Bucota and Southwest Washington, and with the support of Bucota Town Council and Thurston County Board of Commissioners, it is my privilege to lead this bill to honor Rob's life of service. I look forward to it being signed into law. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 9421 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to honor Mayor Gordon, a man deeply committed to his community, by supporting this postal naming, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9421? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9549.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9549, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 125 South First Avenue in Hillsboro, Oregon, as the Elizabeth First Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Oregon after Elizabeth First. First was the first woman to be elected to Oregon's 1st district and the first African-born person to win a seat in the House of Representatives. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9549. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Congresswoman Bonamici, for any remarks she may have for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 9549, to designate the Elizabeth First Post Office Building in Hillsboro, Oregon. I thank all of my Oregon colleagues for their support on this bill. Elizabeth First served Northwest Oregon in Congress for 6 years. She was the first woman elected to represent Oregon's 1st congressional district, which I am now honored to represent. When she was first elected, Elizabeth was one of only 48 women in the House. Today, there are 127 women, thanks in part to the courageous example set by Elizabeth and other early Congresswomen. Elizabeth First was raised in a family that valued service and justice. Her father served in the British Navy when she was growing up in Nairobi, Kenya. Her mother launched an anti-apartheid women's group, and her grandmother was a commandant of the British Red Cross Voluntary Aid during World War II. Elizabeth knew that government had the power to protect civil rights or to threaten them. She continued her family's legacy of service by advocating for those at the margins, beginning at her first anti-apartheid march when she was only 15 years old, and continuing through her work, speaking on this very floor of the House of Representatives, where she championed the issues of human rights and social justice. Elizabeth believed that Congress should look like the country it represents. Good policy comes when people of diverse backgrounds and experiences shape it. We've come closer to that goal, but we have further to go. Representative First came to Congress to advocate for meaningful change. She fought for tribal sovereignty, social justice, and peace. She inspired dedication to worthy causes, including co-founding the Oregon Peace Institute. She embodied the traits public servants should strive to uphold. Elizabeth assisted countless people during her time in Congress and throughout her life. Her many achievements include helping the Grand Ronde, Klamath, and Coquille tribes gain federal recognition. That work meant a lot to her, and it certainly meant a lot to the tribes. She increased access to public transportation in our region by extending the light rail service to Hillsborough, and she was one of the original founders of the Bipartisan Congressional Diabetes Caucus. Elizabeth was a trailblazer and an inspiration to many, including me. She dedicated her life to service, bolstering the lives of people in Northwest Oregon. I'm privileged to have been able to call her a mentor and a friend. Elizabeth lived many places before she came to Oregon in 1978, but she made our state her home, and she will always be remembered as one of the smart, courageous women who shaped Oregon today. When she faced adversity, she overcame it and opened the doors for others to walk through. She pursued a non-traditional career path, and she fought tirelessly for justice. So I'm honored to support this legislation to recognize her contributions to Northwest Oregon by naming this post office, which is close to the home where she spent her final days, in her honor, so people will be inspired by her example for years to come. I know that I will continue to draw Thank you. I know that I will continue to draw inspiration from her legacy and her commitment to justice. And on behalf of her friends and family and former constituents, I request that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle support this important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 9549 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to honor Elizabeth first by supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9549? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9580.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9580, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2777 Brentwood Road in Raleigh, North Carolina as the Millie Dunn Vesey Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in North Carolina after Millie Dunn Vesey. Committed to serving her nation, Ms. Vesey joined the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps following the United States entrance into World War II. Vesey passed away on March 9, 2018, at the age of 100 after a long life of civil and federal service. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9580. I now yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Congresswoman Deborah Ross, for any remarks she may have for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak in support of my bill naming the United States Postal Service facility at 2777 Brentwood Road in Raleigh after Staff Sergeant Millie Dunn Vesey. This legislation pays tribute to the life and legacy of Millie Dunn Vesey, a remarkable woman whose contributions profoundly shaped not only our local community, but our nation. Ms. Dunn Vesey's legacy began when the U.S. Army assigned her to the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion as a typist. The 6888 was the only African-American women's Army Corps unit to operate overseas during the war. This group of pioneering women sorted and delivered mail to soldiers, ensuring that they received vital letters from home. The unit adopted the phrase, "No mail, low morale." These courageous women knew the power that these letters held for the soldiers who received them. The women worked tirelessly to develop a new mailing system and began successfully processing up to 195,000 pieces of mail each day. Ms. Dunn-Veazey's courage and determination during this time was instrumental in the success of this mission, and the story of her service is one of trailblazing leadership in the face of adversity. After the war, Ms. Dunn-Veazey returned to Raleigh and took advantage of the GI Bill, enrolling in St. Augustine's University. She became active in the civil rights movement, working as an organizer in Raleigh to push for integrated public spaces. After serving our country honorably overseas, she came home and recommitted herself to the pursuit of justice and equality for all. In 2018, Millie Dunn-Veazey passed away at the age of 100 in her hometown of Raleigh and was buried with distinct honor at the Raleigh VA National Cemetery. Today, we can ensure that her legacy to the Postal Service lives on and celebrate her place in history as a figure who changed our community and country for the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I urge the passage of H.R. 9580 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to support this legislation to honor veteran and activist Millie Dunn-Veazey. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9580? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8641.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8641, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 401 Main Street in Brawley, California as the Walter Francis Ulloa Memorial Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Brawley, Maryland, after Walter Francis Ulloa. In 1996, Ulloa co-founded Extravision Communications, which expanded to be a global media outlet in over 40 countries. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8642 for Walter Francis Ulloa. I now yield to the gentleman from California, Congressman Ruiz, for any remarks he may have for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the incredible life and legacy of Walter Francis Ulloa, a friend and trailblazer who transformed Spanish-speaking television. Walter grew up in the under-resourced, underserved city of Brawley with humble beginnings, with a big dream. Walter was a visionary, a beloved husband, father, brother, and a dear friend. He started his career at KMEX in Los Angeles, a Spanish-language television station where he worked his way up from writing commentary to becoming the news editor, or the news director. In 1996, he co-founded Intravision Communications, which grew to become a global digital media powerhouse with a presence in over 40 countries. Throughout his career, Ulloa remained deeply committed to diversity and Latina representation in the media. And I introduced H.R. 8641 to designate the U.S. Post Office building in Brawley, California, as the Walter Francis Ulloa Memorial Post Office building. My bill is a token of gratitude for Walter Ulloa's legacy, which continues to inspire the people in Brawley and in the entire California's 25th districts and our nation. His legacy of service, leadership, and unwavering dedication will forever be a cornerstone of our community's history. So I urge my colleagues to pass this bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the passage of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge the passage of H.R. 8641 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this initiative to honor Walter F. Ulloa. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8641? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9544.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9544, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 340 South Loudon Avenue in Baltimore, Maryland, as the United States Representative Elijah E. Cummings Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Eskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Baltimore after Congressman Elijah Cummings. Congressman Cummings was born in Baltimore on January 18, 1951, and was elected to the Maryland House of Delegates in 1982. In 1996, Mr. Cummings was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives and later served as the chairman of the House Oversight and Reform Committee. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in very proud support of H.R. 9544. And it's a proud day for the people of Maryland. It's a proud day for the House Oversight Committee. It's a proud day for the United States Congress that we have the opportunity to vote on a post office named after the late, great chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Elijah Cummings, a favorite son of Maryland who devoted his life and his career to making the government an instrument of the common good for everyone and uplifting everybody in our society together, always seeking that higher ground, always telling us in the midst of debate and discussion, we are better than this. We can always lift ourselves higher to find unity and consensus around the values that make our country great. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, who was both his predecessor and his successor in office, the great Congressman Kwesi Mfume, for any remarks he may have for the next 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member, for his kind and overly gracious remarks. In his absence, I want to thank Chairman Comer, who made a commitment several months back that we would get to this point, and for his co-sponsorship of this bill. And I want to thank my other colleagues from the state of Maryland, some of whom will be speaking today. I rise in obvious support of this, encouraging members of this body to embrace it and to say that the diligence and the collective commitment to your word to get us to this point means a lot to me. It is not lost on me. It is not lost on the people of the state of Maryland. Mr. Speaker, this legislation designates the United States Postal Service facility, as you've heard, located at 340 South Loudon Avenue in Baltimore, Maryland, as the United States Representative Elijah Cummings Post Office Building. The legislation will bestow, I believe, a very fitting honor on a former chair of the Oversight Committee, former chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, and most importantly, an unwavering servant of the people in the House that we now all serve in. His legacy, in many respects, lives through the work that he's done, and this legislation will ensure, once and for all, that his name will continue to be called by the people that he so dutifully served. Mr. Speaker, Elijah Cummings, as was noted a moment ago, was born January 18, 1951, to Ruth Elma and Robert Cummings, two South Carolina sharecroppers who moved to Baltimore in search of more opportunities during the period of the Great Migration. Elijah's parents worked long and hard, as did many parents in that era, because they were up against so many things coming out of the Great Depression and out of a period of war that our nation found itself in. They worked and also served as preachers of a local church that both of them founded. With their teachings, his parents instilled in Elijah a sense of faith, justice, and morality that would go on to exemplify his 4 decades of public service. And while they were not formally educated in the traditional sense, Elijah's parents made certain that all of their children understood the importance and the essence of education. He tirelessly worked, as many of you know, over and over again to earn his Phi Beta Kappa key at Howard University and his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Maryland School of Law. Elijah knew that his story would ultimately illustrate the power of hard work and perseverance, and he always did that in a sense of believing that it would be the kind of message that young people who might be lost in many different ways would find a way to latch on to. His values instilled in that generation, we believe, a whole new sense of public servants. As a young lawyer in 1983, Elijah was elected and served with distinction in the Maryland House of Delegates. And I might say his personal credibility and relationships with members of that body existed then, and they still exist now. He has, in many respects, given us the sort of model and the sort of example that we all talk about and many of us strive to attain. In 1996, Elijah won his first of 12 elections to this body, assuming the seat that I had voluntarily vacated to head up the presidency of the National NAACP. Elijah's sense of fairness, his respect for others, and his relentless efforts to make life better for all people won him the respect and the admiration of his colleagues on this side of the aisle and his colleagues on that side of the aisle. He and I were friends for 42 years up until the day of his death. And so I carry with me a lot of memorable moments of his congressional career, of the time that we served together on the board at Morgan State University, and as our people will tell you, and part of our organizations, our time together, learning politics in the street, finding a way to organize and make a real difference. And so, because he was the only person that I knew of that continued to remind us that we could be better than this, I'm so glad that Mr. Raskin brought that up. And I'm hoping, and if I might get an additional 30 seconds here, I'd like to conclude. I know we're running out of time.
By all means.
Gentleman's recognized.
In this time of national division and in this time of great partisanship, I'm reminded of when we went through similar periods. And it was always the Elijah Cummings on this side of the aisle and others who would remind us that we really were better than this, that we really did have a higher calling. And so for me personally, as a friend, as a former colleague, and as someone that I admired, even though he would tell you he admired me, I admired him even more. It's just a great honor to bring this bill forward. I would ask that it is adopted today. And again, I want to thank all of those members who supported this, both Democrats and Republicans, and who sponsored it. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman for New York.
Oh, I also have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Maryland is recognized.
I'm proud to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the former Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Congressman Hoyer, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We are better than this. Surely all of us ought to be saying that to ourselves as we conclude this Congress. We're better than this. You will hear that said so often when we talk about our friend Elijah Cummings. I rise today in support of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Old Testament tells us a man long ago who saw injustice, wrongdoing, and suffering, and devoted his life to banishing these evils from his native land. A man who kept an enduring faith not only in God, but in his fellow men and women. A man who inspired that same faith in the people around him. That man was the prophet Elijah. That Elijah, and the Elijah I served with in Congress for nearly 23 years, was my dear friend Elijah Cummings. He was like Elijah the prophet. He possessed a moral clarity that guided him in every part of his life, whether it was protecting voting rights, alleviating poverty, expanding civil rights, and promoting justice. Elijah Cummings demonstrated principled tenacity and boundless energy when standing up for the causes in which he believed. He believed in this House's ability and sacred responsibility to better our republic and the lives of each and every one of our citizens. It was because of that belief that he held all who served in this House to such a high standard of ethics, the same standard to which he repaired. When he believed this institution was failing short of the standard, he would demand of us, as I said at the beginning and repeat again, we're better than this. And frankly, as we sit in these extraordinary seats given to us only through the hands of our neighbors and friends in our districts, when we have the opportunity to make a decision, we ought to have resounding in our head that someone will say when we act that we are not better than this, but we are what we have done. We need to be better. No place benefited from Elijah's principled leadership more than his hometown. He was a true son of Baltimore.
Gentleman's recognized.
He was a true son of Baltimore, a city of grit, of opportunity, of hard work, and as they would say of themselves, of charm. He loved his city, and his city loved him in return. Naming this post office after him pays tribute to his lifelong devotion to Baltimore, to democracy, to justice, to the average person, to every person, to his brothers and sisters, and to his country. 10 seconds.
Gentleman's
We
recognized.
lost Elijah far too early. His memory continues to guide us, however. His example is one to which all members of this institution, all Marylanders, all Americans, and all people ought to aspire. Attaching his name to this post office will serve as a reminder to all who seek, in his words, not just common ground, but higher ground. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I now yield to the distinguished congressman from the 3rd District of Maryland, John Sarbanes, for a period of 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I certainly support this legislation to pay tribute to the giant Elijah Cummings. So many memories that I have of Elijah. The first is that we both represented Baltimore for many years together. And I started to notice that he and I, even though we represented different parts of Baltimore, there would be events that were for the benefit of the entire city, and we would always be showing up at those together. And it gave me great pride because I felt like that showed we had some shared values about what was important. And his leadership in those places was unrivaled. A second observation I have is that, and certainly Kwesi knows this intimately, Elijah was always the person that the family wanted to come give the eulogy at the funeral. And it was because oftentimes he had a deep connection to the family that made a difference. But they also knew that he would articulate what that person had meant to the community better than anybody else could. And it was always an inspirational time when you would sit there and hear those powerful words with that powerful voice kind of enveloping you. But the thing I remember most is the story he would tell about when he was sworn in and his father was sitting up in the gallery. Many of us know this story, and his father began to cry, and afterwards Elijah went to him and said, "I noticed that you were crying." He'd never seen his father cry. He observed, not even when his own mother had died, had his father cried. He said, "Why were you crying?" His father said, "You think it's because you became a congressman, don't you?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "No, that's not the reason, although I'm very proud of you." He said, "I'm crying because looking at you, I see what I could have been." And that is an observation that many generations of Americans who encountered barriers could make, looking at the success of the next generation, the generation beyond. I see what I could have been and how emotional that is. So he was representing all of those generations. But in the same way, they were saying that for those children and grandchildren, you could look at an Elijah and say, not that's what I could have been, but that's what I can be. And this is why he made such a powerful difference in the lives of so many. If we could all reach a little bit for the kind of service that Elijah Cummings gave to this country, the world would be a better place. So thank you, Congressman Mfume, for leading this effort to pay tribute to our former colleague, our former friend, a giant, Elijah Cummings. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, the vice-ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, and thank you, of course, to our colleague, Representative Mfume, for presenting this tremendously important legislation. What else can there be said about the great Chairman Elijah E. Cummings? He was a father, a mentor, a visionary civil rights leader, and a fierce defender of democracy. As the son of sharecroppers rising to become chairman of one of the most powerful committees in the United States Congress, his life and his existence was a testimony to the American dream. As chairman on the House Committee of Oversight, he would often remind us of our purpose within this body. He asked, quote, "When we are dancing with the angels, the question will be asked, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact?" Our democracy is what made Elijah's life possible, the great arc of his life possible. And he was an inspiring coach and mentor who was uniquely focused on serving his hometown of Baltimore and improving the lives of the American people. His work inside and outside of this building was a masterclass in how to speak truth to power and keeping our country together. He was tough, yet compassionate, and always reminded people that they were never too late to do good. Elijah dedicated his life to preserving American democracy, a fight that will be even more prevalent in the years to come. And his legacy guides many of our work today. I'm proud to support the renaming of the South Loudoun Avenue Postal Office after Chairman Elijah E. Cummings as a nod to his incredible legacy, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I will yield for 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to thank my good friends from Maryland, Mr. Mfume and Ranking Member Raskin, for their diligent work on this bill and to honor the life and legacy of Elijah Cummings. Chairman Cummings was known throughout this chamber and the nation as a man of strength and integrity, and someone who compassionately yet fearlessly wielded his powers of oversight and transparency to make our nation as strong as it could possibly be. He was also a mentor to me and many others, and someone I proudly called my friend. I had the privilege of serving on the Committee on Oversight and Reform under Chairman Cummings and saw up close how he fought for what is right and just, even if it wasn't popular. Elijah Cummings was also known for telling hard truths. It didn't matter who you were, what your politics were, or where you came from. He told difficult truths to American baseball heroes who had tarnished our beloved pastimes. And he confronted powerful people who priced prescription drugs beyond the reach of our citizens. But one of Elijah Cummings' best qualities is that he listened. And more importantly, he actually heard you. He heard you whether you were a school teacher or a janitor, a colleague here in Congress, or the President of the United States. I still carry the advice that Chairman Cummings gave to me, and I'm sure he shared it with many of you as well. You need to think about the decisions you make and their impact, not just on the moment at hand, but on the future. I could spend all day listing out his legislative and political accomplishments, but one thing stands out and cements his lasting impact: the thousands of people he inspired to fight for justice and freedom. He served this House and the American people with grace, unmatched integrity, and passion. And he loved the city and the people of Baltimore, and they loved him right back. This post office is another visible and lasting testament of respect for this true American giant, and I proudly support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same and continue to acknowledge the incredible legacy and leadership of this remarkable man. Rest in power, my friend. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and thanks to the gentlelady from Florida for those beautiful remarks. Elijah Cummings was a great representative for the people of Baltimore and for the people of Maryland. He was a great leader, and he was a great teacher, too. I remember when I was in my third term in office, and I had started off here on the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committee, to which Chairman Cummings had recruited me. I was also on the House Administration Committee, and then I had an invitation to go on the Rules Committee, but I was afraid that I might be overextended. And I went and I sat right over on the floor next to Chairman Cummings where he'd like to sit, and I told him that I, was afraid that I might be overburdening myself with too many committees. And he turned silent for a moment, and then he said, "Raskin." He spoke very sharply to me at that moment. I'd never heard him use that tone of voice. I said, "Yes." He said, "You're never too busy to do that which you ought to be doing." And I never forgot that. And I've used that line for a lot of other colleagues. People, will complain about being tired and exhausted and so on, but we are never too busy to be doing that which we ought to be doing. Congressman Mfume, with this visionary legislation, is setting up a post office at 340 South Loudoun Avenue in Baltimore that will be graced with the name of the great Elijah Cummings. And how fitting that is, a place where people go to send letters and messages. Because another thing I remember Chairman Cummings always saying was that children are the ultimate message that we send to future generations of people who we will never meet. By which he meant we've got to invest in children and young people because they will end up defining a world that will long outlast and outsurvive us. And I hope that post office lasts forever, and I hope when parents take their kids to that post office to mail their letters, they'll be able to tell them that there was once a great man named Elijah Cummings, whose whole life repays a lot of study for all of us. We have no further speakers, and we are prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
And we urge all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 9544, legislation in honor of a true American hero. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation to honor Congressman Elijah Cummings, and it's been wonderful to hear so many great stories of his time here in these hallowed halls, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, the gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9544? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9775.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9775, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 119 North Anderson Street in Elwood, Indiana, as the Officer Noah Jacob Shananvaz Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Indiana for Officer Noah Shanavaz. After graduating from Fishers High School in 2016, he joined the U.S. Army and was deployed to the Middle East. Later, Officer Shanavaz became a dedicated member of the Elwood Police Department in Indiana. Officer Shanavaz's life was cut short on July 31st, 2022, when he was ambushed by shot during a routine traffic stop. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm rising in support of H.R. 9775 to honor Noah Shanavaz. Born and raised in Indianapolis, he joined the U.S. Army in 2016, where he was deployed to the Mideast as a sergeant with the 591st Military Police Company. Officer Shanavaz transitioned to a new service role in law enforcement by taking a position with the Elwood Police Department in 2021. Tragically, he was killed on duty on July 21st, 2022, during a traffic stop. This bill would honor his life and the great service of Officer Shanavaz, and also recognize the sacrifice of his family by naming a post office in Elwood, Indiana after him. We urge passage of the legislation, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 9775 to honor the life of fallen Elwood police officer Noah Jacob Shanavaz by naming the Elwood, Indiana post office after him. Officer Shanavaz was a dedicated public servant, a courageous protector of his community, and a beloved member of the Elwood Global War on Terror. His leadership and professionalism earned him the respect of his fellow soldiers. After his military service, Officer Shanavaz returned home to Indiana, joining the Elwood Police Department in 2021. His calm demeanor, work ethic, and deep sense of duty quickly made him a respected member of the force. Tragically, on July 31, 2022, Noah's life was cut short during a routine traffic stop. He was ambushed and fatally shot by an individual with a violent criminal history. He was just 24 years old. Today, we honor his legacy and ensure that his ultimate sacrifice is never forgotten by naming the Elwood Police Office in his memory. I appreciate all members of the Indiana delegation sponsoring this bill on a bipartisan basis, and I urge my colleagues in the House to support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman's recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Sorry. I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We urge legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Officer Noah Shanavaz. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9775? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7507 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7507, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 203 East 6th Street in Lexington, Nebraska, as the Bill Barrett Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials related to this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Lexington, Nebraska for Bill and Elsie Barrett. Bill Barrett served as a congressional representative for the western 2/3 of Nebraska for 5 terms. Bill and Elsie met while Bill was serving in the Navy, and the couple married in 1952. Bill and Elsie passed away in 2016 and 2024, respectively, and are survived by their siblings, their children, and their grandchildren. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
We are very happy to support H.R. 7507, and I rise for the purpose of doing that. I did not know Congressman William Barrett, but he was a lifelong public servant, and this legislation would honor his legacy by naming a post office in Lexington, Nebraska, after him. He served in the Nebraska legislature for a dozen years, including as Speaker of the House. He later represented Nebraska's 3rd District here in Washington in the U.S. House for a decade, where he supported the drafting of the Freedom to Farm Act of 1996, which was a proud accomplishment of his. So we will urge passage of this legislation. Although I didn't know Congressman Barrett, I would like to use the case of this post office naming in the interest of improving the process by which this is going on, Mr. Speaker. There are a handful of members of the House who object to naming post offices after former members of Congress. For example, Congressman Barrett from Nebraska, and they don't like that. Now, the problem is that the way that this process works is that under the protocols and the rules, the customs of the House Oversight Committee, we wait for a recommendation from the entire congressional delegation, whether it's from Nebraska, California, Florida. Obviously, in the larger states, it's tougher because you've got to get the sign-off of every member. Once you've gotten the sign-off of every member, it comes to the House Oversight Committee, and at that point, we bring it to the floor. Now, we're starting to encounter some difficulty because there are a handful of members who are throwing a monkey wrench into the whole process by refusing to consent to post offices that are sponsored by a member of the opposite party in their state. So that turns what's been a proudly bipartisan process for decades into a vehemently and perhaps destructively partisan process. And I raise this because I want us to do a U-turn from that. I don't want us to head down the road towards mutually assured partisan destruction on something that should be the opportunity for unity, as we've seen on today's bills. And so I ask all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to participate in the process the way members have participated in this process for decades, to assent to the naming of post offices even when they're being recommended by members of the other party. And if not, then I'm afraid we're going to have to change the rules of the House. So it will no longer be a unanimous recommendation of each state's delegation, but something like a majority of the delegation or 60% of the delegation. But I do not want it to be said to the people of America that we've gotten to a point of such vicious partisanship that we cannot even get unity on post office naming bills. That would be a truly sad day for all of us across the board. So I invite any reflections by my colleagues on that side of the aisle, but I beseech all of our colleagues to not stand in the way of post office namings that are not in your district, that are maybe not even in your state, but you're trying to block them. But here, the bump in the road is people who are withholding their assent at the state level and then escalating the conflict up the ranks. We can do as well as prior generations of people who've served in this great and august body. With that, again, I restate my support, our support for H.R. 7507, which will honor a lifelong public servant, Congressman William Barrett, whose party designation is completely irrelevant in this process. He is a U.S. citizen who served all of us, and we should be able to honor him in a bipartisan and unanimous way. And with that, I'll reserve in the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7507 for the purposes somewhat outlined by my colleague from Maryland to honor with the naming of the post office in Lexington, Nebraska, after former Congressman Bill and his wife, Elsie Barrett. Bill Barrett was born in Lexington, Nebraska in 1929. Following his service in the U.S. Navy during the Korean War, Bill returned to his alma mater, Hastings College, graduated, then served as vice president for student admissions and later on the college's board of trustees for 32 years. In 1978, he was elected to the Nebraska legislature, the unicameral, serving for 12 years with his last 4 as speaker. He was then elected to represent the 3rd District of Nebraska in the U.S. House. Known for his ability to cultivate consensus and connect with anyone, Bill was the president of his freshman congressional class, a group that even included the future Speaker of the House, John Boehner. Tirelessly focused on issues important to Nebraska's farmers and ranchers, as we heard earlier, Bill's former staff have recounted how he would always ask, does this help the 3rd District? And during his 5 years in Congress, he served on the House Ag Committee and co-authored, as we heard, the 1996 Farm Bill. He also presided over the weekly bipartisan prayer breakfast and was eventually appointed chairman of the National Prayer Breakfast. He set a lasting standard of dedicated statesmanship and summed up his approach to public service as a high calling with the quote, "Service to others is the best work of life." Bill's wife, Elsie Carlson Barrett, was born in 1930 to a Swedish immigrant family in New London, Connecticut. Elsie and Bill met while Bill was stationed there in New London for his naval service. The two married in 1952. They then settled in Hastings, Nebraska, where Elsie worked as a nurse before the family moved to Lexington. In Lexington, Bill and Elsie raised 4 children. Her passion for improving the lives of children blessed many as she served on the Nebraska Foster Care Review Board and as president of her local philanthropic educational organization chapter. Bill and Elsie were an extraordinary team and worked together to help host the National Prayer Breakfast in 1997. Whether serving in the Navy, the Nebraska unicameral, or in the U.S. House, Bill always put Nebraska first, and Elsie leaves behind a great legacy of bettering the lives of others. It is a great privilege to sponsor this bill, which would name the post office located at 203 East 6th Street in Lexington, Nebraska, for Bill and Elsie Barrett. I want to thank my colleagues in the Nebraska delegation who joined in this effort to honor Bill and Elsie, and I urge support for this bill. As Bill would say, in this body we all have, quote, an armchair to history, end quote. I'm honored to represent the same great district that Bill Barrett did. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentleman from the 3rd District of Nebraska for his thoughtful remarks and his description of the life of Congressman William Barrett. I didn't know that he was a Republican member of Congress, but that does not diminish in any way my support for this post office naming bill. There was a bill that was up earlier today offered by a member from Texas, which did not have the support of all of the members. And this was a member who himself had withheld support in other cases. I don't know the full extent of the controversy. I don't want to get into the complete controversy, but I hope that everybody on both sides of the aisle will respect the traditions and the customs of the U.S. House of Representatives, because we have played nice and supported bills on all sides, even when there are people trying to sabotage and sandbag bills that are being introduced by Democratic members. And up until this point, we've taken that position. But we would like to see that people are playing fair on this process, not taking advantage of our goodwill to stand by the bipartisan traditions of our committee, the Oversight Committee, and the Congress in doing this. We want to see that it's a two-way street, not a one-way street. So I hope that, I don't know if the chairman of the committee is still around or if there's someone else who could speak on behalf of the committee, but I hope that somebody at least will articulate a continuing devotion to the customs of the committee, which is that we work to get everybody's bills through and we don't try to sabotage and sandbag the bills from the other side at the state level, because that will plunge us into a race of mutually assured postal naming destruction that's not going to benefit anybody in this body. So I liked what the gentleman from Nebraska said, that Mr. Barrett, who this bill will have the post office named for, would ask the question, what will this do for the people of my district? And it will do nothing for the people of anybody's district if we start throwing a monkey wrench into this process. So I hope that the members in Texas and the members all over the country will adhere to the protocols and the customs that have lasted for decades on the Oversight Committee, and I hope will last long after all of us are gone. These post office namings are an opportunity to recognize and to celebrate truly great people in our districts, and they should not be the opportunity for ceaseless partisan conflict and sabotage. And with that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Oh, well, we have no further speakers, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Bill and Elsie Barrett, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7507 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9566 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9566, a bill to require government-wide source code sharing and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Source Code Harmonization and Reuse in Information Technology Act, otherwise known as the SHARE-IT Act. This bill is a common-sense solution to a long-standing, overlooked inefficiency within our federal government. Each year, the government spends approximately $6 billion on software development, a portion of which funds the creation of custom code for agency-specific programs. These investments are often necessary to manage the complexity of government operations, but without a clear mandate for code sharing, agencies are left operating in silos. This leads to costly duplication as they pay contractors to recreate solutions that already exist elsewhere within the vast sums of the federal government. In 2016, the Office of Management and Budget introduced a federal source code policy, which led to the establishment of Code.gov, a platform housing over $1 billion worth of custom-developed software. However, without such strong enforcement mechanisms, the full potential of that policy has yet to be realized. Several federal agencies still do not consistently share their code, resulting in millions of dollars of taxpayer money being wasted on duplicative efforts. The Share It Act addresses this problem directly. It mandates that agencies publicly list and share their custom code, allowing solutions to be reused across the government, saving both time and saving important taxpayer dollars. Importantly, the bill includes provisions to safeguard sensitive or classified information, ensuring national security and privacy are not compromised. It also holds agency chief information officers accountable, requiring them to ensure code is properly shared and adding much-needed transparency to the process. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in passing the Share It Act, a straightforward, practical measure that will improve government efficiency, foster innovation, and most importantly, save taxpayers money. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
So every year, federal agencies spend billions of dollars purchasing software, including custom-developed code for websites, public databases, and mobile apps to improve the public's experience using government services. Too often, agencies keep custom-developed code for internal use rather than sharing it across the federal government with other agencies. This can undermine interoperability, security, efficiency, and certainly cost effectiveness in the federal government's acquisition and use of software. The Share It Act seeks to address these problems. In 2016, President Obama released a federal source code policy requiring that custom source code developed by or for the federal government be made available for reuse by all federal agencies. Among other things, the policy required GSA to create code.gov to facilitate code sharing. As of 2019, code.gov featured more than 6,000 code bases from 26 different federal agencies. Despite this success, many of the 24 largest agencies required to post their custom-developed code inventory to code.gov under the policy still haven't done so. And the policy lacks an effective enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance. To improve compliance and further unlock the benefits of sharing custom-built code, the Shared Act would require agencies to list the custom code they purchase or produce and to share such code either publicly or government-wide. Among other things, it assigns agency chief information officers the responsibility of overseeing compliance with the Act. I support the purpose of this bill, which is to promote innovation, collaboration, efficiency, and better value. However, as the administration's pointed out, it will require several key improvements before it can truly live up to its full promise. Most importantly, federal entities will need additional funding in order to effectively meet the new requirements of the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yes, we urge the passage with the improvements aforementioned. We have no further speakers, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support the Share It Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9566 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Oh. That was nice. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 390 and H.R. 8219. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1602 and adoption of House Resolution 1602 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion from the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 390 as amended, on which the yeas and nays have been ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 390. A bill to amend the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area Act of 1996, Public Law 104-333, 54 United States Code 320101 Note, to include all of Saratoga and Washington counties and the boundaries of the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 378, the nays are 16. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on a vote on the motion from the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8219 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 636, H.R. 8219. A bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study to assess the suitability and feasibility of designating certain land as a Lahaina National Heritage Area and for other purposes.
Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On the On this vote, the yeas are 378, the nays are 25. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, unfinished business is on the vote order in the previous question on House Resolution 1602, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 97, House Resolution 1602. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5349, to develop and disseminate a civic education curriculum and oral history resources regarding certain political ideologies and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7198, to amend Title V United States Code to require greater transparency for federal regulatory decisions that impact small businesses and for other purposes.
The question is on order in the previous question on the resolutions. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 206. The nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Yep. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 30 seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 199. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. That it? It's going good. Okay. Thank you.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-4243, the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4243, an act to award posthumously the Congressional Gold Medal to Shirley Chisholm.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the bill.
So ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman will suspend.
The House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 4243, a bill that would posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal to Shirley Chisholm. On November 5th, 1968, Shirley Chisholm, the daughter of Caribbean immigrants, became the first African-American woman in our nation's history elected to Congress. As she liked to put it, she was, quote, the first black woman congressman, end quote. 2 years later, she became a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. A year after that, she became the first woman and first African-American to run for one of the 2 major parties' presidential nominations. Shirley Chisholm has a much longer list of achievements. They're quite impressive. Born on November 30th, 1924 in Brooklyn, New York, Chisholm began her career in early childhood education before turning her focus to politics. Throughout her political career, Chisholm was a no-nonsense advocate. She was willing to fight for her working-class constituents and call out perceived injustices. Representative Chisholm once remarked, "I did not come to Congress to behave myself and stay away from explosive issues so I can keep coming back," end quote. Now, my ranking member on the Financial Services Committee and the former chair of the Financial Services Committee is equally unbashful in her approach in Congress, and I welcome that. And so at this point, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time and allow the ranking member of the committee to say her words on one of her mentors.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker,
The House will be in order.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1088, the Shirley Chisholm Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Representative Barbara Lee. Today, we will vote to honor former Representative Shirley Chisholm with a Congressional Gold Medal. Her activism, independence, and groundbreaking achievements in politics as the first African American woman elected to serve in Congress. I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill. Shirley Chisholm was born in Brooklyn, New York, and was the oldest of 4 daughters to immigrant parents. In fact, Chisholm lived in Barbados between the ages of 5 and 9 and always considered herself Barbadian. Last week, I was pleased to join Minority Leader Jeffries and many members of the Congressional Black Caucus as we celebrated Chisholm along with the people of Barbados. It was such a great time, and I'm thankful that we continue this celebration in Congress today. Chisholm graduated from Brooklyn College, cum laude, in 1946, where she also excelled on the debate team. Her professors encouraged her to consider a political career. She knew she would face difficulties as an African American woman. But that did not stop her. In 1964, Chisholm became the second African American to serve in the New York State Legislature. In 1968, she was elected to the 91st Congress as the first African American woman member of Congress. As the first African American and the first woman to chair the Financial Services Committee, I am grateful for the trailblazers like Shirley Chisholm, who created space in politics for Americans like me. During her congressional term, Congresswoman Chisholm introduced more than 50 pieces of legislation focusing on gender and racial equality and ending the Vietnam War. And in 1971, she became a co-founder of the National Women's Political Caucus and founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus, which I'm proud to be a member of. Y'all get them.
Speaker, Mr.
In
Speaker.
1972,
the House is not in order.
Presidential election, Shirley Chisholm became the first African American candidate to seek a major party's nomination.
The House will be in order.
Not in order.
Gentleman,
In 1972 presidential election, Shirley Chisholm became the first African American candidate to seek major party's nomination for President of the United States. She was also the first woman to run for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. However, discrimination followed her campaign. Shirley Chisholm was blocked from participating in televised primary debates and was only allowed to make one speech after taking legal action. Students, women, and people of color followed her campaign closely. After her bid for the presidency, Chisholm continued serving in the House of Representatives until she retired in 1982, 10 years before I began my first term as Congresswoman. She once said, and I quote, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring in a folding chair," end quote. Well, today we will honor Chisholm not just with a seat at the table, but with the highest honor Congress can bestow. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, who is also the sponsor of this bill, Ms. Barbara Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me take a moment to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Jeffries. Let me thank Majority Leader Scalise. Let me thank Chairman McHenry. And of course, our ranking member, Maxine Waters, who I met during the Shirley Chisholm campaign. Thank you so much for your tremendous leadership and your friendship. Congresswoman Clark, Congressman Donalds, Congressman Lawler, Congressman Issa. I want to thank everyone, all Democrats and Republicans, for their support. And also, I am deeply grateful to Senators Butler and Warnock and all the members of the Senate for their leadership on the Senate companion bill. And let me take a moment to thank my team, the team of our leadership, Congresswoman Waters, McHenry, and especially Jordan Smith. I want to thank you so much for her expertise, for her hard work in making sure that she worked with everyone, all staff, as a team to get this bill to the floor. Thank you so much, Jordan. You know, it brings me really great joy today that the House is voting on our bill to honor my mentor, friend, and the first member of Congress that brought a new lens and experience which had never been included in this body since the first Congress went into session in 1789. 1789. Congresswoman Chisholm made history as the first black woman to be elected to the United States Congress and the first black woman to run for the presidency of the United States. Now, I am the 20th black woman elected to Congress since 1789. Congresswoman Waters is the 7th black woman elected since 1789. Because of Shirley Chisholm, I am. Because of Shirley Chisholm, there are 31 black women serving in the House of Representatives and 1 black woman now serving in the United States Senate. There have been 2 elected black women in the United States Senate, and 1 appointed, Senator Butler. And so that's since 1789. Throughout her 7 terms representing New York's 12th congressional district, Shirley worked across the aisle to advocate for her constituents and pass bipartisan reforms. She focused on tackling issues of food insecurity and economic justice. Known as Fighting Shirley, she was a fearless advocate for American families and served as a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. As many of our colleagues know, Shirley was the catalyst for my career in public service. When I met her while I was a student at Mills College in Oakland, like so many young people today, I was intentionally disconnected with the political system. I did not believe that it worked for me, a young black woman, a mother, a single mother, raising 2 children on her own and on public assistance and food stamps. But when I met and talked to Shirley Chisholm, I quickly saw that she represented a new and unique kind of political leadership in Congress. She stood up for people of color, for black people, for women, for marginalized communities, for low-income people, for people who lived in rural communities and urban communities, for working families, for everyone. And she spoke on issues that I really hadn't heard members of Congress talk about on a national stage before. And when I told Shirley that I was not registered to vote, she took me to task. She called me little girl till the day she died. She got me involved in her campaign, and the rest is history. The path she paved had never been tread before. She carved out a new trail for all of us. She flipped the script and left an indelible legacy on American politics, all while holding the door open for the rest of us to step through. Throughout her life, she remained unbought and unbossed. And as my 26 years in this body comes to an end, this is really personally a full circle moment for me, for which I am deeply grateful. The Congressional Gold Medal serves as the nation's highest expression of gratitude for distinguished service and achievements. It is critical for the next generation of leaders to see the first black woman elected to Congress get the recognition that she deserves. We celebrated what would have been Congresswoman Chisholm's 100th birthday this past Saturday, as Congresswoman Waters mentioned. So it's past time Congress recognize her legendary career and honor her with a Congressional Gold Record. And let me just mention a couple of things which I mentioned last night at the Congressional Black Caucus's special order. And I want to thank Chairman Stephen Horsford for his leadership in helping us bring this bill to the floor. First of all, Shirley Chisholm really fought for everyone, and she prided herself on bipartisan cooperation. Another minute.
Mr. Speaker, if I may yield 2 additional minutes to my colleague. If I may yield 2 additional minutes to my colleague.
Thank you so much. She prided herself on bipartisan work. She actually, when I introduced the first resolution honoring her, I called her from the cloakroom, and she couldn't imagine why, or understand why there were no Republicans except Connie Morella on the floor speaking on behalf of the resolution. She was really upset because she said, has so much changed that the Republicans don't know me, don't remember I worked with them. And I explained to her that the bill was on suspension. It was the first night we came in, and that we had bipartisan support. But she was pretty upset about that because she really wanted Democrats and Republicans to vote for this resolution. So you know what? The first and only time I pulled a bill from suspension was that night. I pulled it from suspension and called for a recorded vote so she could see all of the green buttons that were punched, all of the lights. And so I ran back and I called her. I said, see, Shirley, Republicans and Democrats remember you, they remember your legacy, and you didn't have one no vote on this. Finally, I'll just say Caribbean American Heritage Month is June. And again, Shirley Chisholm inspired me with my work in the Caribbean. Congresswoman Yvette Clarke is a daughter of the Caribbean and, of course, exemplifies Shirley Chisholm's spirit. And President Bush signed my resolution, which established June as Caribbean American Heritage Month to honor the legacy and highlight the good work of Caribbean Americans and to bring closer the ties with America and the Caribbean. Again, bipartisanship. Shirley Chisholm, she wanted to get the job done, and she encouraged all of us to work together to fight for what we believed, but to also understand we had to work together to make life better, quite frankly, for everyone. And so, Miss C, some of us called her Shirley, some of us called her Miss C. I want to thank you for paving the way and for being that catalyst for change. This Congressional Gold Medal is for you, and happy 100th heavenly birthday. Thank you again, Congresswoman Waters. Thank you again, Chairman McHenry.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from California.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, who is also the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Mr. Harsford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me commend the ranking member, our chairwoman, Maxine Waters, for her leadership on this issue, and the courtesy of the chairman, Mr. McHenry, for working in bipartisanship on this important issue. I rise today in support of H.R. 1088, the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act. Representative Shirley Chisholm was an advocate for justice in American politics. In 1968, she broke through barriers as the first black woman elected to this body, representing New York's 12th District. She declared herself unbought and unbossed, and in her time in Congress, she introduced over 50 pieces of legislation, fought to end the Vietnam War, and championed civil rights, women's rights, and economic justice. She was one of the 13 founding members of the Congressional Black Caucus, but the only woman. Today, the CBC has 60 members, the largest in our history, 31 black women. And it's because of the legacy of Representative Shirley Chisholm that we have made that progress. So posthumously, we award her...
time has expired.
An additional 30 seconds to the gentleman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Posthumously awarding her the Congressional Gold Medal is a tribute to her achievements and a recognition of her legacy to advance equality and justice. I urge my colleagues to honor this remarkable American and vote yes on H.R. 1088. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The woman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the chairman, Mr. McHenry, and the ranking member for bringing this legislation to the floor. I thank Congresswoman Barbara Lee for her tenacity in making sure that we would see this come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as one of the many women who stand on the shoulders of Shirley Anita Chisholm and in strong support of H.R. 1088, the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act. As we honor the first African-American woman elected to Congress and a trailblazer whose life and work continues to inspire generations of leaders, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm was a woman who had the audacity to be a catalyst for change, unbossed and unbought. From her candidacy for President of the United States to her first day in the New York State Assembly, Shirley Chisholm paved the way for Black Americans, Caribbean Americans, women, and marginalized communities overlooked in our political system. She showed us what was possible, and in doing so, raised the standard of what it means to be a woman who is unbought and unbossed. She was a daughter of Brooklyn, my soror, both of us made in the Brooklyn alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and above all, a daughter of progress. This Congressional Gold Medal serves as a testament and a symbol of her achievements and as a political trailblazer and advocate for those who were too often left behind. It is our responsibility to ensure her legacy is not just remembered, but built upon. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Let us honor Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm for her courage, her vision, and her unmatched contributions to Congress and the Congressional Black Caucus and our nation at large. As she so powerfully said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Today, let us solidify her seat and honor her rightful place in history. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from
I
California
now
is
yield
recognized.
1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lee Carter.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Congresswoman Barbara Lee, for your tremendous leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support H.R. 1088, the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act, in honor of the legendary Shirley Anita Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to Congress in 1968. Her historic election was not just a victory for New York's 12th district, but for all of us, affirming that these halls belong to everyone, regardless of race, gender, or background. During her 7 impactful terms, she championed equity in education, economic opportunity, and social justice, and advocated for marginalized communities. Her courage inspired generations, including my late mother, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who carried forward her fight for justice and equality. And there was no place she would have rather been than supporting her sisters and voting on this medal. So I'm honored to be able to vote in her honor and memory and support H.R. 1088, the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act. Thank you. Speaker, I yield back.
Woman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, but I want to give my ranking member the final word on this subject. And so with that, I want to close with one story that has an impact on me about Shirley Chisholm. We know the story of George Wallace, segregationist, racist, governor of Alabama, running for the presidential nomination. Shirley Chisholm was running for the same nomination. When George Wallace was shot 5 times while campaigning and then paralyzed, who showed up at the hospital but Shirley Chisholm? And I think I think of myself as a charitable person. I think of somebody that I can rise above. We all think that we have that in us. But imagine that. Imagine that somebody who's campaigning to take your rights away, to ensure that you don't have rights that are duly yours under the Constitution. And Shirley Chisholm was the one who showed up at the hospital. Talk about the charity and the spirit of that is so much bigger and so much greater than what we get to see in our common day. And it's those special moments that give you a perspective on who this person was. I didn't have the opportunity to know her, but I do get to pass her portrait here in the Capitol building. And her portrait says it all. Absolutely says it all about who she was. And I did not know her, but walking by that portrait, it's very clear who she was. And when she says that she was unbought, unbossed, it's so clear in that portrait. And so when she retired in 1983, she returned to education, but she made an indelible mark on this institution such that in her 8 terms in this place, that she had a lasting impact such that we have a generation of lawmakers that look at her as an exemplar of who they hoped to be and a symbol of what America can be. And so with that, I urge adoption of S. 4243 to honor Shirley Chisholm with a Congressional Gold Medal. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just say to Chairman McHenry, thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support. This is one of the last actions you may be taking prior to the closing of this session. And I want you to know we're very appreciative for the fact that you're taking the time to not only be here, but to share your time in a very generous way to Ms. Lee. Thank you so very much. So this important bill will award a Congressional Gold Medal in commemoration of Shirley Chisholm, an unbought and unbossed advocate for women and people of color. Today, we will vote to award this high honor to a woman who dared to be a catalyst for change. So I thank Representative Barbara Lee for her work on this important bill. And of course, again, I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill. Again, I'm going to urge my colleagues to support this bill, but I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Lee.
I want to thank Ranking Member for yielding and want to respond to Chairman McHenry and thank him for bringing up the story about George Wallace. And I have an addendum to the story. I was working in her campaign during that period, and I was furious that she would go to visit segregationist, racist George Wallace. I called her and I was about ready to leave the campaign because to me that was so inconsistent with who she was. She took me to task again and she said, "Little girl," she said, "we have to remember we all are human beings, first of all." She said, "This is the right thing to do." She said that, you know, he is paralyzed. She said, "And you never know what might happen when I go visit him." What happened when she visited him, and I have to say hello and salute Peggy Wallace Kennedy, who is a friend who lives in Birmingham, Alabama. Peggy, several years ago, told me the story of what happened in that hospital room. And if you have seen the film Shirley, that really accurately depicts what happened, what Peggy told me. But Shirley Chisholm went and visited George Wallace. She chilled me out a little bit. I stayed with the campaign, thank God. And she talked to him, and she prayed with him, and she encouraged him to look at his ways and his views and his horrible treatment of black people. And Peggy told me that she prayed, and fast forward till after he got out of the hospital, he went to Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in his wheelchair. Of course, I say too little, too late, but went down the aisle and apologized to the people of Alabama for what he had done as a segregationist and the governor of Alabama. And again, I said too little, too late. But finally, let me just say, she carried many bills fighting for domestic workers and fighting for low-income wage workers and fighting for people who were marginalized and didn't have a shot at the American dream. Well, George Wallace helped her get co-sponsors for her bills and helped her become a very effective legislator. And the rest is history. And so thank you so much for bringing up that story. That was a pivotal point in my life, because she taught me a lot, and she taught me to try to look beyond what is. And I want to thank our speaker also for his leadership and for his assistance in helping us bring this to the floor. Thank you again. Thank you, Representative Waters. Thanks, Max. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4243? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass S91, the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust Congressional Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 91, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal collectively to 60 diplomats in recognition of their bravery and heroism during the Holocaust.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous materials on this bill.
Without objection.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 91. a bill that would posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal to the forgotten heroes of the Holocaust, and that passed the House in June of this year. This bill will honor fearless heroes that rescued Jewish citizens who were being hunted by Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime. These diplomats from around the world took quick and heroic action to save Jews attempting to flee Europe. They resisted the anti-Semitic Nazi agenda, risking their lives, safety, and successful careers, and their own lives to help innocent Jewish people flee persecution. Despite some receiving direct orders not to help the Jewish population, these diplomats issued passports and travel visas, set up safe houses and getaways to hide adults and children, and communicated with local communities to help fleeing Jews escape by traveling underground to safety. Because of these actions of these diplomats, hundreds of thousands of Jewish families in Europe escaped death at the hands of Hitler's Nazi regime. Today, we celebrate these diplomats and honor their lives and actions with the Congressional Gold Medal. Sadly, anti-Semitism is endemic and an unrelenting scourge on history and our society, rearing its ugly head even today, just as it did 80 years ago. S91 honors these diplomats who valiantly defied this systemic hatred by bravely doing what was right to stand up for not only the Jewish community, but all of mankind. It's my hope that their courage will continue to inspire Americans today. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Salazar for introducing the House version, as well as Senator Hagerty for making important technical changes and sending this bill back to the House to ensure the final text of the bill is completely accurate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to support as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S91, the Forgotten Heroes of the Holocaust Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Hagerty. With this bill, we're honoring 60 diplomats from around the world in recognition of their brave and vital service of saving Jewish people during World War II. When Adolf Hitler and his Nazi regime were implementing a horrific mass murder of the Jewish population in Germany, a handful of diplomats from around the world stepped forward to assist the Jewish community, risking expulsion if discovered. Many of these diplomats also had strict orders from their home countries to not aid the Jewish population. Despite threats to their careers and livelihoods, these diplomats used the means at their disposal to help the Jewish community. They issued passports and travel visas, contrary to the instruction of their home countries, saving hundreds of thousands of Jewish families in Europe. The diplomats also connected with local populations to set up safe houses and getaways to hide people, specifically Jewish children, from Nazi authorities. Every diplomat was aware of the dangers, yet continued with their efforts to save the Jewish population. Several diplomats confronted the Nazis directly on behalf of the Jews, personally putting themselves in immediate danger. The diplomats displayed bravery and heroism throughout the Holocaust and risked their careers and livelihoods to carry out this humanitarian mission. Today, we will vote to present them with our highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers.
The gentleman is prepared. The gentlelady is recognized.
And I will yield myself the balance of the time. This important bill will award a congressional medal, a gold medal, to 60 diplomats posthumously in recognition of their brave and vital service of saving Jewish people during World War II. We should all be grateful for and inspired by their sacrifices. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, and I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
It's important that this Congress make a statement and remember those valiant citizens, the forgotten heroes, those valiant people around the globe, those forgotten heroes of the Holocaust, who did so much to save so many. And their story still has an impact on us today. And that is one of the running themes of our discussions here this evening, is the impact of others' lives and the examples of great men and women in our history that we should remember today. And so as a statement against anti-Semitism and for the valiant courage of those that were willing to risk their lives to save others, I think this is a very appropriate statement. And so with that, I yield back the balance of my time, urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 91, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 91? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6571, the Roberto Clemente Commemorative Coin Act.
Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 6751?
Mr. Speaker, I would like the bill to actually be H.R. 6751.
Very well. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6751, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint commemorative coins in recognition of the life and legacy of Roberto Clemente.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all the members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6751, a bill to mint a commemorative coin in recognition of the exemplary life and legacy of Roberto Clemente. Roberto Clemente has inspired countless Americans through his impressive athletic achievements and unyielding generosity. Born August 18, 1934, in Carolina, Puerto Rico, Roberto Clemente was the youngest of 7 children. From an early age, he excelled athletically, especially at baseball. After a brief stint in the minors, Clemente joined the Pittsburgh Pirates for the 1955 season. He would go on to become arguably the greatest Pirate to ever wear the jersey, a 15-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion, and the 1965 National League MVP winner. To underscore just how Clemente meant to the sport of baseball, he would become the second player in history to have the 5-year waiting period waived before being inducted to the Hall of Fame through a special ballot in 1973. But Roberto Clemente was much more than one of the greatest baseball players of all time. He was a fierce advocate for racial equality. Clemente insisted the Pirates provide African American and Latino players with their own bus so they could travel to restaurants. He was also widely known for his philanthropic efforts. He spent much of his time away from the ballpark collecting donations for Latin American countries, visiting children in hospitals, and putting on baseball clinics for kids from Pittsburgh to Puerto Rico. Clemente's reputation for generosity continued until his tragic death in 1972, while delivering aid to Nicaragua following a devastating earthquake. His untimely passing at the age of 38 was when celebrations resumed. Puerto Rico Secretary of State have with us today independents, stateholders, and better citizens. H.R. 6751 will honor Roberto Clemente for his outstanding achievements, both on and off the baseball field. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6751, the Roberto Clemente Commemorative Coin Act, sponsored by Representative Espaillat. This bill honors the life and legacy of Roberto Clemente, who is renowned not just for being an exceptional baseball player, but also being an Afro-Puerto Rican cultural icon and human rights activist. I'm proud to be co-sponsor of this bill. When Clemente started his major league debut with the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1955, he encountered Jim Crow laws that forced black players to stay at separate inferior hotels and refused them the option to dine with their white teammate. When he reported to spring training for the first time, black players had to wait on the bus for their white teammates to bring them food from restaurants after games. Clemente despised the routine and threatened to fight black players who took the food, and he later requested separate transportation. The Pirates eventually provided a station wagon for the black players. In late 1972, a 6.3 magnitude earthquake hit Managua, Nicaragua, killing 5,000 people. In response, Roberto Clemente sent shipments of humanitarian aid to the country. After learning that 3 previous shipments had been diverted by corrupt government officials, Clemente decided to accompany one of the aid shipments. During his trip, however, Roberto Clemente tragically died in a plane crash. This commemorative coin would ensure that Clemente's selflessness would never be forgotten. Roberto Clemente has been recognized for his achievements as a baseball player, a humanitarian activist, and a symbol of Latin American pride. This commemorative coin bill will continue to recognize his life and legacy. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield as much time as she may consume. Gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for yielding the time. I want to say thank you to Chairman McHenry for allowing this bill, and of course my great friend from New York, Congressman Espaillat. It's been a hard work to get this bill to the floor with 296 co-sponsors. I think that's a number we should remember. The legacy of Roberto Clemente is so big that 296 members of Congress just approved and co-sponsored this bill. So I'm honored to stand here as Puerto Rico's sole representative in Congress to honor one of the greatest, Roberto Clemente. We co-introduced H.R. 6751, the Roberto Clemente Commemorative Coin Act, with my friend and colleague, Congressman Espaillat. And it's important to know that in 1958, he enlisted at the Marine Corps Reserve and then went to active duty. Many people are not aware of the legacy of Roberto Clemente and his stand defending our nation. So this bill will require the Department of the Treasury to mint and issue coins in recognition of the life and legacy of a baseball legend from Puerto Rico, Roberto Clemente Walker. Proceeds from the sales of these coins will support the Roberto Clemente Foundation, which offers a variety of community education, sport, and other programs. Roberto Clemente is the first ever Latino to be inducted in the Baseball Hall of Fame and was an exemplary figure in all aspects of his life, not just sports. A superstar with a sure fame, he never stopped caring and working for those less fortunate. On the playing field, he was among the pioneers who, even in the face of persistent discrimination, knew to prove himself and silence critics. He reached championships in 2 World Series, including in 1971, when he was named the most valuable player. Clemente won 12 Gold Gloves, 4 batting titles, and was 12-time member of the All-Star team. And it's one of the 33 players in the history of major leagues to be part of the exclusive 3,000 Hits Club. During the off-season, he remained engaged with supporting communities in Puerto Rico and in neighboring countries in the Caribbean, using sports as a vehicle to motivate communities and provide opportunities for developed to disadvantaged families. On December 31st, 1972, Clemente boarded a flight to Nicaragua to lead relief efforts following an earthquake in that country. Tragically, the flight faltered during takeoff, resulting in a crash that claimed the life of all on board. This loss is still felt today. Many of us continue advocating for Major League Baseball permanently to retire the number 21 across the leagues to honor Clemente's legacy. Also, although the Capitol Statutory Hall does not currently have status of heroes from the U.S. territories, if it did, surely Clemente will be the first to be installed for Puerto Rico. And for that reason, we filed H.R. 4065 to especially provide for such recognition to Clemente, as I believe his statue must be among those of great Americans in these halls. So I expect sometime we can approve that bill as well. But today, we recognize Clemente by supporting this commemorative coin. I want to say again, thank you to Congressman Espaillat. We worked together for many months to get and hit the 296 number. And I appreciate all the support from members of this House to honor Roberto Clemente, which is the biggest for Puerto Rico and of course for the nation. Y lo tengo que decir en español, Roberto Clemente es una de las superestrellas que dio mucha honra a Puerto Rico y a nuestra nación. So I feel proud to serve as a member of Congress. In January, I'm going to be serving as a governor of Puerto Rico. So for me, this is a double honor to make this happen. So I expect with Congressman Espaillat that the Senate can do something about it. So thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, who is also the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank, of course, the resident commissioner from Puerto Rico, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, for her leadership in getting 296 members of the House to sponsor this bill. Way under Roberto Clemente's batting average, but still a great number. And of course, our ranking member, Maxine Waters, and Chairman Patrick McHenry, thank you for your collegiality, for your support of this measure. Long before the Latinization of baseball, long before we enjoy seeing players from many Latin American and Caribbean nations in the diamond play, there was the great number 21, Roberto Clemente. And that is why today I rise in support of H.R. 6751, the Roberto Clemente Commemorative Coin Act. Roberto Clemente was a baseball icon and trailblazer, breaking barriers as the first Latin American inducted into Cooperstown National Baseball Hall of Fame as one of the greatest players of all time. We've heard the 15 All-Star games. We heard of his MVP winning years. He got his 3,000 hit on his last at-bat before he unfortunately passed an admission to Nicaragua. But Clemente was much more than a baseball star. You know, he used his platform to advocate for civil rights and racial equality as he played throughout the Jim Crow South. In fact, Clemente and many other MLB players protested the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by not playing the first two games of 1968. He fought for justice not just here in the United States, but abroad as well. Clemente's dedication to service extended beyond the baseball diamond. As a proud member of the Marine Corps Reserve, he exemplified discipline, leadership, and pride, earning the rank of Private First Class. Perhaps most inspiring was his humanitarian work. During his off seasons, Clemente would host free baseball clinics for underprivileged kids, giving aspiring players an opportunity they wouldn't have otherwise. He also delivered aid to numerous Latin American countries, including his home towns in Puerto Rico. Tragically, he lost his life on New Year's Eve in 1972 while an earthquake hit a relief mission in Nicaragua. He was a selfless act that defined his legacy. In his honor, the Major League Baseball established the Roberto Clemente Award. Given annually, it recognizes a player who best exemplifies baseball sportsmanship and community involvement. It has been given to many, many baseball greats. This bill pays tribute to Clemente's unparalleled contributions by making him the first Latino, African-American, Afro-Latino, and Puerto Rican feature on a commemorative coin. Proceeds from the coin will benefit the Roberto Clemente Foundation. Roberto Clemente was a humanitarian, a civil rights advocate, a baseball legend, a Marine. By passing this bill, we honor his life, his legacy, and enduring impact on the world. Let's remember number 21. Let's remember the great one, Roberto Enrique Clemente Walker. I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting this extraordinary measure. I thank you and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Deluzio.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady, the chairwoman, for yielding.
I rise in support of H.R. 6751, the Roberto Clemente Commemorative Coin Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent people of Western Pennsylvania, and that means representing so many Pittsburgh Pirates fans. And no man means more to the Pirates than the great Roberto Clemente. Buccos fans today wear his number with special pride, and we speak his name with reverence. It's joked that he could field the ball in New York and throw a guy out in Pennsylvania, and we are serious when we say that Roberto Clemente was one of the best, the greatest, to play the game at bat and in the outfield. He was the best of us, and we will always have a special place for him in our hearts, in the hearts of Pirates fans and so many across our country. Roberto Clemente's hardworking spirit and care for his neighbors modeled the core values of the good people of Western Pennsylvania that became his home. His tragic death was mourned by so many as he was seeking to serve those in need, but his excellence on and off the field left an impact and a legacy that still continue to this day. Clemente's record as a humanitarian and activist remains an inspiration to millions across the world, and for decades, the Roberto Clemente Foundation has kept his legacy alive through their work to serve kids, veterans, and victims of disasters across the country. We can honor his legacy by passing this bill, and I'm proud to co-sponsor, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, throughout my life, I dealt with a lot of identity issues. I was adopted at birth. My mom came here from Cuba in the late 1960s. My dad was born in Kansas, but is a musician deeply rooted in Black and Latino music. My biological mother is Lebanese and Puerto Rican, and my biological father is Haitian. So I got a lot going on. And I never quite knew who I was in terms of my identity, and I dealt with this throughout my whole life. There were times in my life where I despised my blackness. There were times in my life where I despised my Latino heritage. I bring up my own story because there's so many times where I felt lost, but sometimes you got to see someone who looks like you fly to know that you can too. And one of those people for so many Black Latinos and Afro-Latinos is Roberto Clemente. People like him who, he wasn't just one of the best to ever play the sport, but he walked in this tradition that is deeply rooted in the Black tradition and the Latino tradition of deep solidarity. Not solidarity as an empathy, but solidarity as a verb. Quote, anytime you have an opportunity to make a difference in this world and you don't, then you are wasting your time on this earth, end quote. That's a call to action for all of us. And I'm proud to support this bill. And I'm proud to support any time that we can uplift Black Latinos in this country, have done so much for this country and so much for this world. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
We have no more speakers. We are prepared to close if the gentlelady is prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves, and the gentlelady is prepared to close. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Yes, I am prepared to go, and I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This bill will direct the U.S. Mint to create a commemorative coin to honor the life and legacy of Roberto Clemente, baseball player and human rights activist, with proceeds going to the Roberto Clemente Foundation. He used his platform as a baseball player to push for equal rights in sports and has become a symbol of Afro-Puerto Rican pride. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill. I thank Representative Espaillat for his work on this important bill, and I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6751, and I yield back the balance of my time.
General yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6751? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7480, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 549, H.R. 7480. A bill to amend Section 102A20 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 to require the exclusion of service-connected disability compensation when determining whether a person is a person of low and moderate income, a person of low income, or a person of moderate income, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 7480, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, and urge my colleagues to join me in passing this critical legislation. Our nation's disabled veterans have made extraordinary sacrifices in service to our great country. It is our duty to ensure they receive the respect and support they have earned, especially when it comes to housing. This bipartisan bill addresses a glaring oversight. HUD currently allows multiple different definitions of income to determine eligibility for community development block grant assistance. This inconsistency means a veteran could be disqualified simply because their service-connected disability compensation is counted as income in one definition, but excluded in another. This is not just a bureaucratic glitch. It denies veterans vital assistance. H.R. 7480 fixes this by requiring VA service-connected disability calculations. It ensures no veteran is penalized for benefits they earned. This is a common sense bipartisan solution. Let us act today to remove these obstacles and honor our veterans with the dignity they deserve. I thank the bipartisan co-sponsors of this legislation, including Congressman Brad Sherman and the multiple veterans associations that have offered their support, including the American Legion. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7480. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. At a time when our nation faces an unprecedented affordable housing and homelessness crisis, which House Republicans have done nothing to address over the last 2 years, it is unthinkable to consider reducing support for the very individuals who have risked their lives to defend our freedoms. When this bill came before our committee, I want you to know that we understood that this bill perhaps will lessen the kind of support that very, very poor veterans get. We know that, in fact, those veterans with disability, for example, who are being penalized in ways because that disability that they're getting does not fully support them, and it should not be any money that they get for disability should not be taken into consideration for whether or not they're eligible. And so, in trying to balance what we do for disability and for the poor veterans, we thought perhaps this wasn't the right way to do it. But you know what? Given the housing crisis, given the needs that veterans have, all of us who thought at the time that perhaps the bill was not the right one, we certainly have changed on that, and we support this bill. And I want you to know that the incoming Trump administration has endorsed basically what I just described as doing nothing to address over the last 2 years the housing and homeless crisis. And so today's bipartisan bill now, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, represents an important stance by the House of Representatives to oppose efforts to slash housing programs like the Community Development Block Grant Program and benefits for U.S. veterans generally. And so it has to be very clear that we support the Community Development Block Program, period. And we also support the idea that the disabled veterans should not be penalized because they're getting disability benefits, and that would be considered having too much money in order to qualify for some housing programs. And so we join with our friends from across the aisle in support of this legislation. Now, I want you to know that we are thinking very, very hard about some of the coming actions that will be taken by this new administration as it relates to veterans. And so we want to point out to them, when we see and understand how best to help veterans, both those who are getting disabled benefits and those who are poor, who are standing in line, who are waiting to get benefits, and we don't want them to take any actions. We don't want the new administration to take any actions against our veterans, against our disabled veterans. But I'm really, really worried about Co-President Musk and what he said in an op-ed that he plans to slash nearly $500 billion in government spending where congressional authorization has expired. That figure includes nearly $120 billion in funding for veterans, including money for VA hospitals, doctors, nurses, medications, and procedures. Notably, the program we are amending today, the Community Development Block Grant Program, also has a lapsed authorization. That means it will also be on the chopping block. So I hope my Republican colleagues are paying attention. We're paying attention. Passage of this bill will only help veterans if Republicans also block Co-President Musk's efforts to eliminate CDBG entirely. I strongly oppose Co-President Elon Musk's efforts to harm veterans, to strip affordable housing from families, or to take away federal grants used to educate our children. Instead, we should look to see how mega billionaires like Co-President Musk and others pay their fair share in taxes. They've profited handsomely, often at the expense of Americans, and they should have to pay a larger portion. And so I'm going to urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I want both sides of the aisle to look closely at everything that has been said about our veterans and any attempts to undermine their ability to have a decent quality of life and to get the support that they expect. And if you look closely, no matter what is being said, let's join together from both sides of the aisle and support our veterans no matter what. And let's tell Co-President Elon Musk, no, he will not and shall not and must not do anything to harm our veterans, talking about getting rid of all unauthorized programs. We've seen the light, and we hope he will see the light. Thank you very much. I yield back. I reserve my time.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
I reserve.
I reserve my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Congress over the years has created federal programs that help the housing insecure, particularly veterans. Now, of course, to qualify for these programs, you need to have income under a certain threshold. However, we have to focus on how do you calculate that income level. Particularly, do you include disability benefits in the income of those seeking this housing, usually homeless people seeking the housing? I think that you should not, especially when the effect of considering that disability payment is to deny housing to a homeless, disabled veteran. Our Internal Revenue Code already recognizes that disability benefits paid to veterans are not to be considered income. At our urging, the Department of Housing and Urban Development has reached the same conclusion, at least for now. And it is time for us to have statutory provisions that make it clear that in calculating eligibility for veterans' housing, disability benefits paid by the VA should not be included. The reason for that is that we cannot assume that two people with equivalent incomes are living at the same level, because someone who is disabled has additional challenges. That's why they're receiving the disability benefits. Being disabled is expensive. It requires aids. It means that you can't get across town or even a few miles to take advantage of a store that's offering goods at a lower price. Disability benefits partially compensate for the disability. They should not have the effect of keeping a homeless person or near homeless person out of housing. That is why our committee passed 2 bills to deal with this issue. Today we deal with Congresswoman De La Cruz's bill, which I strongly support and which I hope will pass unanimously here today. I am the chief Democratic co-sponsor on that bill. That bill excludes veteran service-connected disability payments from eligibility under the HUD Community Development Block Grant Program. There is another program dealt with by separate legislation, which Congresswoman De La Cruz has serves as the chief co-sponsor. That bill, H.R. 8340, is the Housing the Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act. That bill, which I'm proud to have authored, passed our committee, the Financial Services Committee, unanimously 49-0, and has over 101 co-sponsors. So I urge everyone here today to vote for the bill that is before us today. I will point out that both that bill and the other bill that I mentioned have a 0 score. I would ask for an additional 30 seconds.
Please give the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
So both bills I've mentioned here, I believe, have a 0 score. Both are overwhelmingly supported by our veteran service organizations, including the VFW, Vietnam Veterans of America, the American Legion, of course, the Disabled American Veterans, U.S. Vets, and Black Veterans Empowerment Council. So we have 2 bills. Let's pass one today. Let's persuade leadership to give us a few minutes of floor time so we can pass the other bill next week. We'll get them both over to the Senate, and then I look forward to calling over there to Senator Scott and Senator Brown and say these bills deserve to be hotlined and passed through the Senate right away. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
We have no more speakers, so we are prepared to close.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady is prepared to close. Gentlelady
Today,
from California is recognized.
The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Program helps local communities fund housing and economic development projects that primarily serve low and moderate income households, including many veterans. Like many civilians, countless veterans are struggling to make ends meet while housing costs continue to rise. It is thanks to federal housing programs that under the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats have successfully reduced homelessness among veterans to its lowest level ever. It is thanks to federal investments in housing supply that the Biden-Harris administration has helped build more homes and slowed the rate of housing inflation compared to the previous administration. In fact, last Congress, Democrats successfully passed 4 housing bills into law. Meanwhile, as of today, Republicans have passed 0 housing bills into law and have passed just 1 housing bill on the House floor before today, which would hike up mortgage rates and make home ownership more or less expensive. So today, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act finally represents a bipartisan commitment to the federal government's role in housing and supporting our nation's veterans. Indeed, it is because of our duty to secure the well-being and dignity of those who have served. But no one in this chamber could rest easy if they care about veterans. Co-President Elon Musk is already eyeing massive cuts to veteran benefits up to $120 billion. I hope we will similarly see strong bipartisanship as we oppose those efforts next Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment and say what a proud moment this is. In the crazy halls of Congress, we can actually get some common sense legislation passed, not only off the House floor, but I am confident that the Senate will see how important this small change can be to make a big difference, specifically with our veterans. Our veterans give so much to this great country, and I am so proud that we came together, and I thank my colleague, Congressman Sherman, for working in a bipartisan manner to get this bill done, and I know how important your bill is as well, because ultimately it is about our veterans and making sure that our veterans are not homeless. I want to, today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7480, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7480 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Go on. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have 7. The House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the recent victory of the 2024 National Women's Soccer League champions, the Orlando Pride. This incredible team not only secured the NWSL championship, but also claimed the NWSL Shield, the first time since 2019 a team has completed both accomplishments. Now they are the first professional sports team from Orlando to win a major league trophy, making history for my hometown and my district. But this victory is more than just a trophy. It represents the talent, grit, and passion of this team and this amazing diverse team of women who have brought our Central Florida community together in celebration. Orlando's reputation as a top sports destination grows even stronger thanks to the Orlando Pride success. So to the team, congratulations. You've always been the pride of Orlando, but now you're the champions of the nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and exclude extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we begin our brief special order tonight, just to kind of highlight some of the things going on, House Republicans are working very hard through the end of the 118th Congress to push several pieces of legislation that deliver results for Americans and reflect on our conservative agenda. This week, we are championing bills that support our small businesses and protect our schools from communist propaganda. Across the country, small businesses are struggling with burdensome red tape and federal regulations. This week, House Republicans are bringing to the floor Congressman Feenstad's Prove It Act, which will support our small businesses by enhancing the integrity and transparency of our regulatory processes, reduce red tape, and drive our economy forward. We've seen this over and over again. The American people decided in November that they wanted to push our economy towards the upward mobility that we need. And the key aspect of this is making sure that we have the proper regulatory reform in place. This was an area of complete overburdensome from the previous administration or the current administration, and we look forward to taking a bill like this and driving it to its fate and getting things like this accomplished in the coming months. We are also supporting Congresswoman Salazar's crucial Communism Teaching Act to provide civic education curricula and educational materials for middle and high school students about the dangers of communism and totalitarianism. I'm grateful for my colleagues for joining me this evening to discuss these important measures. And now I will gladly yield to my colleague from Florida, Ms. Laurel Lee, 3 minutes and 45 seconds, or however much time she may consume.
Mr. Speaker, Florida's 15th district is home to thousands of small businesses that create jobs, spur economic growth, and contribute to the cultural fabric of our community. There are few things more inspiring than when I get to meet people in our community who had an idea to start a business or saw a need to be met and worked hard to make it happen. That is the American spirit at work. For the past 4 years, small businesses across the country have seen firsthand the increase in new and burdensome rules, regulations, and mandates being handed down by the Biden-Harris administration, making it harder for small businesses to thrive. Congress must do all it can to ensure that Main Street has the tools it needs to succeed and continue to support the American dream, and that starts with government getting out of the way. That is why I'm proud to support H.R. 7198, the Prove It Act of 2024. Too often, small businesses are overlooked when it comes to analyzing the impact of new government regulations and mandates. This bill will strengthen current requirements for government agencies to consider and account for the impact of proposed regulations on the small business community. Additionally, this legislation will increase small business owners' engagement in the regulatory process, preventing further executive overreach and holding government bureaucrats accountable. Small business owners deserve a seat at the table, and the Prove It Act will do just that. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Florida. I appreciate her remarks. And I will now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, to share with us some of the key things we're trying to accomplish here in the waning days of the 119th Congress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to my colleague. We cover a wide range of topics here, and it's important that we discuss many of them with the public. Something that is interesting trend these days and is lost in the memory or never even learned about by newer generations is the topic of communism. Like what? Yeah, it's something that needs to be understood better, because when you see polls out there that there's a 28% of the Gen Z view communism favorably, which shows a very fundamental misunderstanding of its consequences and what it's about. So it's very alarming. You have 19% of Gen Z that believes a dictatorship would be the best political system. And with the rhetoric flying these days, the word fascism is thrown around so loosely, or calling politicians in this country Nazis. This is all cut from a very similar cloth. And so for people to believe that a dictatorship or these types of, it's not even government, it's just flat power over the people. So what it really boils down to, these trends are the result of a failure to adequately educate our youth about that history, about how brutal that history is. How did it come on board? When you think about in Russia, the Bolsheviks, and murdering the powers that be back in the teens of the last century in order to gain power. That's being lost on people these days. Oh, communism sounds good. Even the word socialism, well, it means you're social, right? No, these are rooted in very dangerous, very centralized government and controlling of the people ways of thinking. For example, here in this country, there's 500 U.S. schools approximately from K through 12 will host what's called the Confucius Classrooms, funded by the Chinese Communist Party. These programs promote the Communist Party propaganda. They whitewash the atrocities of communism and distort history to undermine American values. Again, look at the amount of murdering that has gone on in the Russian era of communism, over the coast of Florida, in Cuba. These programs are a deliberate attempt to influence the minds of young Americans, creating a dangerous foothold in our education system and just softening the whole idea of what communism really did mean. Teaching the truth about communism is not just about history, it's about safeguarding the future of our own form of government. Civic education must include an honest account of communism's failures, the failures. Where has it been tried that it's really worked and provided the people with more freedom, more prosperity, more choices, more options? It hasn't worked anywhere. They become more and more oppressed, poorer, with a much worse quality of life, and end up attacking other countries that still do love freedom. By failing to address these truths, we are raising a generation unprepared to defend our freedoms and even our homeland. So this week, House Republicans are considering legislation by our Florida colleague, Salazar. It's called the Crucial Communism Teaching Act. The bill directs the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation to develop and provide civic education materials for middle and high school students to understand. These materials will highlight the devastating consequences of communism, the importance of standing against these totalitarian regimes. So it's not just an education issue, as mentioned a minute ago. It's a national security issue and a moral obligation to teach our kids properly. I appreciate Congresswoman Salazar making this effort as a Florida member. Right next door, prime example, Cuba, just 70, 80, 90 miles or so from Florida. Why do people take boats? They fashion rafts and whatever means they can to escape Cuba and try to come to the shores of the U.S. It's not because communism is popular to give them more choices or more freedom, is it? In so many cases, people are desperately trying to break out. When Ronald Reagan demanded Mr. Gorbachev to tear down that wall between East Germany and West Germany. There didn't used to be an East and West Germany before that timeline, but on the heels of World War II and the occupation of that. It required the Berlin airlift just a couple years after the World War II to keep those people sustained because of the Russian Bear having taken over that portion of Germany when they completely misread what the treaty at the time was to keep Germany in line after World War II. Instead, Russia took it as an opportunity to take it over, and so many other what had been free states, free countries in the area. Poland, they imposed all that. So in the case of this issue with Cuba, right next door, 50 plus years of Castro. So I'm glad my Florida colleague can point this out, because her own state has been the recipient of many people escaping communism and trying to have the life that really we're all deserve as human beings. If we fail to teach these horrors to these next generations, we will dishonor the millions of victims who suffered under the regimes and the many soldiers that died on the field to try and pray at some level to defeat communism in Vietnam. Why should we waste those lives? Why should we not learn? Why should the next generation not learn? It was a poorly run attempt by our government at the time, but that should not be lost as we honor those Vietnam veterans and welcome them home during a time of strife that they were not always properly welcomed or thanked for something they didn't create. We owe it to future generations to have them recognize and reject these oppressive ideologies. We as members of Congress, we have a duty to ensure that the truth prevails in American classrooms and in the media, and even what gets said here on this House floor, so that next generation will understand, and current generations that sometimes think they want to vote in this sort of thinking into our government, into those that rule us or would rule us. Indeed, our freedom's at stake, and we should not take it for granted. I thank you for the time and yield back. Thanks so much.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. Appreciate his perspective on this. And I'll just close as I reiterate, as the close of the 118th Congress, and what a historic Congress it's been. We're trying to finish this out with, doing some of the core things that are necessary. We're working hard on making sure our defense capabilities are intact. That'll be something that we're highlighting for the next coming weeks, ensuring that we have, proper funding opportunities ahead as those deadlines loom. But this week, again, two very simple, pragmatic approaches, and these should be wildly bipartisan, to be able to create transparency into our regulatory process and make sure that we're teaching truth to our children of the history of what made our country so great, and the enterprise that has been able to drive that upward mobility in our economy. And with that, Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extemporaneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Very good. Somebody like to get Ms. Bice from the cloakroom? That'd be great. Mr. Speaker, we're going to have some comments from some friends of Mr. Kelly Armstrong, who's leaving us to go be the governor of North Dakota. And I suppose I'll kick it off. Harry Truman famously said that if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. I'm a big fan of Mr. Truman, so I assumed he was telling the truth. When I first got to Washington, I assumed that it would be easier for me to find a pit of vipers in Washington than a true friend. And I'll be clear, there are plenty of vipers in Washington, but I discovered that there was also Kelly Armstrong. I did not want to like Kelly Armstrong. It just seemed a little too cute to have the Dakota boys run together, and yet somehow we just clicked. From the very beginning, we've been fast friends. We were almost inseparable at the start, so much so that people would confuse us. They would think that he was me or that I was him, despite the fact that we don't look anything alike. I am suave and sexy, and Mr. Armstrong is something else, perhaps. Anyway, there was indeed confusion about who we were. I remember one day at the back of this chamber where a distracted and confused Mr. Armstrong came in, put in his card. This was our first week in the House, Mr. Speaker, and he hit red. No vote on a Republican motion to recommit. The senior Greg Walden came up and said, "Young man, I don't know who you are, but you are accidentally the only Republican in the House who is voting with Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats to kill this Republican motion. And if that's how you're going to do business here, you are going to ruin your reputation." And a somewhat chastened Mr. Armstrong changed his vote and said, "Well, Mr. Walden, thank you so much for telling me how it is. I certainly hope I have not ruined my reputation. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dusty Johnson from South Dakota." That was my first, but certainly not my last exposure to the idea that Kelly Armstrong is laugh out loud funny almost all the time. So many of the relationships we have here are work relationships, and work relationships have a tendency to be one-dimensional. That's the gal you grab coffee with. That's the guy you talk sports with. It's sometimes special when you get a relationship that isn't just a work relationship. And so as Kelly prepares to depart for the greener pastures of the governor's mansion, I want to talk a little bit about what he's meant to me, not just as a DC friend or a work friend, but as a real friend. 4 things. First, Kelly has been my coach. He's made me a better member because of his counsel, more than anybody else here. He's understood my weaknesses, and he's tried to coach me out of them. He's done it almost every week. Dusty, he said, you don't have to participate in every fight that you're invited to. Or similarly, Dusty, that's fine, but remember, in a knife fight, everybody gets cut, even you. He's made me a better person, which is what friends do. Secondly, he's also been my policy advisor. He is a great policy mind. And so when we've had complex legal issues, from sentencing reform to understanding what these contempt of Congress votes really mean, he spent a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, in walking me through them. And he didn't do that. He didn't benefit from that. He did that because he knew that I cared about the votes and that I wanted to be ready to cast the right vote. Number 3, Kelly has been more supportive of me than I could ever ask for. Literally every single thing that I have done in this town has been done because he's been behind me. He has pushed me. He has encouraged me. Do you know how unusual it is in this town to have people who aren't jealous of your success? To have people who want to see you do things rather than have them do things? Even a few days ago, as Governor-elect Armstrong could have been forgiven for focusing on his state and his future, he called me to say, "Dusty, what can I do to help?" In the last 6 years, there has been no one on the planet that has asked me that question more often than Kelly has. Dusty, what can I do to help? And number 4, Mr. Speaker, Kelly has been one of the very best operators in Congress, and I have learned from that. He knows how to get things done. He sees around corners. He is a grade A expert at what he calls the wet work of Congress so that his friends don't have to be. This House has functioned better because of Kelly Armstrong. And Mr. Armstrong, as you leave, we will still cut deals in your absence, but they will not be as good, and cutting them will not be as much fun. The common thread running through all 4 of these thoughts, Mr. Speaker, is selflessness. In a political universe that is dominated, and I mean dominated, by self-centered egomaniacs, it is shocking how much Kelly Armstrong cares about me, how much he cares about us. Some of our colleagues have the impression that I'm the nice one and that he's the mean one. and I don't know how they have gotten it so wrong. I often say that being in Congress is a very easy job if you don't care. It's a very hard job if you do care. Kelly Armstrong has more heart for this job and for his friends than anyone in this town. And that's why it's so hard to say goodbye. Kelly, we will miss your insight. We will miss how funny you are. We will miss your profanity. But more than anything, we will miss your heart. Harry Truman never had a true friend in Washington. But that's because he didn't have Kelly Armstrong. With that, I would yield as much time as the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, would consume.
I want to thank the gentleman from South Dakota for putting this together. It is always appropriate to take time to honor excellence and honor real achievement, and that is Kelly Armstrong's tenure here in the United States House of Representatives. You know, there's the old line that there are folks in politics who you wish weren't, right? Sometimes I say that those are Democrats, but, you know, that gets a laugh typically from Republicans. But then there are people like Kelly who you are glad chose public service because he has all those qualities that Dusty just talked about. Those qualities that make him not just a good legislator, not just a good congressman, but a good person and a good friend. There's also the old line that it never hurts to have smart people in charge. Kelly Armstrong is one sharp guy. He understands politics, he understands policy, and from my perspective, he really understands the law and how our legal system is supposed to work and the rights that we're supposed to protect, those fundamental liberties that the people we get the privilege of serving want us to protect. And when you couple smarts, intelligence with hard work, there was not one single hearing I was ever a part of, and I got to serve with Kelly on 2 different committees, where he was not prepared for the witness, prepared for the cross-examination, prepared for the direct examination, prepared for the markup. He was always willing to do the work so that he could represent the folks back home like you're supposed to. We all know that this job is a privilege. It is an honor to have this job. And in the history of this country, the greatest country ever, only about 12,000 people have ever had the privilege to serve. And Kelly Armstrong also understood that he was here fighting for the folks back in North Dakota, the families, the small business owners, the teachers, the truckers, the people working in the fields, the oil fields, the farm fields, the wheat. He was representing the folks back home. And that's why you see so many members here tonight willing to say, thank you for doing that. And you know the folks back home that's why they elected him governor with like 98% of the vote or whatever it was, because they know the kind of individual that he is. And he's going to continue to, those same qualities that Dusty Johnson talked about, and that was so well done, Dusty. He's going to use those same qualities, those same characteristics that he has to continue to fight for the people in his great state. And it has been truly an honor for me, and everyone else is going to talk, to have the privilege to serve in the Congress, but to have the privilege to serve in the Congress that only 12,000 people in the history of this country have ever had, but the privilege to serve with Kelly Armstrong, our friend. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stahl.
I thank the gentleman from South Dakota. Every member here loves the United States of America. There's 3 loves that Kelly Armstrong has that sets the man apart. The first is his love for his family, for his wife Tin and his children. And in this job, as we all know, there's a lot of travel and a lot of time away. But Kelly Armstrong would always take the flights home to North Dakota to make sure that he was there for his kids and his wife. And as he leaves us in this capacity of public service and becomes the governor of North Dakota, he's a little bit closer to the family that he loves. Kelly Armstrong loves hunting. He one time showed up with a black eye where the scope caught him. We also had a conversation one time, and it was with the chicken circuits and the amount of time we spend traveling. How do you stay in shape? And Kelly Armstrong said, Brian, if I ever feel like I'm out of shape, I go
I go bighorn sheep hunting, climb a mountain, and I'll come back and I'll be 20 pounds smaller. So Kelly, while you're governor, if you ever come back and you're a little bigger, we know you're not spending enough time hunting. But we do know that when you become governor of North Dakota, you'll be a little closer to good hunting land. Kelly also loves North Dakota. I had the pleasure of going and visiting him in his home state. As we drove across, he pointed out absolutely everything in the state of North Dakota as if he knew every blade of grass, every crop that was being grown, every potential animal that you could hunt on some other farmer's field. And he may have done that, but that man loves the state of North Dakota. And although it's a loss for this institution in the United States House of Representatives that he'll be leaving us for his wisdom and his counsel and the passion that he puts forward to the job, Kelly Armstrong will be a little bit closer to the state of North Dakota. Kelly, we thank you for your friendship, your commitment to this country, and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to our colleague, the gentleman from North Dakota, Kelly Armstrong, and to recognize his significant contributions as a member of Congress. Kelly has been a distinguished leader during his time here. He brought to these halls experience, both in business and in the law. His insight and his dedication elevated every committee where he served. Most particularly, it has been my privilege to work with Kelly on the Judiciary Committee and on criminal justice policy. As a former criminal defense attorney, Kelly brings insight and courage to difficult issues related to our justice system and to criminal justice policies. His unwavering commitment to the U.S. Constitution and to ensuring that every American receives its protections and its rights is an insight and a guidance for us all. His voice and his leadership will be dearly missed. But I will miss him most as my friend. Those of us who are blessed to call him a friend see the same dedication, intellect, and wit that Kelly shows as a member of Congress in his personal friendships. As a new member, Kelly was a mentor to me, and to this day, he continues to devote his time to making all of us and this institution better. Most of all, Kelly loves his family and his community, and it is no surprise that the people of the great state of North Dakota wanted Kelly to serve as their governor. I offer my heartfelt congratulations to Kelly and to those that he will represent. I am grateful for his service here in Congress. He leaves behind a proud legacy of achievement and service, and he will be dearly missed. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman has 15 minutes remaining.
Very good. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you. I rise today to congratulate my friend Kelly Armstrong on his retirement from Congress and thank him for all his years of service to his constituents and to our country, and for him being my mentor. While we aren't direct neighbors, Iowa and North Dakota share many similarities. Agriculture and energy production are the backbone of our economies, and our constituents are humble and hardworking. I've enjoyed working with Kelly over the years as we stood up for agriculture, supported domestic energy production, and advanced American values. Now, Kelly is beginning a new chapter in his life as he begins being governor of North Dakota. North Dakota families and farmers are fortunate to have a leader that is principled, dedicated, and passionate. While we will miss seeing him around the Capitol, I wish Kelly and his family the very best in the future. North Dakota is in great hands with my friend Kelly Armstrong. Kelly, you'll truly be missed. Congratulations on becoming governor.
2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my colleague and dear friend, Kelly Armstrong, for his dedication not only to the people of North Dakota, but to the United States of America. A true friend, reliable, prepared, selfless, wise, a mentor, witty, principled, a distinguished leader.
These are all the words that we've already heard this evening to describe Kelly Armstrong. And as a new member of Congress, this is something that I've witnessed. These are qualities that I've witnessed firsthand. One that hasn't been mentioned, though, is sarcastic, of which Kelly Armstrong certainly is, and it's one of the qualities that I love most about him. While serving in Congress, Kelly Armstrong has been a strong voice for rural America, always advocating for the values that make this nation great: freedom, opportunity, and justice. His commitment to conservative principles has been admirable and reflects the kind of lawmaker and his dedicated service. His leadership on critical issues from energy independence to protecting our Second Amendment's rights have been key in shaping policies that empower families, farmers, and businesses. Beyond his policy achievements, Kelly has been a trusted partner and principled legislator who is truly a public servant. He understands that leadership is about listening, about collaborating, and standing firm when it matters most. Kelly Armstrong's work in Congress has made a lasting difference. It's been an honor to serve alongside him. I'm grateful for his service. I'm looking forward to seeing all he will accomplish in his new role as the governor of North Dakota. It's bittersweet as our conference will miss him, but we wish he and his family nothing but success. Kelly Armstrong, I'm honored to be your friend. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and it's an honor to be here tonight to pay tribute to a great American and a great member of this body, Kelly Armstrong. You know, as we turn the page on a new Congress, a number of new freshmen are going to be coming in bewildered, looking for guidance on what committees to get on or what leadership roles to take. When we got here in 2019, Dusty Johnson was in the class, but Kelly Armstrong was also in the class and looked to the Judiciary Committee, where he was a natural leader, and it was an honor to get to sit next to him during that freshman term on the Judiciary Committee alongside several others. To this day, at the end of our third term, he is the only one left from our class on Judiciary. And I think that's because there was a bit of a trial by fire that we went through there at the beginning. When we came in 2019, we came in midway through the first Trump administration, and after I was in the majority for 16 years in the State House, it was kind of a shock to my system to have to come into the minority and be faced with a politically motivated impeachment. The Judiciary Committee was ground zero for that impeachment. And looking to Kelly Armstrong for leadership and making sure that the committee, Republicans on the committee, stood up for the rule of law, made sure that this politically motivated impeachment was called out for what it was. And, you know, in this body, there are workhorses and there are show horses. Kelly Armstrong is the workhorse. You know, it's Christmas time, and the other day, the White House Christmas party invitation came across my desk, and I remembered where I was when the White House Christmas party in 2019 happened. We were sitting in the Judiciary Committee, and we started getting pictures because our spouses could go, but we couldn't go. We were there late in the Judiciary Committee into the evening, and we started getting pictures of our spouses who were enjoying the Christmas party without us, alongside Melania and the President. But Kelly Armstrong always put the people of North Dakota first, always put his country first, and continues to serve the people of North Dakota as the next governor, and will do a fantastic job. We will miss him, and it's been an honor to serve with him. I yield back.
You always try to leave a little something special in the tank to close, Mr. Speaker. And with that, we have the exceptional gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today
to bid farewell to a dear friend and a colleague who has been with me from the very beginning. In the spring or summer of 2020, I received a call from a number I did not recognize, from an area code I'd never seen. And I answered the phone, and on the other end was a gentleman by the name of Kelly Armstrong. He told me he'd been watching my race, that he was very impressed, that he'd heard about me because of connections through the oil and gas industry, and that he wanted to support me. Why, I didn't know, and maybe to this day I still wonder, but that began an incredible friendship. And for the last 4.5 or 5 years, you have been an incredible mentor, a wonderful friend, the best strategist in Congress. You make us laugh, and that is something that money can't buy. It was mentioned earlier that this is a lonely place. It is one of those institutions that you really don't understand it unless you're here. It's hard. There are hard days. And you need those people that you can look at and smile at and recognize that they get it. They understand what you're going through. And then they can pop off some sarcastic comment and make you smile. That's why we love Kelly. Kelly, you have given me hope when I didn't think there was much there. You have sat across the table from an amazing group of people and negotiated deals that no one thought could get done. And you have provided a path for many of us. Your guidance and your wisdom will be incredibly missed in this institution. But here's what I know. I know that come a few days from now, that Tim and Anna and Eli will get to see your face a lot more. And although we may not, I am so happy for them because I know that's what you and they would want. And as has been said many times over, the people of North Dakota have won. But so has this institution and those of us here tonight. And with that, I yield.
Mr. Speaker, we would yield whatever time as he would consume to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still haven't figured out how to do that down there. I spent 10 years of my life in courtrooms, and there's one thing I learned pretty quick when you were doing a closing argument. When everything before you has been said and said better than you could ever say. First of all, if I said any of those things, it would really sound arrogant. I love every single thing about this place. Everything. All the bad stuff, all the good stuff, everything about the wild and crazy, can't get home on a Friday because a vote's held open for 3.5 hours. I'm going to miss every single thing, but what I'm going to miss the most is the people that I have gotten to know. I always say I hang out with Ben Klein and Dusty Johnson because they never swear, so I get their quota of swear words. Brian, I'm just going with who's still here. Brian and Stephanie and Laurel and Aaron, it's just, you can't do this job without having good counsel, good company, and good friends. And I'm really, really excited about the next chapter. I'm so humbled and proud that the citizens of North Dakota sent me to Congress 3 different times, and I'm very, very humbled and proud that they elected me governor. But I just want everybody in here to know this has been the greatest privilege of my life, to be the lone voice for North Dakota in the United States House of Representatives. And contrary to popular belief, I'm still going to give you all sarcastic comments. And when you have a vote 3.5 hours open and you can't make your flight home, you're going to get really funny memes from me. And I'm going to miss you all very, very much. And this meant the absolute world to me. And with that, I yield back.
Hey. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm prepared to make the motion to adjourn whenever you're ready for it.
Gentlemen, have a motion?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. I move the House do now adjourn.
The question is, in the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for a 1-hour debate.